coping mechanisms. It's how we survive in the moment. But sometimes they could lead to our demise, attaching themselves to bad habits or self-destructive behavior. Sometimes I like to think about the imaginary friend. For most, it's a harmless coping mechanism. But then I think about its more problematic cousin, the persona, a mode that we switch into. We allow it to take the reins, steer for a little bit while we recede into our deep mind and relax for a bit. But what happens when the lines start to blur? At any moment you have to ask the question, am I me or am I...
Floppycock.
Detective, we need to talk. I'm not sure if I could say at what point this channel was peak Floppycock, but I think I can say with ease that there will be no piece of media, no video game, no book that will be a more perfect match for this channel than the video game Who's Lila. It goes without saying, if at any point in this video this game piques your interest, play the game, enjoy it, submerge yourself in the mystery. And if you ever hit a wall, you get frustrated, you don't know where to go beyond that point that you're stuck at, be serene in knowing that in clicking on this video and playing this game, No. Be serene in knowing that the game you're playing has an airtight story, an airtight mystery that maintains a healthy amount of closure and a healthy amount of mystery. And hopefully, if I do a good job in this video, you'll be satisfied with the questions that we do answer, as well as the questions that remain unanswered. And you'll be surprised how much we potentially answer in this video. I'm very excited. Who's Lila is described as a reverse detective game. To be more specific, you is the detective. You, the player, are a detective. But the character you play as is a suspect in this mystery. You play the game through their eyes, and you uncover the mystery as you play through these various events. It's very interesting. The character you play as has trouble showing emotions and experiencing empathy, so it's up to the player to physically manipulate the muscles of the face to show the appropriate or inappropriate emotions. There are several surface level endings that you can achieve just through normal gameplay. However, there are several more obscure to full-blown secret endings that you can only achieve through information you get from ARG mechanics. And don't worry, the ARG mechanics are very manageable. This isn't some Cicada 1738 BS. Now let me be clear, I'm a college dropout. I've only ever read 2 books in my life. That's Scare School in the Nightmare Room series by R.L. Stine, and Their Eyes Are Watching God in language arts in high school. So, despite me not being smart in the conventional sense, I'm very proud of the amount of detective accomplishments we're going to make in this video. So, let me assure you, if I can explore this thoroughly and discover the things that I discover, you can too, without a doubt. But first, real quick, I need to get these out of the way. Shout out to Gav for checking in on me, the emails, the questions, it's all been very good, and of course the fan art. Shout out to the Paintball Mask Gal for the Friday Night Funkin' fan art. It's freaking cool. Also, I forgot to mention June But Cooler's fan art, the Skinwalker variant of Floppycock. At Rando Horn, I'm still waiting for the full release of Flawed Theory. Shout out to them as well. And of course, TT number 2 for the Owerple, I think I'm pronouncing it right, remix of the original Eruditio, and Toy_Bonnie, or Choco Salad on Minecraft for this cool-ass Minecraft skin. Let's start off our investigation by first outlining how we are going to investigate. There are a plethora of endings for this game, all with their own achievements attached to it, titled after the various arcana of the tarot. So, I've split these endings off into 2 different groups. The first group, which is the beefiest one, frankly, is all the endings that can be achieved through normal gameplay. The second group are all the endings that can only be achieved using information that you can only get through ARG gameplay. Within normal gameplay, there are sort of subgroups, branches of endings, if you will. There is the interrogation branch, the boiler room branch, and the forest branch. Endings that are marked with a star are flashback ending. So that, I mean, the word ending is kind of loose in this game. It's really like resolutions to your playthrough. After achieving, or I guess discovering each ending, we can discuss these endings with a mysterious detective that we can only get after achieving one of the 3 interrogation endings. So we're going to start off with the justice ending. After going through all the various endings of the game, we're going to finish off, tie up everything by exploring a save file that we will corrupt. There's a secret debug area. We're also going to cover 2 other Garage Heathen games that tie very much into Who's Lila. After that, we're going to go over all the things I missed. For the most part in this investigation, with the exception of 2 bits of information, I didn't confer with forums or Reddits. I wanted to see how far I could go on my own. This is going to be very important. Included in the things I missed are the 8 clues to solving the mystery of Who's Lila. And this is a big one. That won't be until the very end. So let us start off with the justice ending. We wake up in our apartment. Our name is William Clark. We are a curly-haired high school student who lives by himself.
It's difficult for me to express emotions. I envy other people. They make faces naturally. But I have to make a conscious decision each time I move a muscle. Every morning I go to the bathroom to rehearse what my face is going to show today.
Based on this dialogue, we can surmise that our character, William, has neurological struggles to show emotions. This will play a significant role in the gameplay. Examining the telephone doesn't give us much information. However, examining the cell phone reveals that it's broken. An upcoming scene, however, will contradict or confuse this bit of data. We take a gander at a nearby painting. There's something haunting about this image, but we won't be able to understand this until much later in our journey. We enter the bathroom to initiate a sort of tutorial. However, before that, we pry in our medicine cabinet. We pick up a sort of cheat sheet that our William likely uses to help formulate common emotions with his face. But for us, the player, this gives us a general idea as to what faces to mimic when we want to convey certain emotions. This emotion chart is very similar to how many depict psychologist Paul Ekman's charting of emotions.
I hadn't noticed this until now. Check out those blood splotches in the upper left and lower right-hand corner of this cheat sheet page.
Aside from that, we see what look to be a pair of detached eyeballs with their optic nerve sheaths still attached. However, we'll come to realize that these are more likely mushrooms used in the occult practices we'll later learn about. The theming regarding eyes and perception isn't lost on me, however. These do look like eyeballs. We say, no need for these anymore. Interacting with the mirror initiates a sort of tutorial. I'll give you some tips as to how to quickly achieve certain emotions, but feel free to get creative when you play this game on your own.
When I see Miss Hutchins today, she'll ask how I am, like every morning. I'll answer, good, thank you.
Smiling is very simple. Simply moving a single corner of the mouth up suffices.
If I see a dead dog on the street, I'll make a face like this.
This dead dog scenario can be responded to in an empathetic manner or a cruel manner. Making a sad face is empathetic, while making a disgusted face is cruel. A sad face is quickly made by dragging a corner of the mouth down, while a disgusted face is easily made by dragging one side of the upper lip upward, baring the top teeth.
Yet some avert their eyes. If some weird guy approaches me at the store, I'll scare him away with an angry face.
Take note of this misspelling of the word approaches. Even at this point, I still don't know what this could mean. There are multiple points in the game where certain words are misspelled, and I can't help but feel there's something intentional to it that I've been missing throughout this entire investigation. I have some thoughts, but they won't be relevant until far into our investigation. An angry face is easily made by dragging one inner eyebrow downward.
If I discover that my sworn enemy died, I'll make this face.
This scenario regarding a dead enemy is another instance where we can choose the empathetic route or the cruel route. Making a sad face is empathetic, while smiling is cruel.
If somebody catches me off guard with an unexpected call, I'll make this face.
To make a surprised face, simply furrow one eyebrow upward.
And if once again I see the one hiding in the boilers, I'll be afraid.
The scared face is particularly difficult to achieve in a pinch. Unhinge your jaw, open all aspects of the lips and mouth, and move your eyebrows upward. If the emotion indicator still says surprised, drag the upper eyelids up as well. But hold on. The one hiding in the boilers. Who's that? We'll come to discover who's that lady hiding in the boilers. That's relevant for the boiler branch of endings. But right now we're working through the interrogation branch of endings. This mirror tutorial is very important. The interrogation ending we get and all of the various little micro variations is determined by some of these key moments as to what emotions we show. The mirror tutorial is a moment where we get to set the stage and see who really is under the mask. Do we have compassion to show sadness for the dead dog and even the dead enemy? Or do we allow our innermost base instincts to kick in and show disgust at the dead animal and happiness at the dead rival? All these various different events I will be categorizing into one of two outcomes, a mask outcome and a sus outcome. If we maintain our mask in this tutorial or show empathy, all three of the interrogation endings are still in play. So we'll do that for this playthrough. Don't worry, I'm not going to be over-explaining these gameplay mechanics for the entire video. This is just because this is our first playthrough. After this ending, especially after these branch of endings, it's going to be a lot more lore and puzzle solving and a lot less explaining game mechanics.
Well, but that's unlikely, isn't it? I have to take out the trash before going to school. Haven't appeared there for a while.
Walking out of the bathroom, we are hit with an all too relatable scene. I vividly remember a time when hearing my cell phone ring would legit give me anxiety, but now that 95% of people calling are scammers and telemarketers, I've realized there's nothing to be afraid of.
Hey man, why aren't you answering the phone they gave you? Anyways, have you heard? Father Lawrence is dead. Meet me at the train station.
Father Lawrence not only plays an integral role in William's fate, but also in the grand scheme of figuring out who Lila is. Let's keep this priestly Hierophant in mind. Immediately after this telephone call, our supposedly broken cell phone rings.
Lila, please. I beg you, let me back in.
My mind is racing. Is this some sort of auditory vignette of somebody obsessing over Lila? Is this Will? Perhaps this is a recent memory being played back to him. At least these were the thoughts that were coursing through my mind when I first heard this. Keep this cell phone call in mind. We'll come to find out that this request to be let back in is far more literal than we may have initially thought. Also, this is the cell phone ring when we play it in reverse. So here we have a couple of leads as to where we can take our adventure. Investigating the person on the telephone takes us to the train station, leading us to the reversed Empress ending, while the source of the voice on the cell phone will be easily stumbled upon, taking us to the boiler ending branch. Don't worry, we'll get there soon enough. Let's stick to the task at hand. We enter the kitchen to see our trash on the counter across from us. Before that, let's dig into some evidence. We see a mess of spilt beer and pizza crumbs, lazily mopped up with newspaper. The beer has obscured some of the text on the newspaper. All we can make out is this.
On Saturday afternoon, November 12th at 1 p.m., a fire has erupted in an apartment building on Cortlandt Street, apartment unintelligible. Killing all its inhabitants, the apartment was allegedly used by a group led by Mr. Law, unintelligible. As the police are investigating the case, access to the site is currently restricted.
So here's our first bit of data for our timeline. On November 12th, a fire breaks out at an apartment building, killing nearly all the members of a group led by somebody whose name has the first two letters of L.A. We'll come to find out that this leader is Lawrence, Father Lawrence, that mysterious person on the telephone was referring to. Perhaps this voice that was on the phone was a fellow member that wanted to touch base with William regarding this Pyrrhic calamity. Only time and investigation will tell. The address for the meeting area of this fraternity is obscured by beer, but this shouldn't be an issue, however. We'll come to find out that Will is associated with this group, so he should already know the address for this community. But when we get to the bus stop, we won't have that information. Keep that small detail in mind.
The beginning of the article is unreadable. The same study shows that among all eras, works of media exist. that seemed to not only perfectly reflect the so-called zeitgeist of the respective era, but also appeared to be very powerful movers of the public will. So powerful and effective, in fact, that some speculate their existence to be premeditated and planned by unknown groups of higher-ups. We, being the respectable scientific publication we are not going to entertain unreadable. Yet is there perhaps a process, a means of knowingly creating a work of media of such power? Unreadable. With the sudden global interconnectivity of the World Wide Web. And the article ends.
It seems this game is feeding us one of the key themes of its mystery. Mediums of the era being used to propagate ideas and form the zeitgeist, or in other words, mass human consciousness. If one could somehow harness the power of these mediums, they could have the potential of controlling and socially engineering the masses of people, maybe even steer the fate of humanity. We've seen this happen with art and ideologies and whatnot, but with the implication of the World Wide Web, we've seen a similar effect with memes. Now, I'm not sure what I could put on this whiteboard without giving too much away. I mean, the fact we're even at this whiteboard talking about memes is already giving away a bit too much. So, in the meantime, given their nature, I really don't have to tell you this, but keep this concept of memes in mind. On the other counter, we see a diary locked with a code, an empty glass, and a farmhand saw. Given the ellipses, we can surmise that Will hesitates before examining it. This isn't a common kitchen utensil, and given that we have an oddly placed trash bag right next to it, paints quite a creepy picture. We'll open the diary soon enough. This brings me to a quick point. That symbol you see in the upper left hand of the screen won't play a role in our investigation until after we clear all the normal gameplay endings, so ignore it in the meantime. Think of it as an indication that we'll be revisiting this. What's that noise? Is that dogs barking, yelping, screaming? What the hell? For your sanity, I'll mute these distressing noises. For some reason, leaving our cursor on the fridge for a period of time causes these noises of barking dogs to start fading in. The track for this noise is simply called meat. These horrid canine noises and the distressing implication of them being played over the fridge will play a role in the Empress ending, and overall this motif of dogs will keep repeating itself throughout the game. In fact, we already had a dog motif in that mirror tutorial. Leaving our apartment, we see some missing persons posters strewn about the stairway. A local girl by the name of Tanya Kennedy is missing. But what's odd is that the picture shares more of a likeness with Lila, the namesake of this game. We still don't know who Lila is, a fellow classmate, a twin sister of Tanya, something more abstract. However, keep our dear Tanya in mind. It's time I reveal the prime purpose of this particular whiteboard. The primary thing we're going to be doing with this is figuring out what happened to Tanya, but we'll solve that mystery soon enough. So the tertiary or secondary function of this whiteboard is just to give us a good understanding of just where the events take place. Every bit of data in this game that has a date, we're going to be putting on this whiteboard. And I'll also reveal this bit right now. We'll get the date that Tanya goes missing later in this investigation, and we'll get the date that this game takes place later in our investigation, but I want to let you know now, Tanya has been missing for a week. We meet our building concierge, Miss Hutchins. This is our first instance of having various choices in how we use our emotions to steer the tone of the conversation. The tutorial suggests we meet Miss Hutchins with a warm smile.
Hi, sweetie. Hello, Miss Hutchins. You smiled. What are you up to so early in the morning? Just throwing out the trash, Miss Hutchins. There's been an awful lot of crows near our trash cans. Annoying critters. I'll be on my way, Miss Hutchins. Take care of yourself, sweetie.
We get a similar result from a neutral face. The sad face actually leads to some sweeter dialogue, revealing the friendship that Will and Miss Hutchins share.
Hi, sweetie. Hello, Miss Hutchins. You made a sad face. What's wrong with you, my boy? Are you all right? Yeah. Some trouble at school again? If you need to tell me something, I'm all ears. It's all right, Miss Hutchins. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to help you, sweetheart. Since your mother passed away, you've always been so quiet and seem isolated. Oh, I'm sorry, my boy. Don't listen to the dumb old Miss Hutchins. You're not that old, Miss Hutchins.
Oh, you are too sweet. Anyway, you probably need to hurry up now. School's already started, hasn't it?
I'll say this now, but I noticed that sadness seems to be the emotion in which William's true self seems to come through the most. Almost like this is how he would canonically respond to things. Think back to the dead dog and deceased nemesis in the mirror tutorial. Sadness is the empathetic choice, and we'll come to discover, in my opinion, the sort of will choice. Anger, disgust, scared, and surprise lead to Miss Hutchins being taken aback. The music stops, and William responds with a cold,
Are you all right, William?
I'm fine.
We note a dying potted plant and walk outside.
A dirty crow. I'm not going to scare it away. I know why you're here.
These are crows, carrion animals, scavengers known for lingering over the remains of dead things. And William knows why this particular carrion bird is lingering over this place we are to dispose of this trash bag. Maybe I'm being uncharitable. Just because William has problems with empathy doesn't make him a cold-blooded murderer. Because after all, if this were a dead body he was disposing of, the lingering birds would only serve to ensure he got caught. And that's not what William would want if he did kill somebody, right? Keep this in mind for the strength ending. Also, take note that William doesn't want to scare the birds. I think this speaks to an overall trait of his, a respect for animals that breaks this sort of cold-blooded psycho stereotype. We examine the abandoned home across the street.
No one lives in that house anymore. Although derelict, the place is charming in its own way. We took Tanya there once.
So he knew Tanya. Hold on, he said we took Tanya there. Who is we? We don't yet know the nature of Father Lawrence's group or any friend groups that could possibly be the we in this sentence, but keep this in mind nonetheless. We unlock a palette called Nightly Comforts. But hold on, we seem to have already unlocked a palette called Blue Rose. This is one of many references to Twin Peaks, one of which, if you have any recollection of Operation Blue Rose, gives us a very interesting insight as to one of the minor themes of this game. I won't say what insight that is, though. We might be spoiling Who's Lila, but I will do no such thing in spoiling Twin Peaks.
Here's what's interesting. The first time us, the viewer, hear of Blue Rose in the entirety of the Twin Peaks canon is in Fire Walk With Me. And we hear about it from a detective right after he decodes this secret message. That secret message is portrayed by this mime act performed by someone named Lil, L-I-L. I don't know, probably just a coincidence.
Now that I think about it, Blue Rose is actually quite apt. As we approach the bus stop, we take a gander in our journal. Our main task is to go to school, but note we have the addresses for our school, our home, and the train station, where we meet that mysterious telephone caller. But for some reason, we can't recall the address to the apartment building that was burned. This bit of info needs to be discovered, despite the fact that we will come to find out Will should already know this address. Curious. Maybe a hint, or perhaps just a barrier for gameplay progression reasons. Nonetheless, our current task is to go to school, so that is where we'll go. We pick up another pallet from an empty trash can.
This trash can is empty. Wait a minute.
But how is it empty if something is already in there? The pallet is called Manful Soul. Not sure what this means. I've still mulled over the possibilities. Perhaps this is commentary on some sort of dysphoria that Will is...
You don't know what that's a reference to? You don't know what that's a reference to?
I'm kind of doing a thing here. What's with the Scottish accent?
It's a reference to Manly Badass Hero. When he looks in an empty trash can, he says, "Empty, just like my soul." You don't know what that's a reference to?
Usually you wait until after I upload the video to point out the things that go over my head, but I thought you had the nose of a Rottweiler. Why are you pronouncing Rottweiler like that? You don't know what that's a reference to? You don't know what that's a reference to? Detective, what the hell is going on? It's a reference to Limmy's show, where that pub-crawling boomer interrupts sketches with his non-sequitur takes. You don't know what that's a reference to? Stay tuned, folks. This will get interesting. Oh, jeez. Okay, now we've reached peak floppycock. Where was I? Oh yes, we enter the school. We eavesdrop on a couple who will be recurring throughout our investigation, Jay and Mandy.
Jay, you know I cried today. Mandy, oh, well, returning to your old self? I mean, it's fine, I cry all the time too. No, it's not because of that. I just, I've been meditating for the past couple of months, and today I've realized something. Oh yeah? What was it, like sad? No, I couldn't stop giggling, So what was it? It's going to sound dumb, but I know now that all the thoughts you have in your head are really conflicts. Yeah, the inner monologue and so on, it's like thoughts are arguing with you. Yes, but the thing is, this you is really just these arguments. If you look at them, they disappear, and when they disappear, you disappear. Want to get some soda? I think that creep is eavesdropping.
This theme of your sense of self being made up of arguments or a system of syllogisms will come up again. Just in general, mind F ego death philosophy will be a big theme in this game. Hold on. I'm gonna jump the gun here a little bit and point out that this conversation Jay and Mandy are having in its sort of mind F-y ego deathy motifs mirror almost perfectly a conversation Lila will have with Wheeliam. So until we have the language to fully juxtapose Jay and Mandy to Lila and Wheeliam, keep Jay's words in mind. Just don't dwell on them for too long, though. You are more than your thoughts and impulses, okay? I just don't know how to explain it. Leave the obliterated egos and philosophizing up to the Hierophants and high priestesses. We should be like the fool, ignorant and all the more wiser because of it. We speak to a couple of unnamed students. One gives us a hint about navigating the school. The other makes note of the police outside. Examining the trophy case shows us accolades of Pablo Ramirez, Tanya Kennedy, and Martha Jennings. The missing Tanya Kennedy seems to be an overachiever. A nearby student laments that girls like Tanya have it so easy. We'll come to find out that it's not that simple. Easy wouldn't be the right word to describe Tanya's life. The student also calls Martha an airhead, saying that she has to carry her spare keys in her purse in case she loses her apartment keys. This information will be of use to us later.
I want to point out that this particular character model for this jealous student is shorter than the rest of the character models we interact with in this game. She also has a very distinctive shortcut hairstyle. I can't help but feel there's some sort of resemblance to a character that we'll see in another Garage Heathen game. I refer to her as the T-gotchi girl. And if this is the case, there's some interesting significance to this character, bleeding into who's Lila and showing some level of jealousy towards Tanya. But sadly, I'm speaking to you from the editing suite. It's too late in my investigation to be creating new theories. But still, this is something I feel like I needed to point out.
We take note of some students discussing an upcoming party, likely at Matt's place. Conveniently, Matt is nearby, so we talk to him.
Hey man, strange seeing you here. Finally decided to catch up on your education? Yeah, kinda. You smiled. The hell are you grinning about? Mike's been looking all over for you. You know why. If I were you, I'd stay away from school. I'd watch my back, Will.
Well, that was rude. But it was nice of him to give us a heads up about Michael. We can re-explore this dialogue, but most of them give us the same information. Responding with a disgusted face, however, leads to Matt calling us a freak. This slur will be something that evidently plagues Will's life. It's an odd contrast to how Matt treats us in a flashback sequence in the Moon ending. Despite the hostility we will be facing with our friend group, there was once a nicer, more friendlier time. Something has changed, causing our classmates and friends to be suspicious of us. We enter a corridor with our lockers.
Have you seen somebody put the Dada Dog sticker on Matthew's locker? Why do you still sell that stupid dog merch, especially after all those extremists started using it? I wonder what those creeps want with the poor kid.
So this Dada Dog cartoon has been co-opted by local extremists, and a sticker of this dog had been put on Matt's locker. I do find it heartwarming that the student assumes that this sticker was placed by somebody else, a bad faith actor, and doesn't immediately jump to the conclusion that Matt himself endorses this group that co-opted this icon. Now, if this sounds familiar, that's because we've seen something similar happen with Pepe the Frog in our world. Nonetheless, keep this meme themery in themed memery in mind. Aside from examining Michael and Matt's locker, we can also examine Tanya's locker and wonder to ourselves where the key could be. We will reveal this later. We approach a cohort made up of our friend group.
Will? Is that you? Hello, everyone. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Jimmy, wait. Will, where have you been? Where's Tanya? Without noticing, your face is stretching into a stupid grin. Huh? Tanya? You smiled. I'm not joking, Will. She hasn't been answering her phone. She's not at home either. Her mom called us. I think the police are involved or something because Martha's at the principal's office right now. We'll make a surprised face for this one. Is she? You made a surprised face. It looked strange. Yeah. Look, man, I know we didn't spend much time together lately, but we really need everything you know about Tanya. Don't be so straightforward about it. But yeah, the gist of it is, we're very worried about her, Will. Would you please just tell us where she is? I swear, I don't know. Why do you think I spent time with her anyways? Martha's known for making up stuff. That's not true. Yeah, easy on the accusations. Look, guys, why are you so bothered by it anyways? Maybe she just needs some time alone. Your face remained neutral. Your friends seem to believe you. It's so unlike her, though. Dude, whatever. We've discussed it 1,000 times already. It's been 6 days. Something definitely happened to her. Look, Will, I know we haven't hanged out too much lately, but you have to know something. Something is very wrong. I can feel it. We all know you were together for a while. Behind Mike's back. We don't judge you, but we will have to know where she is, Will. Please. You f***ed her, didn't you? Sorry. You effed her, didn't you? What? You effed Tanya, didn't you, Will? On Matt's party. Martha told us all about you two. Where's Martha, by the way? That's not important, asshole. Jim, the principal. Jim. The principal wanted to see her. So, Will, are you saying you don't know where Tanya is? Nope. So Martha's at the principal's now. I think he's already finished with her. Big Grave said he'd seen her on the roof. Oh, right. He wanted to see you too, by the way. Anyways, what about... Good. I'll be on my way then. Hey, wait a minute. Will, wait.
Well, no wonder our friends are being so cold to us. This Martha is spreading all sorts of rumors. God knows what she's been saying about Will. Before confronting her, let's explore the other chains of dialogue with this cohort. Responding in a strange or inappropriate manner, such as with an angry face, will cause our friends to reveal Martha's location immediately. Will then quickly moves on and doesn't pay the cohort any mind, making us all the more suspicious. Here, watch.
Tanya? You made an angry face. It looks strange. Yeah, dude, Tanya, quit effing around. Do you know something? Well, she's been missing for some time now. Martha said you might know where she is. Oh, so Martha said that, huh? Yeah, dude, and now she's at the principal's, probably telling him the same thing. Right. He wants to see you too, by the way, Will. Well, I'll be on my way then. Hey, what the hell? We aren't finished with... Will, please, wait.
I'm all for confronting a rumor spreader, but something about the manner in which Will is almost hunting for Martha is a bit off-putting. Keep in mind, they mention not judging Will or Tanya, revealing that something about Will and Tanya's relationship was reproachable or taboo. We explore the school a bit and stumble upon the entrance to the boiler rooms. A key reveal can take place here, but instead let's press on and focus on the task at hand. Going up the stairs, we face another corridor. Exploring the classrooms takes us to random rooms. We need to keep exploring until we find out where Martha is. Hold on. So, we know that Martha is chilling on the roof. And yet when we try to go up there, Will tells us that he needs to find her keys and address first. I don't know, Will. You've been acting kind of sus lately. We're looking for a fellow student named Ellie, but before we press on, let's explore the other random rooms we can stumble upon. In one classroom, we can find poorly executed physics homework and an energy drink. There's also what I thought was a cup of coffee for some reason, but it's actually a sort of Tamagotchi-style toy, which unlocks the palette Tomiho. This is a reference to T-gotchi, Your Amazing T-gotchi, one of the first games Garage Heathen, the developer of whose Lila, ever uploaded onto Steam. Perhaps this is a tongue-in-cheek reference to Garage Heathen stressfully trying to create the T-gotchi game, pounding energy drinks and trying to create a physics engine for the falling fruit. this Tamagotchi parody character will play a minor role in understanding one of the more key frames and motifs of this broad story, of the broader theme of this story. The Tomiho palette that we unlock actually ends up revealing something kind of interesting in the forest branch of endings. We briefly explore an empty room and move on to the next one. We see Jay and Mandy chatting again.
Mandy, isn't it, like, scary? I've heard all this destruction of self-talk, but it's always sounded kind of creepy and edgy. I wanted to try tulpamancy at some point, but the very prospect of losing myself to a tulpa scared the crap out of me. You know, like Coomer and Ogwigi. Hello, Gordon. It's not about destruction, Mandy. All destruction, all pain, honestly, comes from this, divide, I guess. The self, I mean. The self is, by its essence, a divide. The moment you start dividing the inner and outer, problems come. How can you not do that, though? You have your body and mind, so do I. It's just so weird that we even do think that way. Inner, outer, are just words, honestly. So you have a bubble, and you say it's your bubble, and I have a bubble, and I say it's mine. Uh-huh. And they both pop, and then suddenly it's just the air. How can you say it's my air? Hey, Jay, I think he's here again. Yeah, I know. What the hell does he want, I wonder? Probably best to not bother them.
This conversation mirrors very similarly to a conversation Will and Lila have. And we also unlock this new narrative of tulpas. So I have a question. Is Jay the tulpa of Mandy? By the end of our investigation, we will have long forgotten about Jay and Mandy, but at the time, I thought it was an interesting question. Here's the thing. We may now think that we've unlocked this secret narrative. Oh, tulpas. Oh, well, let's go ahead and start applying it to everything and see what we can discover. But we should not gloss over the fact that we achieved this narrative motif, we've discovered it, I should say, very easily. It's almost as if it was left there for us, not necessarily as a red herring, but as a distraction. The value that we can get out of the tulpa motif will be the story of Coomer and Ogwigi. I want to be thorough, but I also want to be respectful to the viewer. To many, the story of Coomer and Ogwigi might just seem like a story of somebody getting a bit too enthusiastic about this LARP, I guess. But we do play with concepts of where the self starts and where the self ends, what happens when those boundaries are blurred. To some, the Coomer and Ogwigi story might be a little bit, I don't know, a bit too creepy. So we're not going to dwell on it. I'll give you the general story beats, the ones that primarily apply to this story.
To explain the story of Coomer and Ogwigi, I'll reference a post made on Reddit 7 years ago in r/tulpas. Tulpas are a modern-day psycho-mystical practice of manifesting an incorporeal imaginary being, typically humanoid, through the use of heavy concentration and thought exercises. Think of imaginary friends, or even a mental manifestation of a future you. When you think about yourself having completed a goal, let's say a healthier, richer, or happier you, in a way you are creating a tulpa of yourself. But most stick to the imaginary friend aspect to tulpamancy. Coomer was a budding tulpamancer who frequented tulpa forums. His tulpa was Ogwigi, and it seemed that Coomer was jumping into risky tulpamancy techniques too early in his practice, allowing himself to be possessed by Ogwigi. Coomer went by male pronouns, was young and a bit awkward, whereas Ogwigi went by female pronouns and was headstrong, a more assertive counter to Coomer. According to this Redditor, it seemed Coomer had taken to tulpamancy for a sadly similar reason some others do, and that is to remove himself from his own body to make room for the tulpa, making her the main controller of the body. I won't dwell on the why, because it mirrors very closely to other very sensitive topics.
Essentially, you have Coomer visualizing Ogwigi. Over time, Coomer wants to become like Ogwigi, taking bits of himself out, further reinforcing Ogwigi in the meantime. And eventually it comes to a point that all the pieces of Coomer have been removed, and what's put inside is Ogwigi. Now, since the events of this story, from my understanding, Coomer's doing a lot better. And how much of this is an ARG, how much of this is a LARP, how much of this is legit, I don't know. But this concept, keep this concept of coring yourself out to make room for this sort of persona in mind. Actually, don't keep that in mind. What a weird thing to say. The next room takes us to some more homework. On the left seems to be a textbook.
The philosopher Thomas Nagel posited in his 1974 paper, What Is It Like to Be a Bat?, that it is incorrect to claim that something felt like the color red is the same as the impulses in the brain creating it. He believes that subjectivity experiences are inexplainable, at least scientifically, because every subjective phenomenon is essentially connected with a single point of view, and it seems inevitable that an objective physical theory will abandon that.
So in the same way that you could never know what a bat truly experiences, you can't know what red is from the point of view of another person. This goes beyond the whole, what if your red is different from my red sort of question, and more questioning the efficacy of trying to understand anything outside of the scope of our own point of view. I'm not explaining this thoroughly enough, but don't worry, we will explore this far more thoroughly, the concept of qualia and the hard problems of consciousness, later in this investigation. On the right is some homework, perhaps an essay derived from the book to our left.
The handwriting here is really horrible. Apart from Chalmers, other formulations of the hard problem of consciousness include, how is it that some organisms are subjects of experience? Why does awareness of sensory information exist at all? Why do qualia exist? Why is there a subjective component to experience? Why aren't we philosophical zombies?
What makes us conscious? Why does the subjective conscious experience, or qualia, exist? My college dropout self would say, because that's how human brains are. And now that I think about it, another character in this story who is particularly unhinged would agree with me, but he would go further in that line of thinking. I would argue it's just part of our hardware or software. But this is a question whose possible answer will play an interesting role in the behind-the-scenes existential guts of this world. Its ontology, if you will. Don't worry if you are confused, that's the point. The story of this game will do a good job at explaining these concepts through its narrative. And they'll still be confusing, but I believe I'll do a phenomenal job in translating these ideas. Just you wait. We also examine a pendant with a distinctive pattern on it. Ugh.
An old pendant, it's silver. I like the pattern.
Ah, man, everything just comes together. Now that I'm exploring this one final time, everything's just coming together. I'm sorry. We also examine a pendant with a distinctive pattern on it. This pattern will be seen again when we start to get more into the ARG aspects to this game. But keep it in mind. Keep its pattern in mind. For this reason, I am of the mind that this homework we have been reading is Tanya's homework. She's the owner of this book and homework. So we can gather that Tanya herself has been wrestling with these ego-deathy, mind-effy concepts, much like Mandy, and we will soon discover Will as well. With all of that, we find Ellie Cooper.
Oh, hello. Hey there. Sorry, do we know each other? Wait, weren't you at the party? Matt's party, about a month ago. Yeah, we talked there, remember? She probably means the party at 29271 Fairfax Street. You were there, but you don't know who this is. Ooh, that's very interesting.
This address that's mentioned opens up another location we can explore next time we use the bus stop, opening up the moon ending. One of the handful of flashback endings in this game.
Sure, I remember you. You look scared. You sure? What's my name then? It's awesome. Oh, that's so sick.
Responding to her first question unconfidently opens up a funny little Easter egg. Laura Hayward is a reference to Laura Palmer and Donna Hayward from Twin Peaks.
Massive quantities of Twin Peaks references. Massive.
Oh shit, my bad. I'm sorry. I said it's fine. Did you want something? No, Where's Martha Jennings' classroom? This looked really weird. Ellie looks almost frightened. I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable talking to you. Could you leave, please? Sure. You feel you won't find out where Martha's classroom is. Hint, check the autosave.
Check the guild for more quests.
This is an example of a minor failure that can be remedied by simply reloading the autosave. Responding with a smile gives us the most success. Note though that Will doesn't know the name of Ellie, but we do, because we can read her name on the dialog box. These details are important. One would benefit from keeping it in mind.
Sure, I remember you. You smiled. Ellie believes you. How have you been? Have you heard, by the way? That girl I was with at the party, Tanya Kennedy, nobody seems to know where she is. Is that so? Uh-huh. I've seen the police car outside, and it's a secret, but Martha Jennings is at the principal's now. What's your classroom number, by the way? Martha's? It's... Wait, why are you asking? She isn't even there right now, anyways.
Responding with a sad face leads us to some pretty funny dialogue.
You made a sad face. This looked a bit weird. You okay? Has something happened between you two? She looks like the gossipy type. You decide to put on a show. No, I mean... How could she? She's been avoiding me for all these days. Yes, we broke up, but poor Kennedy's missing. We have to talk. Wait, you dated? You did not. Oh, but it's a secret. I need to see her, honestly. Oh, I get it. Of course, I understand. It's 43 Sierra, the door near this one, actually.
We get Martha's keys and discover her address. We proceed up the stairs. This muscular anatomy chart hides another pallet. I miss it in this go-around, but we will return. On the roof, we finally meet our dear friend Martha. Examining some food next to her gives us this funny bit of dialogue.
Junk food for breakfast? I wonder if she's insane. Hello, Martha. Made a sad face. Martha looks frightened. What are you doing here, Will? I wanted to talk to you about something, Martha. Have you been to the principal's? No. I know you have. What do you want, Will? I know you were the last person to see Tanya. That's all. Do you think we don't know what happened between you two? What was happening between you two, I mean. Have you talked to the officers yet? Why do you... Answer. Yes, I did, but I didn't tell them much yet.
Oh, this is interesting. Note the bold text around the word answer.
This is the first time we're coming across this bold text motif, so keep it in mind. It's going to be a huge part of how I frame a lot of the more psychological aspects of this mystery. Yes, I did, but I didn't tell them much yet. I think a certain detective wants to see me tomorrow. Name? I don't know. I can only remember it's Asian. Something like Detective Yu, I'm not sure. Anyways, why do you... It's really not good to spread rumors, Martha. That's a sign of a very, very bad friend. What? What are you talking about? Are you alright? What's going on, Wheeliam? Well, I'll tell you what's going on, Hey, asshole!
Tanya's hot-headed boyfriend, Michael Graves, also known as Big Graves, steps in. I want to take a moment to appreciate his theme music. It's not tense, it's distant and scrappy, almost reminding me less of high-stakes conflicts and more of a youthful clash like something you'd see in the movie like Sandlot. There is a moment we hear an owl call a minute and 20 seconds into the song. This is the first time that we would be hearing this owl motif. So on top of the animal of dogs, keep this motif of the owl in mind. Once we figure that motif out, its placement in Michael's theme is kind of odd.
Oh, hi, Mike. You smiled. It looked very friendly. Mike can see you're trying to pacify him. He relaxes a bit. We gotta talk, man. Well, let's talk then, Mike. Was that why you were looking for me this morning? Where's Tanya? How would I know that, Mike? You made a surprised face. Mike tenses up. Where the F is my girlfriend? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Yeah, right. First she gets with you behind my back. Next thing I know she's missing. A whole effing week, dude. It just can't be that you don't effing know. We didn't have a thing, you know. You made an angry face. This looked sincere. Mike is almost confused. The hell do you mean? Martha told me. She's lying about us. I'm not. You know what we hate most in this company? We hate rats. Isn't that right, Graves? Mike is confused. Dude, quit it. Martha's a friend. She'd never lie to us, right? Of course I wouldn't. Why are you doing this, Will? I've seen you two at the party when, you know, and I know Tanya went with you, and that's when you both disappeared. Why won't you tell us what happened? I just don't think I can trust you guys. You made a sad face. Mike's trying to compose himself. Look, man, I know you've had your issues with showing emotions and empathy and stuff, and that we had our differences, but please, you know I love this girl. Please tell me what you know, Will. I don't know anything. You made a sad face. Mike seems a little calmer. Really? Yes. Look, Mike, I'm as worried as you are. I know you guys don't like me that much, but we're all in this together. We'll find Tanya. Don't worry about it. The universe has plans for all of us. Don't give me that crap. I'm not forgiving you two for what you did behind my... Wait, what did you say? I said we'll find Tanya. No, after that. You said the universe has better plans for you. You did, didn't you? That's what she always said. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Frickin' freak. So is that how you were planning on finding out where she is? By calling me a freak? I knew I couldn't trust you, Graves. What? So you just tricked me, You did, didn't you? You...
Oh, well, that's not what I intended. This takes us down the forest ending branch. I rather save this for later. It seems going the overly sympathetic route causes you to step on a major eggshell, and Michael straight up kills us, which is weird. Reminding him of something Tanya would say doesn't seem like it would cause even a hothead like Graves to kill us. Perhaps being pushed off the edge was an accident. Notice we achieved this by going the overly empathetic, sympathetic sadness route. Perhaps this is an accident Will intended, perhaps to avoid what's going to happen as we press on with the interrogation ending branch. Keep this in mind. Throughout this game, we're going to discover that sadness and empathy are sort of the motifs of Will's true self. On the flip side of being overly empathetic, if we go overly cruel, we get the same response. Starting from the beginning, maintain confidence with neutral responses up until this dialogue.
So you're gonna keep going neutral. Keep going neutral. And you're gonna say, I don't think I can trust you guys with an angry face. You made an angry face. Mike is getting more pissed. What's with the face? You wanna go, bro? Mike, I can crush you like a worm. You can't be serious, dude. I'll effing crush you. Any follow-up to your words? Are you for real? What, have you forgotten the last time you tried to fight me? Do you mean that time when you saw me walking home with Tanya? Was that trying to fight in your eyes? It wasn't like that, freak. Don't try to make a victim out of yourself. Martha's almost crying. Will, please, I'm asking you, just tell him. Tell him what you know. He's not that bad. You have to understand how painful it is for him. I know you've had your differences, but too bad. I think smile at this point. I don't know anything. You smiled. Mike is even more pissed now. Also, Mikey, talking about differences, I don't think the way you and your pathetic friends pick on me every time I stumble on you, I don't think the word differences is a good way to put it. For all I know, Tanya may be very likely lying strangled in some ditch near school. Kinda like Malcolm, you know. Oh my... Michael looks delirious. You, how dare you? Cute eyes. Cute eyes he had, our little Malcolm. But I don't think I'll miss the kid. At the end of the day, you got closer to Tanya because of his death, didn't you? I guess you must have been over the moon when he died. I'll kill you! Mike, wait!
Jeez, no wonder Michael is so messed up. His little brother was brutally killed. And what's with this fixation on eyes? You see, when I first came across this scene, I thought maybe Will had murdered Malcolm and kept his eyes in his medicine cabinet as a trophy. But as I said before, we will learn that those are likely mushrooms, and once we get a more solid timeline, we'll find out that Will's introduction to Tanya's friend group was long after Malcolm was killed. But keep poor little Malcolm Graves in mind. We won't have a better understanding of the details of his fate until we get into the more ARG aspects of this game.
Hello, Martha, you smiled. Martha looks frightened. Ah, really, why?
Playing mean and aggressive gets us this dialogue.
Oh, hi, Mike. You made an angry face. This made Mike more alert. He tenses up. I've been looking for you. Where's Tanya? Was that why you were looking for me this morning? Cut the crap. Where is she? How would I know that, Mike? You made an angry face. Mike's demeanor stays the same. Don't pretend you're tough. Look, if you don't want me to beat the crap out of you, you better start talking. Calm down, Graves. What are you, a child? You do realize you'll get in trouble for violent behavior again. Well, that's new. What are you gonna tell on me? Look, buddy, I don't care much at this point. I'll effing quit school if it means finding Tanya. Would you go to court, too? The F are you talking about? The cops are here. Isn't that so, Martha? I talked to the police officer today, yeah. They must still be here. I said I don't give a crap. Tanya's gone, and she went missing after she went to your place. Martha's told us. That's not true. You smiled. This looked weird. Mike tenses up. Yeah, right. Where is she, freak? I don't even care if she cheated. I just need to know she's fine first. We didn't hook up, though. You smiled. Mike tenses up. Yeah, right, you ass. As if I can't see you smiling. Look, man, I don't even give an F by now. Just tell me where she is. I can't effing deal with it. Damn, Mike, are you okay? You know, I'm really starting to think you really were not the best partner for Tanya. Even if I had information, I don't think it would be the best idea to share it with you, buddy. Mike is furious. The F did you just say? I just don't think I can trust you, Mike. You smiled. Mike is pissed. Are you making fun of me? You think this is effing funny? Look, you freak, I'm gonna give you one last chance. If you don't, your stupid threats don't scare me, bro. You've been rambling about beating me up but all I see is bark and no bite. Huh? Oh yeah, punk? Big Graves, why are you listening to them? He's just provoking you. Will, do you want to get hurt? Why are you doing this? Because he's just a chicken. He can't even...
So this is us baiting Michael into beating us up, and it can help us make our case in the upcoming interrogation, giving us the better variant of one of the many variations of the Judgement ending.
I have to get up.
Playing scared and meek gets us this dialogue.
I said I don't know. You look scared. I'm not sure you're aware, William, but I happen to know about that little thing you did with Tanya behind my back. And the only thing keeping me from tearing your effing head off is the fact you know where she is. Now, do you know where she is? Tell me, buddy. Mike is now sure you're too scared to defend yourself. I really don't know. You look scared. Well, I guess there's just one thing left to do, buddy. Mike, please wait. Come here, punk. Mike is sure you're defenseless. This is your chance.
So Graves' response to Will's meekness is violence. And we uncharacteristically not only fight back, but win. We'll stick with this as our conflict resolution for this playthrough. Also, we pick up on a palette hidden behind the poster, the one I missed before. It looks like a skull in a secret compartment. After some cursory online searching, this seems to be a reference to the game Brutal Orchestra. Let's take inventory. We responded empathetically in the mirror tutorial, so all three endings are still in play. However, we beat up Michael. One thing I just realized is whether we lose in our fight or win in our fight against Michael doesn't actually determine our ending. However, it does determine one of the various micro variations of the Judgement ending. With Martha's address unlocked, we head over. But notice we have the location for Matt's party unlocked too. We wait for somebody to come by and let us into the apartments, since we don't have a code. When we're let in, the tenant wants to know why we are there. Responding aggressively, we threaten the tenant. He darts off, but he'll certainly alert the authorities. Suddenly, the screen is red. My fear seems to be coming true. Will is hunting Martha. We wait in her closet. We examine her hanging garments.
Underwear drying. They produce an indecent smell of wet fabric. Does this girl have any shame?
We also note her unmade bed. Will says, "Such a bad girl."
Martha's bed. The sheets are unmade. Such a bad girl.
Keep this in mind. We then note what looks to be a poster of Blue Velvet, the movie directed by David Lynch. One of the more famous scenes in the movie is the protagonist hiding in a closet while some high strangeness and disturbing scenes take place on the other side of the threshold, much like how we are hiding in this closet.
Blue Velvet by David Lynch. The only cool thing in this apartment.
Who's there?
Will? Almost correct there, Miss Jennings. What are you? You smiled. Have you come to... Wait, to Tanya? Is that you? Huh? Tanya? Remember this, sweetheart.
The name is Lila.
Lila? We're playing as Lila? That form we briefly transformed into is Lila's character model. We'll get a better look later in the game, but that is her. And also Martha mistakes us for Tanya in that moment of brief transformation. So even if the detail of Lila being on the missing poster for Tanya was ignored, this is our first detail that Lila and Tanya look very similar. The following scene is quite distressing and drawn out, so we won't dwell on it, but I want to note these particular moments in this scene. Will, or I guess Lila, beats then strangles Martha. Then there's a moment where Martha is heard screaming before being attacked. But is it her screaming? This sound effect of muffled screaming will come back up once again, but I want to point this out. While we were hiding in the closet, waiting for Martha to come along so that we could eventually murder her, we were referring to her as a very naughty girl or a very dirty girl. This detail and this motif of the muffled screaming, I think, link together and link to a character that we have yet to meet. So keep these motifs in mind. Towards the end of this death scene, Martha's face transforms. This could be some of that Lynchian strangeness, but you can see sharp, canine-like teeth protruding from the mouth. Actually, now that I think about it, is this supposed to be some sort of flashback to the dead dog motif? Like what was mentioned in the mirror tutorial? Or those screaming dogs from the fridge? I'm not sure, but it's odd and grotesque nonetheless. I'm starting to realize that these motifs regarding dogs are not simply dogs, but dead dogs, distressed, crying dogs that are in danger. So keep that motif of dead dogs in. Actually, don't think about dead dogs. What am I doing? What am I making you do? Who am I, Lila? Jumping the gun here, spoiler alert. We've unlocked the next layer to this mystery. We are not simply playing as Will, but Lila in Will's body. There's more to it than that, but right now, that's what we know. In Blue Velvet, the protagonist sits inside the closet, seeing the antagonist of the story doing something disturbing, messed up, and strange. And in our story, I can't help but wonder if Wheeliam is sort of symbolically still in this closet, seeing Lila through his own body do these heinous things. No wonder he wants to be let back in. But alas, the color goes back to normal and we take the bus home. What just happened is another key sequence that determines our ending. Since we responded empathetically to the mirror tutorial and weren't discreet in the murder of Martha, we are barred from the judgment ending, but justice and strength are still in play. I'll explain the mechanics when we finish our first ending. The police stop us as we approach our home. They seem to be searching the dumpster where we dumped our trash.
Hey, hold it, sir. Wait, is your name William Clark? Yeah, that's me. Hey, Ted. Ted. Yes? I think we found the kid. William Clark, right? Yeah, that's me. You'll have to come with us, bud. Get in the car, please.
In this interrogation, we're going to play it confidently, relying on neutral and smiling emotions.
A cloudy mirror. It has a weird tint to it. Am I being watched? Just an empty table. Hey, Will. I'm Detective Hutchins. We talked a couple hours ago, remember? Now, William, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, okay? Okay. Do you know why you're here? No, I don't. Your face remained neutral. Your confidence level increased. Alright. Now, you are William Clark, correct? Yes, that is correct. Your face remained neutral. You've been read your rights before, right? No, never. You've probably seen it in the movies. He reads you your rights. Oh, I forgot to ask you, do you want water or anything? No thank you, sir. You smile. Alright. Now, Will, I have a photograph here. Do you know who this is in the photograph? Yes, that's Tanya Kennedy. Your face remained neutral. What was your relationship with her? We didn't know each other well. I see. Could you elaborate? Did you say hello to each other? Did you talk sometimes? We talked, yeah. What did you talk about? I don't know, music and stuff. I don't remember, just normal things. Did you have any mutual friends? You smiled. I'm not sure. Well, Martha Jennings is one of my friends. I think she and Tanya were rather close. So, Martha Jennings is your friend. Alright. Now, well, you've said before that you weren't too close to Miss Kennedy, correct? Yes. The thing is, we already have talked to some of your friends today. Martha Jennings was one of them. She seemed to tell me that you and Tanya have become rather close some time ago. Could you tell me why she told us so? I don't know. Well, you need to be very genuine. The stakes are very high. You see, the real reason we invited you here is because Tanya Kennedy is missing. She's been missing for more than 5 days. She is? You look scared. Yes, I thought you knew that. At least that's what your friends said.
When Hutchins says, "At least that's what your friends said," there are a few paths we can take. Being angry while confident leads to this dialogue.
You made an angry face. They aren't my friends. Come again? They aren't my friends. They hate my guts, all of them. How come? I don't know. It's because I'm different. In what way are you different? You know in what way. I don't care about stupid stuff they talk about. I don't wear fancy clothes. I'm smart. Finally, you know, my face? I see. So how does this hate express itself? Well, for the most part, they just act like I wasn't there. You know, they'd call me names, freak, weirdo, classic stuff, school kids. What else would they do? Hide my stuff, destroy things I own, steal from me? I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to frame me for something they've done to Tanya. You made an angry face. You're agitated. The detective seems to have noticed that. They were pretty sure when they said it was you. We're good at detecting lies. We've talked to Martha Jennings. She's lying, I'm telling you. She's always done that. Let me guess. They all just sat there with their stupid faces as if they were worrying. Maybe some tears, eh? No effing way it's me. It's bullshit. Will? I wouldn't be surprised if they effing murdered her. Like those Dada weirdos. Hell, some of them could be part of that Dada group. Now calm down. Calm down, William. I hear you. No need to be agitated. We're here to talk and figure out all those things out. But you do realize they're friends with Michael Graves, and that Dada are the right extremists. So it's basically nonsensical for any of them to be part of it. Peculiar that you would know about that group at all. Where have you learned about it? The internet. Where else? Alright. This isn't very important anyways. Let's change the topic for now.
So this Dada group of extremists wouldn't want to associate with Michael, likely because of his skin color. We also get some insight into the level of bullying that Will has to go through. Going back to that diverting dialogue path, getting angry while not confident will lead to a similar dialogue regarding the bullying classmates, but more in detail regarding the names that they would call Will. Freak is a common slur that is used against Will. If instead of being angry about our so-called friends, we show non-hostile emotions while still confident, we get this dialogue.
Sure. Did you have sex? No. Your friends state otherwise. You smiled. Those are just rumors, I swear, we didn't... Well, that is understandable. Don't get all worked up. I know how kids are sometimes. Did you talk after the party? No, we stopped. That's why I didn't know she was missing until now. And why did you stop talking? I don't know, I just kind of happened. Did you two have a fight? No. Why do you think you stopped talking? Well, she must have felt guilty. Why do you think that? You said you didn't have sex. We kissed, but it was weird. Why? I'm sorry, if it sounds strange, it just felt wrong. Like it wasn't really her I was kissing, but I don't know, an effigy of someone else I knew. Or something. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, William. Sorry, it's hard to explain. You smiled.
We get confirmation that although Will and Tanya didn't have sex, they did kiss at some point, after which he thinks that she felt guilty.
So you're saying you did not talk with Tanya at all after that? Yes, sir. How did your friends react? I'm not really sure, sir. I didn't see them much after that either. You did not go to school, correct? Yeah. Here to explain why? I don't know, sir. I guess I couldn't bear all the rumors and... Was it connected to her boyfriend at the time? Mike? Oh, yeah, that's the main reason, actually. Were you afraid that he'd do something to you? Yes, sir. He's been in trouble for his violent behavior before, so it seems Officer Hutchins has heard something he was suspecting before. His stares become more intense. Did those two have any fights recently? Well, sir, I'm not sure. They did at the party. What happened there? Was it because you kissed? No, even before that. Something happened between them before, no doubt. Can you tell me exactly what you've seen?
It seems like Will is trying to set Michael up in this dialogue. He gives an account of Michael being violent at a party. We'll come to find out that his account isn't entirely true. If Will lost the fight against Michael on the roof, he shows the detective fresh bruises. But if we beat up Michael instead, we show past injuries from the calamity.
You show the officer the bruise that you acquired at the day of the calamity.
We will come to learn what this calamity was.
These look old. He did shove you pretty bad, didn't he? We had a talk with Mr. Graves earlier today. He does seem very eager to put the blame on you, William. Before we continue the interrogation, be sure to remind us to give you a lift home, so that nothing bad happens to you, alright? Thank you very much, sir. Now, William, I will leave the room and another officer will come to talk to you.
We say goodbye to Harold Cooper and say hello to Rachel Maddow. No, this is Detective Fisher, the bad cop to Hutchins' good cop.
Alright, now I don't have much time. My name's Detective Fisher. Spit it out, kid. You know why you're here, right? This is where the part you don't like begins. I still don't know why I'm here. Your face remains neutral. Well, I think you do. Let me refresh your memory. Tanya Kennedy, your former friend. She's missing, alright? Now, we know for sure you have something to do with it. There's no question there, so you better start talking. What should I talk about? You smiled. First of all, when did you last see her? I don't remember. Must have been, more than a month ago? More than a month, huh? Save those fairy tales for Ted. When? I told you about a month ago. You made an angry face. And where was that? Well, we hung out near my house. Where? The exact place, please. An abandoned building. It used to be a condominium, I think. Weird place to hang out at, huh?
The building across the street, where we unlocked the nightly comforts palette. That makes sense. The we, when we said that's where we took Tanya, meant Will and Lila, we both. So then that would mean that Lila was present within Will during that little date. The question is, how far back does Lila's influence on Will go? Did Lila and Will work together to hurt Tanya? Or was the Coomer and Oguiji reference a hint of a takeover by Lila of Will's body, and she solely hurt Tanya?
What did you two do there? I don't know, we just hung out and talked. What was your relationship with this girl? But Officer Hutchins asked that already. Look here, bud, I don't think you get what's happening right now. You're in a police office. I am interrogating you. You are in big trouble already.
There's that bold text again. You're in big trouble already. So the bold text we've heard so far is answer, Tanya, and you're in big trouble already. Aside from the Tanya, we have a pretty interesting parental motif going on with the bold text. Every time the bold text comes back up, with maybe like 2 or 3 exceptions, we can link it somewhat to a parental character, or a paternal character. I guess paternal and parental mean the same thing. When Lila responds to Martha in front of the closet saying, Tanya, right before saying the name is Lila, Tanya is in bold. And I could really try and figure out how maybe Tanya fits into this whole thing, but the fact is, we'll come to find out that Will's mother died before Will ever met Tanya, so there's no way that any paternal character should know about Tanya. Actually, I'm wrong about that. Oh. Yeah, no, I think for sure, yeah, this bold, okay, alright, just keep this motif in mind. Let's keep our minds open throughout this game about this motif, but not too open. Tulpa repellent is getting pretty expensive with the supply chain issues.
You are in big trouble already, so I recommend you just answer my questions and stop effing around. Do we have an understanding? Yes, sir. So let me ask you one more time. What was your relationship with Tanya Kennedy? We were friends. Your face remained neutral. His face changes. So, friends. He seems to be lost in thought. Now, listen carefully. We found a female torso in the trash near your apartment.
Torso? Was that what was in the trash bag? Was that what the farmhand saw was used for? Perhaps the spilt beer was meant to mask a smell or something, maybe create an explanation as to why he may have scrubbed the place clean.
What? You look scared. He ignores your reaction. The boys are doing the DNA test right now as we speak, but I'm pretty sure we both know who the torso belongs to. Did you do it? I'm just straight up asking you because there's no doubt in my mind about whose work it is. I didn't do it. You look scared. You do realize she has a family, right? Don't you want her mom and dad to have at least a little comfort in knowing where the remains of their girl are? Are you sure it's her? Are you stupid? I told you, we know. Now tell me where the other parts are. You hid them well, didn't you? But you got lazy with the last one. Didn't think we'll find it. Did you use the saw that's in your apartment? Used for what? Your face remains neutral. Don't play dumb. If we find even a little bit of DNA on that saw, I'm sure we will. Then you're effed, William. Because even if you wash the blood off, you still have the little things, like fibers. Also, if the bone was cut, we can identify the exact instrument, just by the marks on the bone. It's absolutely precise. We can find out everything about it up to the specific model of the instrument used. Might as well tell me how you did it. I didn't. Please, Will, it's no use now. I'll tell you something an old friend of mine used to say. Of all the people in the world, the best and the worst are drawn to the dead dog. Most turn away. Only those with the purest of heart can feel its pain. I know you aren't a bad guy, William. I know you can feel the pain of others. Can't you?
Oh, we effed up. We screwed up. Ha! I screwed up here. We didn't pass the confidence threshold, so we were just about to get the strength ending. Detective Fisher's allegory of a dead dog, I believe, is a hint that the mirror tutorial is the key to maintaining a pure heart and getting the strength ending. Of course, we already know this, but this would be your hint on your first playthrough. Let me reload so we can continue with the needed confidence for the justice ending.
I know you aren't a bad guy, William. I know you can feel the pain of others. Can't you? I didn't do it, sir. William Clark. You don't get it, do you? William, friend, buddy. We have the evidence, you little effer. You effed up. You effed up and left your fingerprints all over her. Well, guess what? That's enough information for us to decide who the culprit is. You remember him talking about the DNA test not being done yet, and you made sure William wore gloves. It's not me.
Okay, hold on. So it's no mystery now. This is Lila having this internal dialogue that we, the player, are experiencing. And according to this dialogue, Will, who she refers to in the third person, did kill Tanya, making sure that William wore gloves. But does that exactly mean that William, in his own consciousness and agency, killed Tanya? We don't have all the details yet, but regardless, this is messed up on many levels.
It's not me. I told you we know it's you. It's not a question of who, but of how and why. So tell me, buddy, why'd you do it? I didn't do it. Your face remained neutral. This probably looked convincing. Then who did it, Will? I don't know. You don't know, do you? Unfortunately, Will, there's about 2 ways this can go. First, you quit effing around and tell me who you're trying to protect. Second, you get to be the one to hold full responsibility. And let me remind you, we're talking first-degree murder here, William. Are you sure you don't want to open up? Just tell me the name, buddy. This might be your chance. The name is...
Before we press on with this flashback sequence, this is another sound effect I want us to pay attention to. It's like the combination of electricity and a film reel clicking. This is the most present and enigmatic and, in my opinion, the most significant of the auditory motifs in this game. And even at this point, I don't exactly know what it means. I have an idea, but not nearly as solid of an idea than I do with the owl muffling script, with everything else, basically. And for all those Twin Peaks Season 3 specifically fans, don't worry, no spoilers. You know what this audio reminds me of? That still gives me the creeps. It's like the sound of an unsolved mystery. But don't worry, we won't be having this issue with this video. if I do a good job. What we see is a flashback to Will and Tanya chilling, barely dressed in that abandoned house.
What? It seems you were talking about something. It's warm.
And look, even Wheeliam has his name in the dialogue window.
Wheeliam. But aren't you Lila? Tanya Kennedy. Huh? What was that you said? Aren't you Lila? What? If this is a joke, I don't get it. Who's Lila?
Interesting. Note the dialogue window that says, "It seems you were talking about something." This might be the moment that Lila first enters Will. She's not able to recollect what they were talking about. It's almost like William's despair and Tanya's uttering the phrase, "Who's Lila?" brings forth Lila. The picture will be clearer over time. Let's press on.
So, Will, the bruise you showed us earlier, that's Michael Graves who gave it to you. Hey, Ted, I think they want to see you. Oh? Fisher, we got some news. There's been a murder at Birthwood. No way. Is it the one we talked to? Today? We don't know if it's Miss Jennings yet. A tenant called in. His name was Murray, I think? Hey, kid, we have a lot to talk about. Nice to meet you, Lila. I'm Special Agent U, FBI. Do we know each other? Oh, yes. We most certainly met before. I must have forgotten. What do you want? You see, I've been studying you very intently, Lila. I, too, have questions I'd like to ask you. What for? At the end of the day, I'd like to find out who you are. You amuse me, Detective. You really are nothing like those fools.
Wait. You really are nothing like those fools. It's over. I figured it out. Oh, yes.
You really are nothing like those fools. You seem to keep your eyes open. Oh, I expect an exquisite feast. Please, ask away. We aren't going to talk here, Lila. Meet me at a familiar place, a place you use for saving. I'll be waiting.
Detective Yu, the fellow who Martha mentioned, is aware of Lila's presence, and he asks us to meet him where we save our game. This has turned meta to a level I wasn't expecting. Before we meet Detective Yu, it's about time I gave you the rundown on how the interrogation ending works. So in the murder of Martha, there are two factors that determine which ending you get in the interrogation branch. If you scare off the tenant or respond to Martha with a sad face, allowing her to scream, the authorities get notified that night and discover her body that night during your interrogation. If you fool the tenant and Martha remains quiet, you don't get caught during the investigation. I'm sure eventually Will does get caught though. So the justice ending is obtained by messing this entire sequence up, but the strength ending is achieved by responding empathetically in the mirror and in the interrogation with Fisher, breaking under the pressure, not maintaining confidence. And the judgment ending and all of its different micro variations just account for everything else. Here's what's interesting is that strength overrides all of the endings. Even if you kill Martha, you're sus all the way through, so long as you are empathetic in the mirror tutorial and break under confidence, you will get the strength ending. That overrides everything. But if you don't break, or you happen to be sussy in the mirror, if you messed up in the murder of Martha, you get the justice ending. And then of course, if you don't qualify for either of these, it's sort of like a pachinko thing. It all goes down into judgment. Lila mentions you keeping his eyes open. This symbology will be apparent very soon enough, and she mentions a feast. Keep this in mind. Notice how the eye on the save game for Yu's office is open, unlike the closed eyes in the other saves.
You found me. Good job. Hello again, Detective. Now, Lila, let me tell you what I've gathered so far. So as far as I'm aware, you are the one responsible for the deaths of 2 girls. Now, Tanya Kennedy was the girl that looked just like you, so why is that? I guess we may never know, Detective. Well, if that's the game you want to play, let's do it. I'm a sucker for mysteries like yours. Is that so? The way your story goes doesn't seem to make sense, though. There seems to be no continuity. Half of the time I'm not even sure whether it's today, tomorrow, or a month ago. It is delightful to see your optimism, Detective. Oh, well, enough chit-chat. Please, pick a card. So, a place where we first met. You might not know it, but I've been watching you intently, Lila, from the point Wheeliam woke up in his apartment right until the end. So, did it help you? Not yet. I'm still not quite sure. If I'm being frank, I have almost no damn idea about what happened before, or after this day. I appreciate your bluntness, Detective. Does it feel right that Wheeliam is most likely going to be prosecuted? I'm not sure. You see, at that point I didn't know Wheeliam that well. To be quite honest with you, I feel a bit cheated. I'm not sure if the way it ended was the victory of good or a terrible mistake. Too bad, Detective. Not unlike me, you don't seem to be easily satiable. Maybe we could talk over some more cards? Sure. We seem to have exhausted the cards to talk about. We can go over them again if you'd like, but we don't have to.
Detective U reflects our feelings. We're happy that the perpetrator of Martha and Tanya's deaths is put to justice, but there's something off about it. Some sort of lack of closure. Like evil got away with doing something evil and just left its leftovers as a patsy for the consequences. And again, Lila mentions something about being sated easily. What her sustenance truly is will be a key component of her nature and unraveling the mystery of not only Lila, but the game Who's Lila. Right now, though, it seems that she enjoys attention and suffering. With the completion of the Justice ending, we get some pretty hefty reveals. First of all, we're not really playing as Will. I guess we're playing as Lila. Or at least Lila possessing Will's body. This would make it totally possible for that mysterious caller on the cell phone to be Will, asking Lila to let him back in, perhaps let him back into his body. This would also explain why certain details aren't known to Lila, like the state of Will's friendships, how long Tanya has been missing, the address of the apartment building that was burnt down. These are bits of information Will knows about, but Lila doesn't. We will have a better understanding of this gap in Lila's knowledge when we fully go into the timeline exploring flashbacks and whatnot. Another big reveal is the meta nature of this game. Detective U asks us to meet him in the place we save. As enigmatic as Detective U is, characters like Martha, Lila, and Detective Fisher already have a pre-existing knowledge of Detective U, and yet Officer Hutchins doesn't. Also, while we're here, what are the significant links between the Justice ending and the Justice Tarot card? Obviously, Will is caught and held accountable for his crimes, justice is served. And this is because of Martha's shouts and the tenant's shrewdness. And this is interesting because the upright justice card signifies a need for an attention to detail and not letting any minute thing be overlooked. This can actually apply to both us, the player, if we want to achieve an ending other than justice. Look at every detail. Why did you get caught this time? Or, of course, the attention to detail that the tenant had to show in scrutinizing Will's intentions. If the Justice card is reversed in Tarot Arcana, it can signify one being in denial. So, naturally, an upright Justice card could also be signifying an honesty with oneself. We don't hide the crimes we committed against Martha. Unlike what we'll end up doing in the Judgment ending, we don't try to shift blame or frame other characters in this story. So as we go into the next two interrogation branch endings, well, and for the rest of the game, to be honest with you, keep this concept in mind of Will and Lila battling it out over control of his body. And given the meta nature of this game, are we, the player, also a potential battler in this battle? Probably a better way I could have worded that. Detective. Flaw Peacock. Nice to meet you. I'm Detective Viewer. Please, have a seat. Viewer, is that Icelandic? Russian. I need your help in answering a single question. Who's Lila? Okay, first of all, get that question out of your head. We're going to learn the answers to that question very naturally. We should be priming our minds for the real questions, like what happened to Tanya? Why did what happened to Tanya happen? Where's Wheeliam? Who's controlling our character? Are we, the player, a character in this story? Who is the prince? Who is the stranger? The empress? The emperor? To all these questions there is a simple answer, but attached to each answer is a fungal outcropping of what-ifs and maybes. But first, I'm gonna need to get myself a peanut butter shaker. Yeah, I've never heard of a diner with patio seating. And the dossier tells me that you don't even like milkshakes, so why are we even here? Oh, you'll see, just wait. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Shakers. Can I get you something to start with a drink? Maybe one of our world-class milkshakers? I'm gonna take the peanut butter mocha shaker, please. Great choice. And you, detective? Give me the rum shaker. We actually discontinued that shaker. Okay, fine, the thug shaker. Give me the thug shaker. I'll be right back with your drinks. What? Really? Is that why we're eating here? Okay, I go out on a limb to make you laugh. I throw some dumb things a little here and there. Normally you like that stuff. It's a dead meme. I ought to arrest you for that alone. Is it though? See? I'm laughing at your dumb hat. What are you even wearing? It's an Armenian taraz. Old carpet is taken and made into these lovely hats. To prove to you that it wasn't my hat that made you laugh, I'm gonna place it right over here on the floor, and I guarantee you're still gonna enjoy this evening. Don't put it on the floor, that's not necessary, come on. It's made from carpet, it's used to being on the floor. Now, since we've chosen the empathetic options in the mirror tutorial regarding the dog and the dead enemy, all we need to do is reload our save and focus on lowering our confidence. This is done by consistently choosing sadness as our emotion.
Do you know why you're here? We're going to now try to focus on lowering our confidence, so we're going to be choosing sad options. No, I don't. You make a sad face. You didn't look very confident. Your confidence level decreased. The detective may have noticed that. Alright, now you are William Clark, correct? Yes, this is correct. You made a sad face. You've been read your rights before, right? No, never. You've probably seen it in the movies. He reads you your rights. Oh, forgot to ask. Do you want any water or anything? No, thank you, sir. You make a sad face. What's with your face expressions, William? I'm sorry. I'm just not very good with showing emotions. It's fine. Pardon if I'm being insensitive, but have you ever been diagnosed as a neurodivergent? No. Have you ever been evaluated by a neurologist? No, never. Gotcha.
Huh. A police officer that's knowledgeable about neurodiversity. Somebody cooking turkey? Because it's pretty based. You know, back in my day, we used to call things fire and dope based. Based on what?
All right. Now, Will, I have a photograph here. Do you know who this is in the photograph? Yes, that's Tanya Kennedy. You made a sad face. The officer had noticed that. Something wrong, kid? You look frightened. I don't know. I'm just afraid that I'll say something wrong. What do you mean by that? I don't know. I'm afraid I'll say something that will make you think I did something wrong. What was your relationship with her? We didn't know each other very well. You made a sad face. This looked weird. Officer Hutchins acts as though he didn't notice. I see. Could you elaborate? Did you just say hello to each other, or did you talk sometimes? We talked, yeah. What did you talk about?
This feels genuine. It doesn't seem like an act that Lila is putting on. Remember how I said that sad responses are more will-like? Perhaps when we choose the sad choices, this allows for this avatar to channel through will. Keep watching.
Entering this second phase of the first interrogation with low confidence gives us a pretty interesting bit of information regarding William's mother. Did you talk after the party? No, we stopped. That's why I didn't know she was missing until now. And why did you stop talking? I don't know, it just kind of happened. Did you two have a fight? No. Why do you think you stopped talking? Well, I guess she just thought I was boring. I might not be the best person to hang around. And why is that? I don't know, I guess I was just born that way. It's kind of always been like that. Always, huh? Have you been a lonely kid at school? Yeah, I didn't have friends. Never really. Didn't you have friends when you were young? It's usually easier to make friends when you're a kid. Not really, it's just my mom. Are you on good terms with your mom now? She passed away, sir. I understand. Did it happen a long time ago? It's been 3 years now, sir. Must have been tough. Yes, sir. I felt impossible to bear after a while. Can you tell me more about her? She was great, honestly. She cared a lot about me. A bit too much at times. How's that? Well, she'd meet me from school until I was about 12. She always knew what was up with me. Was very strict about my grades. But that's because she loved me. You made a sad face. She did do some strange things sometimes, but I guess that's just because she felt lonely. What things would that be, Will? Well, my mom had a thing that I was not allowed to date until 16. I was friends with a girl that you liked her, right? Yeah, her name was Annie. Did your mom know? Yeah, she did. She didn't like that, obviously. She started talking to me a lot about her, trying to convince me that I shouldn't be interested in girls yet, or something. That could have been true. I mean, how old were you? 15. So what happened? At some point, she stopped with her lectures. I thought she was finally cool with my choices until I brought Annie to our house. And what did your mother do? She asked if she could talk to us. We said yes, so she sat us across the table and she started saying nasty things, disturbing, shameful things about me and about her. Some of them were true, some made up. I remember I started crying, begging her to stop, and she just sat there talking monotonously, her eyes fixed at Annie. She kept repeating, "Annie, you are such a naughty, naughty girl." And Annie wouldn't talk to me after that. I thought I'd never forgive Mom, you know? But I guess when you live with somebody, you always forgive them at some point. That sounds terrible, Will. Life must have been hard with a parent like this. No, she protected me, you know? I guess she just wanted to be the only one I cared about. I think that's normal for a human, isn't it? Can I ask you how she died? I can't remember too much for some reason. I just know one day there was a problem with the piping. She went down to fix it and... You can't speak further. It's all right, Will. Sorry, I just really miss her, sir. Let's change the topic for now.
Will's mom is at the very least overbearing and emotionally abusive, but it's much likely that the abuse is a lot worse. And there's that bold text again. Keep this in mind. With the exception of the Tanya quote, these sort of reek of an overbearing, twisted parent. You are in big trouble already. You've been a naughty girl. All these strange, grotesque. The bold text means something, and I think we hit something with the parental or the paternal motif. While we're at it, let's also keep the mother and her effect on William in mind as well. We'll get a lot more of a clearer picture once we get the reversed Empress ending.
Let's change the topic for now. Now, I'm not going to grill you about this, but I know you've been part of a certain gathering. The Lawrence fraternity? Ring any bells? Yes, sir. Is this something you are comfortable talking about? Yes, sir. Even if I wasn't, you'd be interrogating me anyways, wouldn't you? So please, ask away. Right now, I'll just need a couple of details. First, when was it exactly you enrolled? June 11th, sir. But I've been helping out Father Lawrence for a while before I was actually initiated. All right. Then, what was the mission of the group? Did you try to convert as many people as possible? Not really, sir. Actually, it seemed that only Father's closest circles were allowed in. As for the end goal, I was never told what it was or if there was one. It seems I was too low of a tier. No chance to get higher in the hierarchies now, since the fire? Tell me more about that, please. You weren't present when it happened, right? Yes, sir. Why? It must have been a group meeting. I was at home, ill, a migraine. Is there anyone there to confirm that? Yes, actually. Miss Hutchins, our concierge, was kind enough to come and check on me. Oh, so Dorothy's. All right, we'll check on that. Now, William, I'll leave the room and another officer will come and talk to you.
Oh, I forgot about this dialogue. We circumvented it when we pinned our bruises on Michael. So, June 11th is the day that William is inducted into the cult, the Fraternity of Lawrence. Will reveals to the detective that he stayed in during the fire. So, just simply based on this information alone, we know that William was a part of the cult while the fire was taking place. Remember when we showed our bruises to the detective? If you let Michael beat you up on the roof, you'll show the detectives the bruises from the fight. But if you beat Michael up or just skip the fight altogether, which that's something that you can do, you'll show the detectives the bruises or scars from the calamity. I assumed that this calamity was the fire on November 12th, but William reveals to the detectives that he wasn't there for the fire, so How would he get injured from a fire he wasn't present for? The calamity must be something entirely different. We'll skip to the part where our confidence levels, or lack thereof, matter.
Please, Will, it's no use now. I'll tell you something an old friend of mine used to say. Of all the people in the world, the best and the worst are drawn to the dog. Most turn away. Only those with the purest of heart can feel its pain. I know you aren't a bad guy, William. I know you can feel the pain of others. Can't you? No. Oh, please don't make me. No. No. It's just not. She didn't. She wasn't even scared when I killed her. I killed her, sir. I killed Tanya Kennedy. Thank you, Will. You did a good job just now. Oh God.
So, we confess our crimes. The only way we can achieve this ending is by reacting to the dog and enemy with a sad expression. And the premier way to maintain low confidence is to make sad faces in this interrogation. The obvious interpretation is that by choosing the empathetic choices in the mirror, Will finds the strength for his true self to break through and wrest control from Lila, confessing the crimes that he committed. So one could argue that these empathetic choices and sympathetic emotions, like sadness and fear, are the sort of true will choices and loosens the grip of the more cynical and dastardly Lila. If you interpreted this story as a simple battle between two forces over a single vessel, a single body, then that would be perfect. It would actually be beautifully simple. But part of me doesn't think it's that simple, and also another part of me doesn't want to go too easy on Will just yet. At this point, the information we have tells us that Will did kill Tanya, and Lila simply covered it up. I'm confident by the end of this we'll have a better picture as to whether or not William is truly innocent, and how much Lila had to do in his crimes. Let's scrutinize and keep all of this in mind. And of course, since we finished the strength ending, what better next stop to make than Detective U's office?
What? How did this happen? Did Will turn himself in? Was it your plan all along, Lila? But I thought it ended a different way. I don't get it. Have you heard of the Garden of Forking Paths, Detective? Bohr's short story? Yes. I mean, I get it. The story could have unraveled in many different ways and so on. You don't have to be a genius to understand that there are multiple possible routes, but which of them actually happened? You don't get it. They all happened. But in alternative universes or something? No, in this universe, silly. But which one is canonical? Oh my gosh, all of them are, and none of them are. You seem to think that some of the dreams you see are more important than others, Detective. I suggest you reconsider. All of them are equally ephemeral. All of them are nothing but dreams.
Detective U can be an oblivious dickhead sometimes, and yes, for those of you who've already played this game, I see the irony in that statement. We could have gotten some solid information about how much control Will has of his body compared to Lila, the nature of this sort of battle that these two entities are having over this avatar. And he gets distracted by stupid allegories of forking paths. So, actually, this is very ironic. We'll get into the nature of Detective U, but there's something actually very ironic about that. The concept of being easily distracted by things. This isn't the last time we get robbed of information because of Lila's distracting tactics. However, every time she tries distracting, she always reveals something else that's somewhat pertinent. She explains all endings are important and ephemeral, canon and non-canon. All of these endings contain canon information, and this ties in very well with the concept of forking paths, all being canon and pertinent. I'll explain with an example of a choose-your-own-adventure story. What the mother? You wake up one night to a suspicious noise outside your house. You have two choices, hide in the basement or go outside and check on what made that noise. Let's say you choose to hide in the basement. So you hide in the basement, you call the cops, and the cops arrive and they say nothing was amiss. However, if we rewind and you chose to go outside and inspect the noise, a robber knocks you out and steals all of your exotic butters. Which ending is canon? Even if we arbitrarily decide that the first ending is canon, the second ending taught us that there was a robber there, he wanted to steal your exotic butters, and perhaps the reason why the cops didn't find anything was because he fled the moment he saw that the cops arrived. So, both endings are canonically relevant. So, what is the symbolic significance between the strength ending and the strength tarot card? Obviously, it took a great deal of inner strength for Will's empathy to emerge from within him and overcome Lila's plans. Will chose the most honest route possible when it mattered the most, in a way defying all stereotypes that people would assign to his neurological predicament. What I do find beautiful about the Upright Strength Tarot card is that it depicts a sort of archetype that isn't conventionally strong, holding open the jaws of a lion, signifying the importance of both compassion and inner strength. There's something grand about the idea of a seemingly meek human using compassion and inner strength to hold open the jaws of a lion, to thwart the diabolical plans of Lila. And perhaps, based on Lila's air of defeat when discussing the Strength Tarot or Strength Ending with Detective Yu, I think it's safe to say that this would be an instance where Will did overcome, holding open the jaws of Lila with his empathy. To get the most diabolically successful Judgment Ending, we need to let Michael beat us up. When we get to the apartment, we respond to the tenant as such.
Good evening. Young man, excuse my asking, do you live here? Yes, I do. You look disgusted. I mean, no, sir. Not really. The lady from 97 has called for me. I'm a rat exterminator. The tenant still doesn't look convinced. So, apartment 97, you say? Well, how about we call Miss and ask her about it? You smiled. You shrug your shoulders. Sure, do that. Do you have her phone number? He seems to be taken aback by your eagerness. No, I don't. It's alright, I believe you. But I'll be sure to come check on you in a half an hour, you hear me? We are a very close community in this condominium. Martha doesn't live in apartment 97. It should be alright.
That's grotesque. Spelling out in a coy manner how she wants to exterminate Martha. And rat is in bold lettering. I guess the bold lettering serves both the purpose of emphasis and symbolically framing the overbearing parental figures. Two things can be true at once. When confronting Martha, make sure to smile. I'm sure there are other emotions you can use, but if I recall, sadness will allow her the chance to scream, causing the nearby tenants to call the police and discover her body. During the interrogation, maintain a high confidence with strategically paced smiles and neutral faces. I experimented a bit and stumbled upon some cool dialogue by responding to the female torso reveal with a smile and saying, "I didn't do it," with a smile.
If you smile at this point... What? Do you think I'm joking with you? Buddy, there's a dismembered body found near your apartment. Do you even effing realize what's going to happen to you? Let's just keep smiling. You smiled. In a good mood, are we? Wake up, kiddo, you're in a police station. People don't come here for nothing. You think we don't know what you did? Prepare to live through all those horror stories you've heard about police, buddy. Now that we're on the same page, tell me, bud, what's up with all the nonsense about tulpas? I beg your pardon? Ooh, I forgot about this. So yeah, if you smile, he talks about tulpas. Let me go ahead and let me smile here. You smile. You must be thinking, how does he know? Well, there's a paragraph in your diary which mentions that word. Just thought I'd ask you, what is this all about? You've been in my apartment? Of course we have, buddy. This is why you're here. What, are you surprised? Angry? Got something to hide, kid? Anyway, back to what I was asking you. What the hell's a tulpa? Some imaginary friend, right? It's not exactly, what, you're so boring you don't have any real friends? It's not like that. And what's it like? It's a mystical practice that has a lot of value if you know how to work it correctly. And how do you work it? You try to act as though Will actually cared about tulpas. This is telling us that Will didn't care about the concept of tulpas and tulpamancy. So, a tulpa is basically a being or object created through spiritual or mental powers. It's sentient and independent, but it's imaginary nonetheless, right? I mean, considering your own ego is also imaginary, there's basically no difference between it and a tulpa. My ego is imaginary, huh? It only exists momentarily when you get offended or upset, for example. What? If only you knew how unstable your self-image actually is. Even other people's images in your head are more concrete than your own. I don't have time for this mumbo-jumbo. Save those things for you. And that's interesting. So keep this part in mind. Just keep it in mind, because we're going to re-explore that This person mentioning you in a moment. Did Father Lawrence teach you all this crap? Come on, I told you, we've read your diary. Spill it out, kid. What do you want to know? Who was Lawrence? How are you two connected? Lawrence was a leader of a group called the Lawrence Fraternity. And what were they doing? Some kind of cult? You could call it that. Sex cult? No. Were you guys using substances there? Your face remained neutral. No. Liar. What about the mushrooms you found in your apartment? You feel a cold sweat. They're for personal use. I'm not even sure I've seen stuff like that before. The hell are these? I don't know, I swear. He can't know about the Teth mushrooms. We'll come back to that later. Don't think I'll forget about it. So again, about the fraternity. I don't believe that, though. Do you, Ted? So, Will, the bruises you showed us earlier, that's Michael Graves who gave it to you? Scratches? How the hell does a guy give another guy nail scratches? I told you, he's wearing rings. He's a rock fan or something. I've noticed an Ozzy Osbourne poster on his locker. Yeah, I remember. You told me that. This seems to correspond with what the others said. Unfortunately, Mr. Graves seems to be a very short-tempered boy. So, William, will you actually be able to testify against Michael in the court of law? Absolutely, sir. Come on, Ted. Don't tell me you... we'll talk later. The interrogation is over for now, William. We'll tell you when you're free to go. There's just a bit of paperwork left.
Regardless, so long as you don't qualify for the strength or justice ending, you will get the judgment ending. Maintaining confidence allows you to pin the crime on Michael. If you lack confidence, then they will mention smelling detergent on you. What's interesting is that in the unsuccessful variant of the judgment ending, the DNA tests come back at that moment. So even if you pin the crimes on Michael, the DNA tests will still likely point to the direction of William committing the crime. Now that I think about it, that's probably why Lila and you discuss the endings all being ephemeral and important, all having small micro variations but ultimately leading to the same outcome. Judging from the data we gather from all of the interrogation endings, no matter what, Will is going to be punished for what he did to Tanya and Martha. And that's something to note. There is no variation of the interrogation ending where Martha doesn't get killed.
What a strange outcome that was. I do feel bad about Michael's fate. Oh, do you feel bad about what's going to happen to Graves? I wish I could do something about it. You do have the power to divert the way some events go. You won't lull me into the false sense of safety, Lila. Even if I did that now, I know for sure, in the Garden of Forking Paths, there'll always be one that leads to Mr. Graves being falsely. This card is objective evidence of that. Not bad, Detective. Many others will try to deceive themselves, thinking that only one of the many paths is real, yet they all exist simultaneously, intersecting. In a weird way, they seem to dictate each other's logic, too. I'm not sure if I can grasp the picture in this entirety just yet, though. Do you feel that you need to? Oh, yes. Yes, I have to. I don't think I'll ever be able to find satisfaction until I understand each little thing. I feel it's what I need to do in order to find out who you are, Lila. We'll see about that.
So everything we went over in this Detective You dialogue, we more or less went over in the strength discussion. But there is this talk of desperation to figure out every little detail and facet of this mystery out. Maybe in a way, Detective You is a lot like us. Keep this in mind. At first, I didn't really see the significance symbolically between the judgment ending and the tarot, but I think I figured out a little bit of a link. You see, there are many different ways the judgment ending can kind of pan out, from varying basically from Will successfully framing Michael or to basically delaying his inevitable scrutiny. But here's an interesting thing. The tarot has more to do with like end days, like the judgment is more like the times of judgment in a way. But archetypically, in the way human beings understand judgment days and whatnot, is there's sort of this second chance, a resurrection that follows, the wiping of the slate clean, a redemption of all sins and whatnot. So, perhaps judgment, the ending, and judgment, the tarot, the link is basically Will gaining a second chance by fooling the detectives into blaming Michael. But here's the thing, and I want to point this out. Every single one of these endings inevitably lead to the same thing. Because one of the judgment variants finishes off with one of the detectives coming back with DNA evidence, there's this implication that you sort of failed. You got the worst of the judgment endings. So no matter what, even if we have all these scratches and, Michael beat the heck out of us, I think no matter what, all of these end in Will's punishment. All endings are ephemeral. They're all canon. And in a way, they're all kind of the same. Oh, what happened to the thing? Well, that concludes the interrogation branch, the beefiest of the branches. Don't worry, it's going to be a lot more smoother coming in from here on out. Let's take a pit stop to a flashback ending, the moon ending. Detective, I'm sorry I'm late. Thank you for ordering for me, by the way. The traffic. Floppy, what the hell are you wearing? Oh, this? This is my new worn art piece. I call it Tabula Rasa. Alrighty, I got a order of a chicken curry. It's a 2-share, 1 pot. I'll get you guys some plates. Careful, this is scalding hot. And I'll be right back with your plates. Enjoy! I ordered us curry. I'm worried that it might stain your garb. You wouldn't want your tabula rasa to just become a tabula. Good call, aren't you thoughtful today? So, what's the question? So, do you think Lila is a tulpa? I think tulpas are a good launching point for how to explain Lila, but we shouldn't be too comfortable with that label. You seem to have an affinity based on some of the secrets you've kept. A puzzle solver, eh? Listen, I don't actually believe in the mystical applications of tulpas, but I do find them to be fascinating narrative devices. What do you think about our waiter, by the way? The waiter, I think he's trying too hard. I think his shtick comes off as insincere. Sincerity is hard to prove when it comes to temperaments, but if you notice, he's already on his smoke break. Huh. His demeanor seems so different. In order to cope with the day-to-day duties of running his tables, he's adopted this persona and allows it to sort of take the wheel. A more hustle-oriented, although gracious worker bee with all of the interpersonal skills that he probably doesn't use on his day-to-day basis, outside of his workplace. Do you think our waiter is a tulpa? No. But what's different about creating this alternate persona of yourself and allowing it to steer for you, and the whole Kumar and Ogwiji story? This arbitrary mystical assignment we've assigned to this concept of tulpas allows it to delude us and delude others into thinking that we're being possessed by some sort of sentient being, like there's something spooky afoot. When in reality, this person's just adopting a new persona. They could give it a new name, give it a different ethnicity, a different gender, even change the species, but that's only to insulate them from that persona. Okay. Yeah, so what's the difference? You take issue with tulpas being seen as separate sentient entities. You are sentient, you have a persona, so any new persona you create will naturally be sentient. But unlike this idea of a tulpa, it will still be me. It won't be something totally separate. The tulpa is a total transformation, almost a completely different software. This persona that I'm describing is patched over software or updated software. Whether or not you like it, your brain is the same brain. This waiter might change his persona drastically, but his persona is just simply a retooled, molded version of who he is, his previous persona. If you want to see it as him being temporarily possessed by a tulpa, then fine, but it's still him. It's not a different sentient being. I don't know, Floppy. I'm not sure if I disagree with you. I'm just not satisfied with this. We should get back onto the topic of who's Lila, but I'm glad we had this conversation. We should be keeping this in mind. And now on to the moon ending. Remember how we unlocked a new location from Ellie? It was the venue for one of Matt's parties. To unlock the Moon Ending Tarot, let's explore that location. Through the bus stop, we select the party as our destination.
William, November 20th. My name is William Clark, and I was invited to a party by Matt Hurley. It's my first party in the new class. It smells nice out here.
So this is a flashback. There is this pumpkin we can interact with to unlock the ripe pumpkin palette. I lost the footage for my Fresh Start gameplay, so I don't have what Will said when interacting with the pumpkin, but if I recall correctly, Will mentions a familiar smell coming from the fields, or a familiar sight. Also, we have another date on our timeline, November 20th, the night of Matt's party. A little more than a week after the fire at Lawrence's fraternity, the one that Will conveniently stayed home from.
That's Matt Hurley, the host of the party. Hey, dude. William, right? Oh, hi, Matt. I'm sorry I'm late. Hey, don't worry, man. Night's just getting started. Come on in. Want some beer? Sorry, I'll pass. Thanks for inviting me, though. No prob, you're a newbie, but you seem cool. Man, the guys here are so awesome. I wish I wasn't that shy and could actually tell him that.
Now, hold on. This is far less antagonistic than our interaction in the school. Matt actually seems like a pretty chill dude in this case. We see Jay and Mandy embracing under the moonlit sky.
A couple enjoying an evening smoke. Well, at least one of them is enjoying it. Mandy, so are you happy you got out finally? Yeah, thanks for pulling me out, I guess. It's scary to think how it would feel to be home right now. Hey man, you wanted something? No. You smiled. It felt a bit awkward. Sorry, can I have a cigarette? Oh, sure man, help yourself. You found a cigarette. Just a regular cigarette.
Mandy helped pull Jay out from his home. Not helped him sneak out, not snuck him out. She pulled him out. Does this decisively prove my Jay-Mandy Tulpa theory? No. But it's interesting to think about nonetheless, and to be honest with you, I think this is the last time in this entire video we're even going to mention Jay and Mandy. But it was fun to keep this thing in mind. Let's close that and move on with the rest of this mess. We'll be using the Siggy later. We go inside and the party looks fun. People chilling, chatting, and one guy dancing.
They're having fun, I think. I love this song! I wrote it, you know. You like it, right? Sure. Wait, hold on. Ilya. Wait, hold on. Ilya. If we have William...
I got into a bit of a tangent, thinking that the name Ilya was significant. Removing the letters from William gives us WLM. Nothing there as far as I know. There has to be some significance to the fact that Ilya phonetically just sounds like William without a W and without an M. Without a W and without an... Wait, that, hold on. Keep that in mind. W and M. I already filmed this part, so just keep the concept of a W and an M in mind. You'll know when we get to the point when I mention things like sigils. Anyways, another thing I noticed that the name is kind of similar to Lila. Under certain fonts, the capital I looks like a lowercase l. I'm spitballing here.
I love this song! I wrote it, you know. You like it, right? Sure.
We go upstairs to talk to some fellow partygoers.
Don't get me wrong, I really like this song, but, we've been listening to it for the last 2 hours. The dancing guy just won't let us change it. I think he wrote it or something. Oh, I could try to change it. You'd do that? Gee, man, thanks so much. You're our savior.
Normally, analyzing the table will allow us to change the music by simply clicking on the stereo. If I recall correctly, the brand of alcohol they're drinking is Les Booze, too. But because I purchased the original soundtrack for Who's Lila on Steam, the table view is replaced by a music playing interface. What's interesting is the song that's playing here is called Girl to Bits. Now that's an effed up double meaning. Loving a girl to bits and also chopping said girl to bits. We changed the music to We Are Your Neighbors, and what's funny is that you can hear the partygoers thanking us baked into the song. Because I bought the soundtrack, Ilya's reaction to the music can be glitchy sometimes. So when you change the music from Girl 2 Bits to We Are Your Neighbors, typically Ilya says something around the lines of, "Ah, the song changed. But it's okay because I made this song too."
The song changed. Finally. Oh my god, thanks, man.
We see that somebody has straight up stolen our outfit. We go to confront him, and this happens. Well, that was weird. Keep this character in mind. We mosey on into the hallway. We hear people getting busy behind one door, and behind door number 2 is a drunken Martha under a halo of love.
A girl lying on the bed. She has to be really drunk. Hey, are you alright? You make a sad face. Oh, I'm fine. I just had a bit too much to drink. Do you need anything? Water? No, I just need to lie down for a little bit. Should I leave you alone then? No, wait. What's your name? I'm Will. I think we met at school, remember? Oh, you are. You're the new guy, right? Too bad you have to see me this way. I don't usually drink, you know. Jeez, figures. I must look really pathetic to you right now. Hey, come on now. Everybody's like that sometimes. Any reason you drank so much tonight? It's, a freaking guy, you know, the one who's... She tells you a very confusing yet relatable story. In conclusion, the guy she's talking about sucks ass.
She's talking about Jimmy, the hothead from the group of classmates that chewed us out at the school, and Prick, who apparently toys with Martha's emotions.
This guy sucks ass. You made an angry face. You feel oddly moved by this half-discernible story. Maybe it's because you've been in the same situation. Or maybe you are just a bit high from so much social interaction in one evening.
I love this flashback because it gives us such a refreshing view of Wheeliam. Wheeliam isn't a psycho. He's not like a Dexter Morgan or Norman Bates kind of figure. He's just an awkward teen who simply has neurological struggles showing empathy. Lila having no empathy towards human beings is not the same thing as Wheeliam having trouble showing empathy. I just realized something. Normally, under certain interactions, Will's face will change on its own while you, the player, are trying to make your own face. So the added challenge is that not only during this limited time you have to make the face that you want to make, you have to reverse the automatic, involuntary reactions. However, for the sake of painless exploration, the footage you've been watching is of me playing this game on easy mode, which disables this mechanic. Just so we're not missing any information, when Wheeliam first meets Tanya, he has this really goofy smile. When he's questioned by Strupnev as to whether or not Lila still speaks to him, he has a scared face. I think these involuntary facial movements are coming from whatever remnant of Wheeliam still resides in the Wheeliam we're playing as. On the flip side, when the fellow classmates tell you that Tanya has been missing for a week, the face naturally contorts to a creepy grimace. Lila is pleased with this news, finds it entertaining or funny, I guess, maintaining that cynicism that I associate with Lila. There's a part where everything kind of simmers down in the argument with Michael on the rooftop where Wheeliam says, "I don't think I can trust you guys." Lila wants to smile, saying this phrase in a mocking way. I don't think we're missing out on any vital information by playing this game on easy mode. But that being said, keep this in mind. Keep the fact that there is an aspect to the facial game mechanic that is outside of the player's control in mind. That actually is kind of interesting. I mentioned it already, but perhaps there are remnants of Lila and Wheeliam that are sort of contending with the player as we play the game. But we ultimately have the power to simply press a button and we silence them, playing the game on easy mode.
Yeah, you get me, Will. I wish she would too. Hey, you wanna, She makes sounds that usually precede vomiting. You took the poor girl to the bathroom. You probably need to tell Matt she's here.
We make our way downstairs and finally meet Tanya.
Tanya Kennedy. Hi there. You feel dizzy.
I do my best to replicate Will's canonical nervous facial expressions. I just realized the stranger is no longer here.
Hey! You smiled. This looked awkward. I don't think we've met before, right? Hey, have you seen Martha? Hold on, Ellie. He probably doesn't know who that is. You're the new guy, right? Yeah. You smiled. Another great face right there, Will. Anyways, I'll go look for Martha. I'm Ellie, by the way. I'm Will. She left. And there she goes. Oh, right. My name's Tanya Kennedy. She jokingly stretches her hand forward and you give her a handshake. Is Martha the blonde girl? She's kind of plump, too. That's probably her. What, have you seen her? She didn't feel too good, so I helped her to the bathroom. That's probably Danny's fault, that asshole. Yeah. I think I'll go help her out. Want to come with? Sure. She left.
We make our way back upstairs. Oh wow, the gang's all together. It's fitting that she was under this halo of love. The way they're all together to help Martha, and you juxtapose that with Tanya having been murdered, and Martha, Michael having lost 2 people he loved in his life. It makes this all the more tragic. This friend group, with its flaws, mind you, but being torn apart with this cascading effect of suffering.
There you go. Better? Yeah. Thanks, you guys. And what we talked about earlier. Look, Danny's my friend, but I'm not gonna lie, he can be kind of an asshole sometimes. Don't even think of blaming yourself, alright? It's not because there's something wrong with you. Danny's just been through a pretty effed up relationship himself.
That's a pet peeve of mine. Here's a pro tip. If you have a friend who's been trespassed against in some way by somebody else who may have their own demons they're fighting, resist the urge to be the bodhisattva. Chances are they're in no mood to hear how bad you feel for the perpetrator.
That doesn't excuse him, does it, though? I'm just telling you why he did it, alright? I think I already said that he acted like an asshole. Oh, hey, Will. Guys, that's my new friend, Will.
We'll shortly see Michael exhibit his toxicities, but nonetheless, it's so sad how things went upside down so quickly for these kids.
Hey, guys. You smiled. This sounded natural. Sup, man? We haven't met before, have we? Yeah, I haven't been to school much since the start of the year. Oh, gotcha. Well, nice to meet you, Will. Thanks for taking care of Martha just now. Yeah, thanks, Will. I really needed that. They seem to have been talking about something else before you came. There's an awkward silence. Well, if everything's fine with Martha, I'll go get some air. Hey, what? We just came here, come on. I'll see you all later. Tanya, are you ignoring me? Come on, we barely hang out anymore. It's Graves.
I still like Michael. He's one of my favorite characters in this game, but it is ironic how bad he is at reading a situation. Perhaps if he identified the struggle, he wouldn't be so eager to call Will weird or a freak, because from where I'm standing, this freak has a better interpersonal handle on things. We follow Tanya to the hallway.
She's looking at a painting on the wall. There's a sun-drenched cafe with huge, seemingly glassless windows.
Keep this cafe in mind for a later ARG path we'll be taking.
Hey, Tanya, what about... Oh, sorry, am I interrupting something? Michael, please. What? What's up with you today? I don't think I've done anything to deserve that, have I? I see how it is. So you'd rather hang out with some weird dude you just met, instead of at least talking to your boyfriend. I'm just worried about you, alright? He leaves. Don't be mad at him. He actually cares about me, you know? That's the worst part. I'm not mad, I get it, I guess. Tanya seems very tired. It's a nice picture there, isn't it? It's Hopper, right? The cafe or something? Do you like it? Yeah, it has a certain feeling to it. Like incredible loneliness, but cozy at the same time. Almost like you've been there before. Yes, that's what I was getting. Listen, well, I think I'll go downstairs and get myself a drink now. Then how about we go for a walk? I really need to cool down right now. Sounds good to me.
Like I said, Michael's got some work to do, but nothing of what just happened even remotely resembles the story we recount in the Judgment variation of the interrogation.
I think I drank a bit more than usual there. Finally, some fresh air. This party was getting a bit intense, wasn't it? Yeah. To be honest, I'd never expect you to be here. Oh yeah? Why not? Because I look like a tight-ass straight-A student? Yeah, kinda. Well, there's a lot about me that people don't see. Ooh, mysterious. What about you? You don't seem to be very talkative when you come to school. And you don't even come often. I don't believe in education. Huh? Really? No, I mean, I just have to tackle a lot of shit on my own. Like, you know, I live alone, I gotta do stuff like working, doing chores, all that stuff. Sounds rough. Where are your parents? Dad ran away when I was little. Mom died 3 years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. No use getting all emotional about it now. I had a pretty nice childhood. Just me and her, you know. I think I'm finally getting something good in my life now. But yeah, it's gotten tough sometimes. Sorry I started talking about all this. It's okay. What about you? You mean my upbringing? Well, nothing special, I guess. I've had a nice childhood, 2 sisters, private school, and so on. Were you a talented kid even back then? Yeah, it's funny. My parents used to call me a prodigy. It kind of sucked, though. How's that? It's hard to explain. Everyone around seems to expect great things from you, like all the time. And when you fail, it's like the end of the world because it's as if you betrayed their faith in you. I know it sounds dumb, but it feels real terrible, honestly. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know, I still kind of feel like a failure. Why? You're literally one of the best students at the school. I don't know, it's like, even when I do something right, win an award or something, I just get anxious that the next thing will fail, and this never seems to end. Phew. Sorry for all that. Honestly, I'd kill for a cig right now. A smoker, huh? You smiled. Uh-huh. Makes dealing with stress a lot easier. Well, I was quitting anyways. Mike hates smokers. That's kind of manipulative, no? You made a surprised face. Her expression suddenly turns bitter. Don't think I'm not noticing what you're trying to do. Mike's an awesome guy, and I love him, alright? You have no right to stick your nose into other people's lives. You don't know anything, alright? And you know, how about you fix your own shit first, like your stupid facial expressions and how you act like a complete dunce when there's people around? I'm sorry? No, I'm sorry. I'm a monster, aren't I, Will? Come on, tell me you think I'm a disgusting human being. I don't think you're disgusting, I just don't understand you. Makes sense. I can't understand myself either sometimes. It's hard. Yeah, well, your friends are there to help you. Well, they don't really know me. Even Martha doesn't. What about Mike? Are you joking, Will? Oh, jeez, of course not. I think I'd like to get to know you. You smiled. She laughs again. Trust me, you don't. You really don't. I don't deserve all that anyways. You're just wasting your time trying to be my friend, Will. I really don't deserve all that. My friends are just too sweet. I thought Graves was perfect for someone like me. It's a shame he turned out to be such a wonderful guy.
Oh my, there's so many layers to this. So she thought that she deserves a guy like Michael, implying she thought he was toxic and she deserves a toxic boyfriend. But when discovering that he's actually a good boyfriend, which he's not, she feels bad because she doesn't feel like she deserves a good boyfriend. There are so many layers here.
Can I say something? I hope you won't be offended, but really the world is not revolving around you, Tanya. The way you beat yourself up is not going to help anybody. Your friends may not be able to understand what you feel. I know I don't understand. But we're all ready to be at your side, no matter what's happening behind the mask you seem to wear. Her voice cracked. We're back, Will.
Wheeliam struggles with social cues and whatnot actually becomes a strength when he gives her well-needed and honest advice. I mean, he puts it in such a way that in my nearly 30 years of life, I've never been able to put it. I've seen so many people become tyrannical to their friends merely because they don't feel understood. I mean, think how impossible it is to truly know yourself, and yet that's the bare minimum you hold for other people for you? It's okay if somebody doesn't understand your experience or even knows the specifics of what you struggle with. That takes a lifetime to understand in many cases. If presence and love is not sufficient for you, then something as honestly banal as knowledge won't be either. That's the theme we're working on regarding who's Lila. Oh my gosh. Wait. Tanya wants people to understand her for the sake of understanding. And on the flip side, Lila, we haven't gotten there yet. Keep that in mind.
She sits on a bench. Something feels different about her now that you've talked. It's a nice feeling. Still want to smoke? Here. You gave her the cigarette. Thanks. Mike would be pissed if he saw me now. If he saw us. Yeah. You know, it might sound strange, but I feel like I've seen you too. Like, in a dream or something. Have you ever been to the Sunshine Cafe, Will? Is that the one down the avenue? Yeah, it's a cozy place, huge windows and a lot of sun, just like that picture we saw. For a moment, there's a funny feeling inside you. No, I've never been there. Oh, well. Something's not right. You both stay silent for a moment.
So Will is familiar to Tanya, similar to how we will see Tanya is familiar to Will. Now that's interesting. We get why Tanya is familiar to Will, because Tanya looks like Lila. Why is Will familiar to Tanya?
There's slow dance music playing inside. Wanna dance?
In this cutscene, we see a close-up shot of Will's face. These shots are very similar to the close-ups of his face we see when Lila kills Martha, or Lila through Will kills Martha. We see an owl and hear it hoot. This is the second owl motif we've seen so far. Tanya and Will share a kiss. Then this scene cuts to footage of two people dancing. The music and mood of this footage coming on right after this kiss seems like this is supposed to somehow represent like this euphoria Will is feeling, perhaps his first ever kiss. However, a shot zooms in on a bystander, an older woman, and then what looks to be a shot of a forest with a river and boat is shown faded onto the footage. This is the forest in the forest ending branch that I mentioned earlier in the video. I don't have this written down, but it is kind of interesting. We have this symbol of euphoria, Wheeliam and Tanya having their first kiss, and this dance, but all of a sudden the camera zooms into this older woman's face. Even though Wheeliam's mother is dead, I wonder if somewhere in the back of his mind there's this creeping fear of what his mother would think as he kisses Tanya. Keep that in mind.
What? Where am I? Who are you? No, it couldn't have been her. I've never even...
There's that strange noise again. The stranger speaks in that bold text as well. What did I just say right now? The mother, bold text, she had her face. It's just like, it's like I'm playing the game over again, and it's just like, oh boy.
The title of the track that plays during this scene is called End of the Night. There's this high-pitched shrill instrument that plays. This sound is a perfect match to another track we'll be hearing in the upcoming Death, Wheel of Fortune, and Empress Reversed ending. This somehow links the stranger with the lady in the boiler, so I want you to keep that in mind as we explore who or what the lady in the boiler represents. How could it link to the stranger?
Oh man, a lot of this is gonna make a lot of sense by the end of this video. Let me tell you something. Tanya, Tanya. My mind is racing. When I first came across this scene, I already knew that the stranger was going to be a very enigmatic character. So much can be extrapolated by the androgynous nature of the stranger. There's clearly an essence of Wheeliam in the stranger. I wouldn't be surprised if many players assume that the stranger was some sort of midway point between Wheeliam and Lila. It would make sense there's some sort of transformation going on, and with this concept of Tulpas and the Kumar and Oguiji story front-loaded in the player's mind, it wouldn't be a far-fetched assumption. My mind started to race even further. There are strange connections that we will see between the stranger and motifs of Wheeliam's mother. What if, in some sort of Norman Bates kind of way, the stranger is sort of the mother emerging through Wheeliam? Keep that in mind. That's not going to be entirely true, at least on its face, but if we take that idea even further and apply some other themes that we will find later in this investigation, this enigmatic character that's been confusing a lot of the players of Who's Lila all this time will be understood by the end of this video. That's if I do my job correctly, if I do a good job. That being said, though, I'm a big proponent of the Lynchian approach. I believe we are all investigators, and every interpretation is valid and edifying. Anyways, let's keep this question in mind. Why do Tanya and Lila share the same face? With the moon ending complete, we head on over to talk over the moon card with Detective Yu.
So that's how they met. It's nice to see Wheeliam making friends. They aren't his friends. You saw the way they looked at him and the way they... Are we getting jealous? What? I don't possess such feelings for anyone, All right. By the way, what was that figure in the corner? Are you talking about the stranger? Yes, he looked a bit like Wheeliam, didn't he? It's not his usual look.
So Lila establishes that this stranger is just not one of Will's regular looks. It's not his usual look. This tells me that this stranger is not some separate, enigmatic character, but something that is a part of Will. And I'm so excited, honestly. It's not when we discover what the stranger really is, it's not going to be super groundbreaking, but I'm just very excited because it's going to put everything into context. It's going to be very, very sad, to be honest with you. I want to point out she doesn't take any credit or ownership of this form of Will. And I can't help but feel it's almost a touchy subject for her. I really want to jump the gun here, but I'm not gonna. Just keep in mind that the stranger and Lila are very separate. That the stranger is something that's a part of Will, perhaps something that existed in Will even before Lila was a thing. I'm jumping the gun here. Anyways, on to the moon. Will meets Tanya for the first time, encounters the stranger, and Lila is evoked. Something about Tanya reminds Will of Lila, obviously, because they look very similar to one another. Now, one surface level link between this ending and the Moon Tarot is that this party is happening at night, so underneath the moon. But, oh boy, this is actually very, very rich. The moon in the Tarot Arcana signifies a complicated or uncertain romantic endeavor, but more aptly, a call to wariness regarding triggers of fear and anxiety, a warning against illusions. Big link between this and the moon and all the implications to come. Obviously, there's going to be a complicated romantic experience with Will and Tanya, this sort of love triangle that's going to emerge, but oh my gosh, I mean, it's just so brilliant how this whole thing, Garage Heathen, just linked this concept together, and it's gonna even tie together even more perfectly when we get into the psychological aspect of all this. Now I'm really jumping the gun. So the symbolic link between the tarot and the ending is very apt. Now let's go ahead and move on to the boiler branch of endings. Very apt. Things are starting to really heat up in this mystery. Also, keep in mind the lady in the boilers that's mentioned in the mirror tutorial. This entity is going to become very relevant in the Death and Wheel of Fortune endings. And now the Death ending. This one's very simple. Simply walk past the cohort of suspicious friends, and we enter the maintenance section of the school.
The boiler room's off limits, bud. I'm only joking. Hello, Lila. Did you get his call again? What's to you, old man? No reason to be so hostile, Lila. After all, you're the one who came here. It's tricky not to get lost in these boilers, but with years you start to hear a divine melody, flutes and trombones and saxes from beyond. It always comes from the place you seek. Listen for it. Just stand beside each door and listen. By the way, what are you planning to do about the lady that hides in the boilers? Don't talk about what you know nothing about, you old fool.
Now you know why I redacted this part when exploring the Justice ending. We can get the reveal that we are actually Lila very early in this game. This Mr. Frank asks if he's calling again. This character, as far as I know, doesn't come up again. But I wonder why they're aware of Lila and aware of this mysterious second caller, which is Wheeliam. We press on, listening for the majestic melody and following it. This boiler area is sprawling. I can't help but wonder if this is some sort of representation, perhaps of deep hidden memories of Wheeliam. You'll see why I say this in a moment. There is this jump scare coming up, but don't worry, I will dull it. Before that though, we see this very distinctive boiler vat or cistern. We will have another encounter with it in the Reversed Empress ending. I will slowly fade in the jump scare in 3, 2, 1. Oh gosh, what is that? I see sharp long teeth, something skull-shaped, and it seems wisps of steam are coming out of its snout. The prompt says to close our eyes, but for exploratory reasons, I make a scared face instead. Once the timer reaches 0, the playthrough ends, and we unlock the Death Tarot. This could mean that we died, but there are plenty of other instances where we die in this game, or I guess get defeated, and we don't get the Death Tarot. And besides, death in tarot doesn't exactly mean like death, like you die. Before exploring the tarot symbolism, let's talk to Detective Yu.
Are you afraid of death? I think death means different things to us, Yu. I won't die if you shoot a gun at me, but a full understanding of my story, a loss of interest that closure brings, that's... well, never mind, forget it. What about you? I'm not sure. I've died many times, but all I was met with was a different dream. Along your path, have you ever stumbled upon a man with 6 arms and snake eyes? I have, but just once. When you leave me in this dream, try to recall what he said. You are in a very special position right now. You have the opportunity to either jump into the wheel again or be free of dreams forever. Don't waste it. This time, try to make death be the end of you. We have to get back to the dream. It's such a shame we have. I wish we could talk more like this, Yu.
Lila telling us that shooting her won't kill her is heavy foreshadowing. We should keep this in mind if we don't want to get tricked in the finale of this game. She does hint that fully understanding her story and perhaps the closure that comes with it, and of course the loss of interest that follows said closure, is some danger to her. She stops herself before giving too much away. We humans, much like Tanya, want to be understood, just for the sake of being understood. And so when we see a mystery like that of Who's Lila, we want to understand every small bit of facet of the mystery, simply for the sake of understanding it. And this essentially feeds Lila. But what happens when we finally do understand the mystery? Well, we achieve that closure. We move on with our lives. We sort of hardly pay this mystery any mind from here on out. It's as if that constant attention is what's keeping Lila alive, keeping her fed. Perhaps that's what she meant when first meeting Detective Yu, that, oh, we're going to have a big feast from here on out, or something of those lines. Detective Yu, his prime directive is to investigate this mystery, constantly feeding Lila's hunger for attention, hunger for that mind power, I guess. Yu says he's died many times and is woken up from a dream each time, or something around those lines. I can't help but wonder if these playthroughs, these endings, the fact that we wake up to play each game, remember when we go into the main menu, it doesn't say play, it says wake up. I wonder if all these various endings and playthroughs are like dreams, or somewhat similar to the dreams that Detective Yu has. Lila asks if he's ever encountered a man with 6 arms and snake eyes in his dreams. Detective Yu says, yes, only once. Now, we are going to encounter a man with 6 arms, and we're going to encounter a being with snake eyes, but we're not going to encounter anybody with both those qualities. Maybe she's not referring to a single man with the 6 arms and with snake eyes, but 2 different entities. A man with 6 arms and snake eyes. We are going to come across an entity that's called Snake Eyes later in this investigation. And we are going to come across a character with 6 arms later in this investigation as well, but none with both. So, when Lila says, remember what that man, referring to the man with 6 arms, told you, Detective Yu is in a position to jump back into the wheel or be free from the dreams forever. In other words, us, the player, jump back into this game and keep trying to figure out the mystery, or be free from it and move on while we still can. It's funny how she says that, knowing full well that we're going to jump back into the wheel and keep digging, trying to figure out this mystery. Also, another big reveal that's easy to overlook. Lila says, try and make death be the end of you. You, the name Detective You, is a pun on the word you, as in you, the player, Y-O-U. And it makes sense. We are like a detective. We're trying to figure out this story. And Detective You is literally an FBI detective trying to figure out this mystery. Now, the death discussion with Detective You is very, very rich. So, let's go over the symbolic significance between the ending death and the tarot arcana of death. There's the surface level interpretation. You fail to close your eyes when you're looking at the lady in the boilers and then she kills you. You die. But there are other moments in this game where if you fail to run away from a hostile entity, you get killed and then brought back to a checkpoint. It doesn't bring you back to the menu and give you the death achievement like this does. And so I wonder, did we really die as a consequence of failing to close our eyes? See, the Death Tarot signifies a need to let go of toxic attachments. Perhaps when we close our eyes when facing the boiler room lady, we are somehow decoupling from an attachment to it. Keep this in mind. Now, let's jump back into the wheel and actually close our eyes and achieve the Wheel of Fortune ending. And now the Wheel of Fortune ending. Before having our second go at the Wheel of Fortune ending, I pick up another palette in the boiler room. And this one's interesting.
The air is so damp. Where's Mom? You unlock the new palette, Electrified Meat.
Well, now you know why I depicted his mom this way. Wheeliam mentions in the interrogation that his mother died trying to fix some sort of piping. And when we unlock this palette in which we mention, Mom, the palette is called Electrified Meat. So that gives us some idea of how his mother died. Now, although she was a traumatic force for Wheeliam in life, still the sight of your own parent being electrified is also very distressing. Perhaps these boilers signify some sort of deep layer to Wheeliam's psyche. And the fact that he mentions his mother in the palette, Mom, and we meet this strange boiler creature, this boiler lady, must mean that there's some link in between these two characters, the mom and the boiler lady. And we'll have a confirmation soon in this investigation. So keep this boiler lady in mind and the possible maternal link that she has in all of this. I mean, if you really dwell on this, there's a lot of this is spoiled, but for the sake of my sanity, I had to chart all this out. Hey buddy, turn the camera off. What are you doing, man? I look like one of those public freakout videos. What's up, man? I've lost the plot. Where was I? Wait a second. We get the death ending in this boiler sort of segment. Perhaps this boiler area is sort of where, oh my gosh, yeah, like perhaps this is where the memory of his mother's death lies, and that's why we meet this boiler lady. Perhaps she's like, oh yeah, piping, killed. She's probably like been scalded. Oh man. Okay, yeah, keep all this in mind. So we close our eyes by bringing our top eyelids down and our bottom eyelids up. Doing so allows us to access the next stage. We see a spiral staircase. We will see a similar shaped staircase later in this game, so keep this in mind. There is some mirroring going on between the Wheel of Fortune ending and the Tower ending.
Hello, Wheeliam. You need to stop calling me on the phone. It's useless. Will, I'll say this once. Your tricks are laughable, and even with her help, you're not getting back. Did you hear what I said?
This is Wheeliam? He's trapped in this machine, or he is the machine? And he's pleasantly surprised to see Lila, as if he wasn't expecting her. He gives us this wheel, and if you look, it has 6 arms, although I don't see snake eyes. The wheel is very, very important, perhaps the Trojan horse that Will needs to achieve freedom. And of course, there's that strange noise again. As always, let's discuss this ending with Detective U.
Who was that? It's Wheeliam. Didn't you hear us talk? I did, but... So it called you Lila, but you called it Wheeliam. Well, of course. Film reels that are not needed have to go somewhere. This is where Williams went. I had to pull the same trick on him after what he did in the tower. You mean... I mean the one in the forest. The one with the pit and a small projector room where all previous film reels are lying around. So you had the reel. What's it for, really? Depends on who's steering. I tend to get rid of them. Will, on the other hand, likes to place them onto the projector again. Peculiar. We seem to have exhausted the cards to talk about. We can go over them again if you'd like to, but we don't have to.
It's interesting that Detective U refers to the machine as it, and doesn't seem to register that Will is the machine. Either he knows something that we don't, or is oblivious to the obvious fact, that Will has been transformed or trapped inside this machine. Lila refers to reels. Now, these could be the dreams or the playthroughs, but they could also symbolize the souls or personalities of various characters. Perhaps the wheel or reel that we are holding signifies Will's personality, Will's soul. And what we do with it depends on who's steering, perhaps. Oh my gosh, that's rich. That's really rich. Depends on who's steering. You know, a wheel kind of sounds like reel. Wheel sounds kind of like will.
How serendipitous, how Lynchian. It's as if it was meant to be.
Now, let us move on past the boiler room ending and into the forest branch of endings. Some questions to keep in mind, and that questions we'll be answering in the coming endings, is the question of, is Lila in full control? Obviously, based on the strength ending, based on what the player does, dictates how much control Will has versus how much control Lila has. But ultimately, who is the prime steerer, prime decider between Lila, Wheeliam, and us, the player? Second question is, what is the purpose of this wheel? And lastly, what does the lady in the boiler room represent? Yes, that creepy image that we saw, that we had to close our eyes to, we'll be meeting her one last time. I believe one last time. Yeah, one last time in these coming endings. And so now, let's move on to the forest endings, my favorite ones. Okay, Gandalf. What? We're gonna be going into the forest. Might as well come prepared. All right, let's get going. So, you said your name was Vyor. The origin was Russian? It's kind of a long story. So, I was a baby when my family moved to the United States from Russia. My birth name is Vzor, so in the English alphabet you'd spell it V-Z-O-R. But you go by Vyor with a Y, not Vzor with a Z. So that's the thing. The immigration office made a mistake. Instead of V-Z-O-R, Vzor, they misspelled my name to Vyor with a Y. Huh, that's too bad. Not really. In the end, they ultimately mean the same thing. And now the Hanged Man ending. If we start a new game, we load in with the wheel still in our inventory. We diverge into the forest ending branch by simply having Michael push us off the roof. Remember, we can do this by being sympathetic or by making comments about his late little brother.
I think he's all right now, Dr. Hades. A very lucky man, no? To fall from such a high roof and not even break anything. Was he on drugs? No, blood samples show he's clear. Nothing really, not even alcohol. I think he needs rest now. The sky is light gray of one tone. It's so bright it's almost white. A sterile hospital bed.
The name Dr. Hades doesn't bode well. It seems like we are either in a hospital or in the afterlife. Our room is number 33.
Ward 33.
We ascend some stairs and find Wheeliam sitting on the windowsill with Lila.
So, I've been meaning to ask you, when I'm not, visually imposing you, where do you go? Well, nowhere really. I just stop, being. Oh, must be really scary. Not really. You do it all the time too, Will. When you lose consciousness or when you sleep without dreams. So not existing is like being asleep. It's not really like anything, as there isn't someone for whom it's like something. Not being doesn't really happen to anyone per se. Well, you just said it happens to me sometimes. It's very bold of you to assume that some of you actually exists. But Lila, you aren't making any sense now. I am here. I'm talking to you. I am. Well, I am, I guess, yeah. Is that so? How would you describe that I? I don't know, like I'm young and maybe overanalyzing, and I really like lemon soda, and I broke my knee when I was in kindergarten. So you are your personality and your memories, is that what you are trying to say? Yeah. Floor 1.
I see. Lila is having us tussle with those mind-effy, ego-deathy concepts. Don't worry, I'll do my best to translate. Let's go over this play-by-play in hopes I can give a layman's translation. Lila says that she simply ceases to exist whenever Will isn't thinking about her. This confirms that she requires to be thought about and even obsessed over to exist, much like the classical understanding of a meme in a way. She equates ceasing to exist to being asleep or losing consciousness. At first, this seems like a weak and flimsy equivalence. How is not existing like being asleep? When Wheeliam presses her on this, she deflects, playing the game of obfuscation. She has to know what Wheeliam means when he asks, how is being asleep like not existing? But she says, how can you compare non-existence to anything? Like, yeah, you just did that. I get what you're saying, but explain yourself. Here's the thing that frustrates me. She refers to Will, refers to herself, but when Will presses her again, pointing out, you're saying it's happening to me, this asshole is all, it's bold of you to even assume that you actually exist. She's playing Will like she plays you. It's so frustrating. Haha, you get it? She's playing Will like she's playing Detective You. It's so frustrating. Like, Wheeliam, be dumb for 1 second and be like, nuh-uh, if I didn't exist, could I do this? She presses him on how to define I or him. He describes his personality, his memories, things that first come to mind since he's being put on the spot. But what he's trying to verbally sculpt is an image of his identity. An impossible feat for literally anybody. And she does that thing where she's like, oh, so you're your personality and memories? Yes, hopes and dreams too, maybe a little bit of another medium, but I digress. If this seems like half-baked sophist bullshit, don't worry, we're only a third of the way there. She'll make her case soon enough into thoroughly baked sophist bullshit. We ascend to floor 2, and Lila has this hazy look about her. She looks similarly to her short appearance to Martha.
You see, Will, there's a problem with what you just said. Oh yeah? Yes, let's pretend for a moment you're right, and you really are your personality, memories, and so on. But isn't the one listening to me right now also you? Huh? Sure. And the one seeing me is you, and the one feeling all the different things is you? Let's call this you the perceiver. We like to imagine the perceiver as a pupil of an eye. The perceiver may cast his gaze upon anything, colors or sounds, touch or feelings, but how do you imagine it looking at itself directly? A mirror? Oh, I wouldn't trust the mirror, my dear Wheeliam. The ghosts on the other side may only look like us. So alright, in that sense it really can't. The pupil can never see itself. So what? It means that whatever the pupil can perceive is not. You can analyze your memories and your personality, yet the real perceiver always stays in the shadows. One of his human names is the Prince, although he doesn't really have a name, of course.
Now this is pretty interesting. She acknowledges him, but she also acknowledges you. The one seeing her is you. The one feeling all the different things, or in other words, controlling the emotions, is you. She calls this you the perceiver, which makes sense. In a way, we aren't making choices, we are exploring them, perceiving them. However, in the context of this conversation, Lila is referring to Will's perception, his gaze as the perceiver. And this perceiver can cast his gaze on many things, but how could it look at itself directly? Will says, a mirror, and Lila says,
The ghosts on the other side may only look like us.
meaningless bullshit. What ghosts? See, here's what you say. Nuh-uh. If a mirror can't be trusted, why is it that when I smile, it smiles back? However, if I were on Lila's side of the debate, I would probably argue that, yes, you look in the mirror and you see the body that you steer in the mirror, but you don't see the perceiver, the actual thing that's receiving the information. How do you know that others have a perceiver in them? But see, I'm steering into something called solipsism, and I'm not entirely sure if that's what Lila is trying to use to mind F ego death Wheeliam. She gives this perceiver another name, the Prince. We ascend to floor 3, and Lila has transformed into something I can only describe as biblically accurate.
In that sense, there really isn't a difference between you and other people, Will. Huh? What do you mean? For you, where do other people exist? I mean, their minds, memories, and so on. In their heads? Wrong. You have no ability to see what's inside someone's head. To you, people are a fictitious creation, a number of expectations generated from their actions, a phantom existing exclusively in your head. And the funny thing is, your own personality is too. What? I'm real, Lila. Even if other people may be imagined by me, my own character is. What's the definition of imaginary? Something that exists just in my mind? And where does your personality reside? It's all right, my sweet Wheeliam. You, your memories, your mind, these are all only temporary shards of colored glass. The visioner, the perceiver, the prince may only look through them and imagine for a moment that he is these shards. He never truly becomes them, and it's surprising how quickly he may look away from one to another. Remember, Will, the moment he looks at another one of them, he might think he's someone different.
I hate it when people do this. Change the operating definition of something so that something else fits into that, or play semantics, but then shifts the operating definition back to its original position. Colloquially, we see the word imaginary as meaning false, not real, fake, fairy tale. But it could also mean something that exists only in the mind. Well, yeah, Lila, my thoughts only exist in my mind, therefore, yes, they're imaginary. But just because we're playing semantic games doesn't suddenly mean, oh no, I don't exist anymore. I actually hate Lila for this. Most people in this neurodiverse world will be just like, I don't get it, or, whoa, that's pretty cool, man, and move on with their life. But she is targeting somebody with a particular neurological Achilles heel and taking advantage of it, trying to get them to spiral, like that staircase. And on second look, at least the beginning part of this third segment of the discussion does actually look a little bit like solipsism. So in other words, she's peddling this idea that the only thing that can be known to exist by the perceiver is the perceiver, Will being the perceiver in this case. She then plays games and says that this mind exists only in the mind, this perceiver only exists in the mind. Therefore, it's imaginary. And imaginary also kind of means not real, colloquially speaking, effectively obliterating Will's worldview. Or does it? We'll come to find out that this conversation scares Will, but it actually causes him to take precautions and measures that we will witness in the tower ending. Instead of scaring Will away from his own body, he repels Lila from his. We'll get into it.
In my boundless rage against Lila's word games against poor Wheeliam, I also failed to realize that she is completing this invocation of the prince. She's describing almost perfectly our relationship with Wheeliam, with this game.
The staircase is blocked by what looks like luggage, so we climb a nearby ladder.
Judgement. As you stare at the veil before you, you are filled with emotions of strange nostalgia. The curtains flap in the wind, yet you feel no drought. A hauntingly beautiful melody can be heard from behind it. For a moment, you can't help but gaze at the shriveling fabric.
Note that the first dialogue is being spoken by a Judgement. This is the name of a figure who is represented by a pillar that signifies the entrance of Solomon's temple. The pillars are Judgement and Boaz, and we can see a respective J and B on these pillars. The High Priestess tarot card depicts the priestess flanked by these two pillars, so perhaps we're entering the realm of the High Priestess. Thusly, we see an image of Lila, perhaps she's the High Priestess herself. We move our mouse to see we are suddenly in first-person control, breaking the third-person or maybe even second-person pattern we've been playing with. Interesting. You can see particles getting sucked into the iris or gaze of this projector. Gosh, this music.
An old-looking apparatus. Strange, apart from projecting, it looks like it's also somehow receiving its own image. Seems like its reels are detachable.
I want to say this now. At this moment of our investigation, I believe this projector is a representation of the perceiver. A representation of us, in a way. But I don't have the information for that just yet in this investigation. I just wanted to say it now so we can keep this possible interpretation in mind.
You've placed the reel. Lila must be gone now.
We turn around to see William's face now in the projector. If Lila must be gone now, and now we see William being perceived by this projector, does this mean that we have granted William control of his body again? Perhaps this was his plan as the machine. Gosh, this music is so familiar. If we time it properly, we might catch this pole giving off a Morse code sound. I did my best to decode it, but there were a couple of words that were just too big for me to keep track of, so I found the answer on the internet, checked the answer against the Morse code key, and it was correct. But should I say the answer? You see, if I tell you the answer, it's gonna seem like a spoiler, but I assure you, it's a very broad and vague spoiler. Screw it. The answer of this Morse code is...
It's kind of strange that they would give away something so important through something as simple as Morse code. It's not that simple, Detective. Lila, it's almost like she's this song. Floppy, you good? I've heard this song before. Before even playing this game, I've heard this song before. I once had this dream where I was in a park surrounded by my friends. And despite many of us meeting in our teen years and adulthood, we were all children in this dream. And we were playing a game of pick-up basketball of all things. I turned to one of my friends and asked him where we were. He turned to me and he said, "This is where we go." And this was the song that was playing in my dream.
Do you know where dreams come from?
Sheriff, what kind of fantastic trees have you got growing around here?
Acetylcholine neurons fire high-voltage impulses into the forebrain. These impulses become pictures. The pictures become dreams. But no one knows why we choose these particular pictures.
Big, majestic.
Douglas firs.
Douglas firs.
We live inside a dream.
Captain, he's gone. I lost him.
Detective Muir, I'm looking at the CCTV footage now. He was never there.
You know what? It's probably best I wait before revealing this. With the strange wheel inside the projector, projecting or perhaps perceiving the image of William, we walk to a boat. This boat is familiar. In fact, the whole forest is. This is the forest and boat that faded onto the footage of the dancing people when Will danced with Lila. Oh, huh. There's an interesting link between dancing and the prince we'll explore far later in this game, but it's just coming to me now. If this is the realm of the High Priestess, or the realm of Lila, it would make sense that this is the image that was transposed the moment Lila emerged, or re-emerged, when Tanya reminded Will of Lila. We take a calm little boat ride, and while we're on this river, I'd like to point out that this was the moment I fell in love with this game. Before we move on, let me point something out. The oar's symbol is that of Lilith's sigil, a crescent with a cross underneath it. Lila, Lilith, perhaps something will come of this connection. And that would make sense regarding the owl in that dance scene. Lilith in Hebrew can mean a nocturnal creature, so the owl would be fitting as a motif that calls Lila forward. We also see Will walking away from us as we approach this electrical pylon. Although we see the same thing in all three endings of this forest branch, I think each ending has a different implication for who is walking away from us. Also, if we have the Tomiho palette on, there's a chance we can also see Tomei or Tomiho, the T-gotchi girl. We won't get into her place in all of this until much later, but keep her in mind. And of course, we pass under the electrical pylons. Thus is the Hanged Man ending, my favorite of the tarot cards. We enter Yu's office once again to discuss the Hanged Man ending.
I thought you'd be gone after that. Well, it takes a bit more than getting rid of that stupid reel. That film reel was created by Wheeliam, but I'm not contained in it. It only resembles me a little bit. Just like that bitch Tanya. Why do you look like her? Does everyone see you the same way? The worms of Lawrence do, but there are some who can see better than others. We seem to have exhausted the cards to talk about. We can go over them again if you'd like, but we don't have to.
Lila refers to the Lawrence fraternity as worms. Now don't worry, we'll have a clearer picture as to the relationship between Lila and the fraternity soon enough. She says that her reel does not actually contain her, but simply vaguely represents her, mimics her. And that's kind of interesting when you combine the fact that the image of Lila or Will is not being projected by the projector, but projecting into the projector. So now I have to ask the question, is the projector us, the player? Is it William's body? What exactly is this?
Lila's reel being only a vague representation of her could also be a reference to the fact that maybe all of this is sort of a recollection of a story rather than the actual story itself. Much like in your memories, when you think of a loved one, it's not that the actual loved one is there in your mind, but a recollection of them, a mimicry of them.
The reels perhaps don't contain the souls or personalities of these characters, but simply memes and bits of data that evoke the memory of these characters. The most simplistic interpretation when you first get this ending is that the avatar of Will, the body of Will, is now controlled by William. So the William we see walk off into the forest is William Clark being occupied by William, back in control of his body. That's the simplistic interpretation. The relationship between the Hanged Man ending and the Hanged Man tarot is interesting. The Hanged Man tarot in the Arcana signifies martyrdom. Perhaps Will turn out to be some sort of sacrificial figure or symbol of selflessness, which is odd because, he kind of killed Tanya and Martha, or I guess is capable of killing Martha. At this point in the game, he hasn't killed Martha. If it's Lila that's responsible for the murder of Martha and the murder of Tanya, which I think is pretty likely, where is Will's martyrdom? We have to ask that question. Keep that in mind. Only further exploration will tell. Now, let's move on to the Fool ending. This one's very simple. Now that we no longer have Will's reel, we simply need to interact with Lila's reel to remove it. Now nothing is projecting onto the perceiver. Perceiver kind of sounds like receiver. The boat ride goes about normally, but now I can't help but wonder, who is walking away from us? If that is still Will's avatar, perhaps it's some sort of blank slate. But there's still somebody in there steering it, but with nothing to project onto it, it's sort of blissfully untainted, a clean slate. And thus, we get the Fool ending. Let's talk this over with Detective Yu.
In tarot, this is my favorite card, the Fool. I get what you're saying. Too bad we're here now. Yes, seems like whatever William did there didn't really help. Still, I like to imagine him some other place, as clear-minded and childlike as the Fool, not remembering and not assessing the junk around him, just simply being. That's why you envy us, isn't it? You can't do that yourself, and you rely on food we humans give you. I don't envy anybody, you. There's no use in comparing stupid glass shards, even if you think one of them is yours.
At first, I thought this discussion was very sparse. I had not updated my outline for this discussion, so I'm going to have to go off the cuff a little bit without revealing too much of my theory towards the end. Detective Yu says that the Fool is his favorite of the Tarot Arcana, and Lila responds in a kind of an odd way. She says, one of these stupid colored pieces of glass or bits of reel or endings isn't any more special than the other just because you think it's yours. But Detective Yu didn't say, this is my ending, this is my favorite, or this is my reel. He says, this is my favorite tarot. Keep this in mind. Keep this blurred link between the fool, the perceiver, or the prince, which is us, the player, and Detective Yu in mind. It goes a lot deeper than just Detective Yu is you.
The Fool in Tarot Arcana signifies a blank slate and that freedom and optimism that comes from that limitless potential. So, obviously there's that link. Lila's reel is removed from the projector, but it's left blank, it's left empty. When most players come across the forest ending, their first extrapolation is that whatever reel is being projected into the projector must signify who is in control. This is an imperfect interpretation, but it points us in the right direction, so let's follow through. Keep this idea of a blank slate husk of Wheeliam's body, a sort of vessel or avatar for us, the player, to inhabit in mind. Normally when I make a new discovery during the editing process, instead of whipping out the camera and, doing a green screen or a whiteboard segment, I'll just pipe in my voice with microphone. But this next point is very important. So important that I need to be on camera for this. The Fool may very well be the most important of all of the Who's Lila endings. Think back to when we first meet Detective Yu. Lila says, "You are not like those other fools." When you first hear this line, you're thinking, oh, she's saying you're not like those other characters, those other people in this story, NPCs, if you will. And in a way, that is what she means. But if we apply what we learned with the Fool ending, the Fool being emblematic of a blank slate will, an empty vessel will, perhaps the will that we have been playing as all this time, this links Detective Yu somehow to the Fool. Detective Yu, you are not like those other fools. Something about Detective Yu is different from all those other, dare I say, iterations of Wheeliam's vessel. All those various forms of Wheeliam that we have played throughout all of these different playthroughs of this game. This won't be relevant until the very end, when I give my final theory. That is the hazardous mystery of Who's Lila. We'll continue on with the High Priestess ending.
This one's even more simple. Just simply don't touch the projector and hop on the boat. With Lila's image projecting onto the perceiver, I think it's safe to say that the will that we see walking off is being steered by Lila. Remember, this is the first time the game is being played in first person. I believe this is telling us that we are now at that point not playing as Wheeliam or this husk that looks like Wheeliam, but we're actually playing as ourselves, the prince, the player. If I haven't pointed it out already, I do want to point out the significance in when we are ascending up the stairs, we are seeing Wheeliam and Lila conversate with each other. So in the very same room, in the same sequence, we see what I believe to be this avatar of Will, this vessel, empty vessel we're controlling, which can be considered the Fool. We see Lila, which is the High Priestess, and we see Wheeliam, which is the Hanged Man. The nature of the projector still perplexes me. One of the key aspects is that it's not projecting the image. When we put a reel or Wheeliam's wheel inside, it's not what we're projecting, it's what we are viewing. So we're not choosing what to project, we're choosing what to view. And so when we put the wheel in, we simply view the Hanged Man ending. When we put Lila's reel in, we simply view the High Priestess ending. And if we put nothing in there, it's just us, the player. And so somehow that ties in with the Fool, a blank slate. The flimsiness of my understanding of the projector is something I'm kind of concerned about, but by the end of it, I think we'll still have enough pieces to put together a consistent theory and framework for that theory. Nonetheless, keep this concept of the images not being projected by the projector, but projecting into the projector in mind. And with the High Priestess ending finished, let's talk to Detective Yu.
He's made me after the passing of his mother to... Oh, wait. No, I'm the vengeful spirit of the girl named Tanya Kennedy and... Oh, no, wait. I'm a scientific experiment conducted by the U.S. government to brainwash his citizens to... Or am I a metaphor for mental abuse everybody has seen about 100 times already? Or am I a twisted incarnation of Will's dark, tormented psyche? Ooh, which one is it, Detective? Playful as usual, I see. Don't worry, Lila, I won't stop until I find out, even if it means I'm feeding you in the process. Please do, my friend.
Lila's coy and sarcastic answers consist in this order: Will's Tulpa, the vengeful spirit of Tanya, a government experiment, a metaphor for abuse, or Will's darker psyche. The aloof nature that Lila answers this question in would have us think that, oh, all of these must be incorrect, all of these must have been red herrings all along, leading us to further confusion, feeding her in the process. But let's fully scrutinize this. Sure, she's not a Tulpa in the traditional sense, but we will come to find out that she is a thought form nonetheless. And this curveball nature of the vengeful spirit of Tanya, I doubt any of us were actually thinking that when we first played this game. I think the reason why she says this right after the Tulpa is because she wants to lead with what everybody was thinking, to make us think, oh, we were correct. And then she says, or I'm the vengeful spirit of Tanya. This clear out of nowhere, out of all of this number 2 is the least relevant one. This is to shatter our confidence. She then says government experiment. And it's interesting. She says government experiment or United States experiment. Putting this on the list makes us think, oh, therefore she's not that. Later on in our investigation, we will come to find out that Lila, at least in some way, is a product of an experiment, but not a government experiment. But now we've got this dissonance going on in our head. We think, oh, no, but she was being sarcastic about the experiment. That must mean that all that information is BS. At some point, she does refute the concept of being created, saying that human beings don't have this power of creation. We can only form vessels for pre-existing entities to occupy. But again, I think this is just her fronting. Let's not take her on her word regarding her ancientness just yet. And here's what's also very interesting. She says, or maybe I'm a metaphor for abuse, or I'm a part of Will's darker psyche. The way she says these things in the actual discussion is, I think, the most sarcastic. These are the most cliche. And yet, if we were to completely discard these thoughts from our investigation, we would be so lost throughout all of this. You might be thinking, Floppycock, all of this pondering is just useless. That Morse code on that pole gave us the answer from the very beginning. I'll go ahead and reveal what that Morse code was saying. Lila is the mystery of not knowing who Lila is. This is the most true, in a broad sense, statement of Lila. But contained inside the mystery, we have the ingredients of these possibilities, these clues. It shouldn't be that we started here and end here. It should be that we start here and go through here and come to our final conclusion, which we will get to at the end of this video. Towards the end of this video, I should say. The tarot symbolism of the High Priestess is very interesting. You see, we have the High Priestess depicted on the Tarot Arcana card, sitting between the pillars Boaz and Jashin. And we see when we enter the Vale, we enter the forest, which I guess is perhaps the realm of the High Priestess. The entrance is flanked by a pillar with a B and a pillar with a J. And the J is even said to say Jashin when it speaks to you in the dialogue box. Still, the cogs are turning. Damn. I'm missing something with the dialogue box. I'll say this now. Why is the Jashin the name of one of the pillars in the dialogue box? That's something I just realized now. Why? The dialogue box is a very important aspect to understanding and unraveling this story's mystery. Now, the High Priestess signifies a figure or a force that answers the various questions in life regarding religion, faith, and the self. Does that sound familiar? Right before this scene in the forest, we have Lila trying to mind F ego death Wheeliam. And now all we have left Are we already almost out of frickin' battery? Now all we have left are the final 2 endings in the normal gameplay group of endings. Let's move on to the Empress Reversed. Finally, we'll be exploring that lead we got from the telephone from the fellow Lawrence associate. Remember, we know that Will is a part of this group. They suffered from a fire at their headquarters that was in an apartment building, and Lila refers to them as the Worms of Lawrence. Also, keep that lady in the boiler in mind, the one from the Death and Wheel of Fortune endings. Before we go, let's finally dig into that diary. We can find the code on the Steam library banner.
July 13. I've been helping out at the little farm near Father Lawrence's church. I'm not sure what he needs all those animals for, though. No one from the Brethren seemed to be eating them, yet some animals disappear after time. Is he breeding them and selling them or something? It's confusing.
July 13th, around a month after Will was inducted into the cult, he starts noticing them collecting animals. Being that this is a cult, if they aren't eating them, perhaps they are sacrificing them.
July 14. They say I'm pretty good with Lila's enforcement. Father Lawrence told me not to write her name down, however, but I'd rather trust her than him. I think the others may be jealous since she started talking to me so quickly. A part of the page is torn. Okay.
So July 14th, Wheeliam is already being taught how to enforce Lila. Perhaps enforcement is some sort of mimetic way of feeding Lila. Wheeliam notes that he's taking quicker to Lila, or perhaps Lila is taking quicker to him. And we'll even see one of the members, surviving members, being particularly jealous of Wheeliam because Lila took to Wheeliam so quickly.
September 12th. I don't think they know what they're talking about. Tulpas are a very personal thing. It can't be that their Lila is the same as mine. It's just a part of me. It can't be connected to them. We are not connected.
Wheeliam knows enough about Tulpas to know that the Tulpa themselves are contained in the person thinking of them, that they're a very personal thing. So how is it that this Tulpa has spread or is being invoked by all these different members, including Wheeliam? He assumes that perhaps Lila is different for every single member, that they can't all be connected somehow.
September 15. She scared me today, by the way. Lila did. She started talking about the prince and stuff. Not the musician. She had her own idea of how things like personalities and egos work. I don't believe her, but for a moment I feel really lost. I don't believe her, but for a moment I felt really lost and unsure about what my me really consists of. Lila, when you'll be reading this, don't scare me like this again. I'm already becoming kinda unsure about this whole thing. Still love you, though.
So September 15th was the day that Lila introduces the prince to Wheeliam, discussing these mind-effy, ego-deathy concepts in an attempt to cause Wheeliam to have some sort of a decoupling with his self, perhaps to gain more power over him. She does scare him, only to the point where he starts to take precautions, and we'll see those precautions in the Tower ending.
There's a bunch of pages torn. November 20th. It can't be they just look similar. It's her. I forgot for a time, but I recall her face. It's her. It cannot be not her.
November 20th. Well, that was the day of the party. So later that night, Wheeliam must have written in his diary about this. He mentions having forgotten for some time, forgetting about Lila. So this must mean that at some point before this moment, but after September 15th, he must have decoupled himself from Lila. Perhaps not wiping his memory of her, but perhaps burying the memory of her somewhere deep in his psyche. And just like she said in that conversation with him in that Ascension segment before the Forest segment, when he stops thinking about her, when he stops visualizing her, she ceases to exist. So he must have achieved something to the point to where he could completely remove her from the cycle of his thought process.
December 3. Today is the day. Today is the day. And we have a little, the female symbol, which I believe is... Oh, it's the Lilith. It's the Lilith symbol. That's the Lilith symbol. Oh my gosh, how brilliant. If you notice, I recognized the symbol, the female symbol, the circle and the cross. I was going to make the connection to the Empress. The Empress in tarot is often depicted with that female symbol, the circle and the cross, and Lilith's sigil or symbol is a crescent and a cross, linking the Empress and Lilith together.
And finally, December 3rd, today is the day. I'm going to lend you a hand here and say that I believe that this is referring to the day the game takes place is December 3rd. Now, when first playing this game, you might have thought, no, the maniacal way this is being written makes me think that today is the day. That was the day that Wheeliam killed Lila. But we'll come to find out that Lila was killed, the date that Lila was considered gone missing, happens before December 3rd. That date is more or less a week before December 3rd. So I kind of sort of put together that December 3rd, today is the day, should be interpreted as literal. Today is the day. Also, note on the page is the symbol of Lilith. Wonder what the implication is there. And I'm not being coy, that's something I just realized. With our picture becoming ever clearer, we head to the train station to meet our fellow cultists. We approach Strupnev, one of the only other surviving members of the Fraternity of Lawrence.
Hey kid. Hi Strupnev. I can't see you too well. Can you move closer? He smells weird. A little bit like old people smell. And something else like black tar. Kid, don't you want to ask me something? You called me on the regular phone, didn't you? Whatever. No use for the throwaways anymore. Kids' toys. Well, there's no one left now but me. And you. I've seen fires in my life, but that one's just effing insane. Nothing's left here. Well, what do we do without Father Lawrence? Did he leave anything behind? Is she talking with you? What? She stopped talking to me after the fire. Lila did. Is she still talking to you?
So Strupnev is particularly distressed from not being able to commune with Lila and is suspicious of Will. If only he knew who he was really talking to. Also, keep in mind the implication that's made here. After the fire, all the surviving members stopped hearing from Lila, similarly to Will having temporarily ceasing Lila's power by not feeding her. Keep this in mind for when we get a better picture of the timeline and the nature of Lila in the scheme of Lawrence's flock. Responding with sadness doesn't change the course of this ending, but Strupnev does seem to believe us at first.
Is she still talking to you? No. You make a sad face. So you too then. I guess we are in the same boat, kid. Fuck. After I got out from the slammers, I haven't had any luck. With anything, pretty much. I thought I had someone left. It's now you and me, Wheeliam. Worm. What did you say? Nothing, Strupnev. Must be my imagination. Heh. He left something behind for me, by the way. Lawrence left something for you in a depot. A depot? Just over the bridge, an old train depot. Well, what did he leave? You'll know when you see it.
If we choose to respond with a scared face, or if we're playing on the normal difficulty and allow Will's face to naturally contort to being scared, we get this response.
No, you look scared. Why are you shaking, kid? Are you cold? No, not real. There's no need to lie to an old dog like me. Interesting. Old dog. I see it in your eyes. She's still talking to you, isn't she? Maybe even right now. Effing kid. You never deserved this. If you knew what we did to boys like you, back when I was behind bars. Get the F away from me. You're lucky we're in a public place, you lying little rat. Why? Why would she still talk to you out of all people?
Any emotion, aside from sadness or fear, gives us this response.
You're not sure whether Strupnev noticed that. Is that so? Well, bad luck. Bad luck, kid. By the way, did the animals die too? Burnt to a crisp, all of them. You are funny, kid. Worrying about some animals when Lila won't speak to me. What did she ever find in you? I don't get it. He left something, by the way. Lawrence left something for you in the depot.
So there is Will's affinity for animals peeking through as well. Although it could also be Lila's concern for her source of sacrificed food being destroyed. I'm getting ahead of myself. We go to the depot, spin the wheel, and get inside to see what Lawrence left for us.
Where the F are you? Wheeliam, you thought you could fool me, didn't you? Lila, I know you can hear me. Please, you are my life. I don't get why you would choose that effing kid. Please, please, please. I just want to see you one more time. Maybe he captured you with his dirty body. Did he do that to you, my princess? Don't worry, I'll free you from him, and you can have me instead. You'll be nice and cozy right here. Kid, how dare you effing steal her from me? I'll cut her a way out. I'll carve out of you.
Oh, jeez! The noise for when Strupnev is in pursuit of us is of dogs barking, similar to the dogs that barked when we left our cursor lingering on the refrigerator. Remember, the sound file or track is labeled meat. He says things like, "Can't hide from me," when he sees us. Evading him is simple enough, but images of animals shown on the screen when he catches us. I can make out shapes of a dog baring its teeth in the eye of a cow. We evade him, spin the wheel, and enter the next room. It's interesting how he seems to teleport into a new position in the next room, but it could just be video game logic. The scenery begins to look less like a depot and more like the inside of the boiler room. I can't help but wonder, are we running from him or are we baiting him? We evade him in one more room, then make it to the catwalk, where he almost catches up to us. We hear that strange reel noise again. This, of all places, doesn't seem very fitting for that noise. It's the most odd instance of it. We reach the door, spin the wheel, and get the confirmation that Strupnev wasn't chasing us, we were simply leading him to his demise.
It's her again. What? So you want to see so badly? Well, feast your eyes, Strupnev.
Strupnev gets consumed by the Empress, the lady in the boiler, this being that is somewhat linked to Will's mother. I don't know if it actually is his mother, though.
She hid in the boiler again. Well, are you satiated now? Oh, Lila. You are such a naughty, naughty girl. I do not desire to feed for now. The abode that you seek has a numerical value assigned to it. The number is 43003. Frickin' Lawrence! And Wheeliam has hidden this one so well. Your endeavors amuse me, but now it's time for us to cease.
That bold text harkens back to Will's story about his mother verbally harassing him and his friend Annie. What's interesting is that the Empress was protecting Will from Lila in the boiler ending branch, or perhaps protecting Wheeliam from us. And when I say protect, I really mean in a possessive way, not in a guardianship way. It seems now that we've fed her, she's willing to reciprocate by revealing the next piece of the puzzle. She gives us the address to Lawrence's apartment, but specifically gives us access to Will's memories of when he investigated after the fire, after he decoupled himself from Lila, explaining why she doesn't already have access to these memories. If you listen closely, you can hear that same muffled moaning or screaming that you hear when Martha is about to be murdered. I wonder what the link is there. Perhaps the Empress in the form of Will's psyche, tainted by his mother, came through. It's a common enough trope in horrors surrounding murderers, overbearing parents taking control of a disturbed individual from the grave through trauma they inflicted, or the supernatural, which symbolically could just be trauma. Keep in mind, the Empress says cease. So after the Empress has us cease, we get the reversed Empress ending. So let's go talk to Detective Yu about this.
Have you ever heard of the term devouring mother? It's a Jungian term. It describes an archetype. A mother, incredibly protective, but in the same amount selfish. It's a mother who devours her children, stealing them from the real world. Disgusting. For many it is. Do you have a good relationship with your mother, Lila? Are you trying to be funny, Detective? No need to be so hostile, Lila. After all, you are the one who came here. we seem to have exhausted the cards to talk about.
It's very interesting that Detective Yu leads this conversation by explaining Carl Jung's concept of the devouring mother archetype. You could get this ending right from the beginning, and so the game could, as early as your first ending, front-load this concept of the Jungian model of this of explaining the psyche and the collective unconsciousness. Let me pull back for a second. All of these different endings are modeled after the Tarot Arcana. Now, there are two kinds of practitioners of Tarot Arcana. There are those who see tarot as a form of divination, telling the future, and there are those who see the value in tarot as simply telling a possible story. These cards are made up of archetypes that we see commonly shown in human behavior, human history, and fiction. I mean, after all, who writes fiction? Human beings, derived from our brains, things that we want to see happen, stuff like that. Art mimicking life, life mimicking art, all that stuff. Carl Jung and all the various Jungians posit that these archetypes stem from something called the collective unconsciousness. We'll get into what that is later in this video, God willing. I used the term collective unconsciousness quite a few times in this video before I finally give an explanation for it. Kind of a critical mistake on my part. So to correct that, I want to explain to you in my personal sort of layman's reductive terms what the collective unconsciousness is. So you have your personal unconsciousness, your blind spots, the way you sort of unconsciously react or digest things mentally. But there is something that unites us all as humans called the collective unconsciousness. In all the various cultures, religions, and epics and stories and fictions and historical accounts, we always see these recurring symbols, recurring archetypes. Many religions, faiths, and pantheons have themes of martyrdom, a martyr figure, a judgment day, a Ragnarok, some concept of a Mother Earth, a fatherly godhead. Even before the term the hero's journey was coined, human beings had this affinity for patterns in their fiction, patterns in how they went about their own adventures and their real-life stories. It seems no matter where you go on planet Earth, most human beings have this affinity for the rise and the fall, the start, the climax, the ending. And peppered throughout all of our different fictions that we write or histories that we experience, there are these archetypes that emerge from the psyche of the humans who write these stories or live through this history. Just like no matter where you go on planet Earth, beavers build dams, or if you separate a chick from its flock and raise it in captivity, it recognizes dangers in the sky. Human beings, no matter where we are, have these affinities, these archetypes that tend to emerge from within our psyches. There is some sort of unifying code, consciousness, X factor in all humans can very well be the reason why we can identify patterns in behavior, tropes and stereotypes unconsciously emerging in the stories we write. That is the collective unconsciousness. Now, mind you, the collective unconsciousness is only one facet to Jungian psychology, which is its own discipline in the grander discipline of psychology. Listen, I'm sure that there's plenty of literature out there that refutes the existence of this grand unconsciousness, of this collective unconsciousness. And trust me, even in my cursory research of Carl Jung, there are stuff that I just sort of raise an eyebrow at. But for the sake of symbolic edification and appreciation of the game Who's Lila, I bring forth to you this explanation of the collective unconsciousness. Hopefully I did a good job, so let's move on. The Devouring Mother is emblematic of everything opposite to the upright tarot of the Empress, which is why this ending is called Empress Reversed. Lila seems to be upset when asked about her relationship with her mother. Maybe she has a rough relationship with this Empress. Or maybe she thinks that Yu is joking, perhaps because she herself is a mother of sorts. We'll get into that later in this video. This is a straightforward conversation. The tarot symbolism isn't much more than what we've already gone over. We encounter and feed this boiler entity. This boiler entity, I think, is certainly the mother of Will, but is she also the mother of Lila? Nonetheless, I believe the boiler entity is interchangeable with the Empress. The upright mother signifies a generous mother figure, someone who is giving, sacrifices so much of her life for the betterment of the people she loves. Whereas the reverse doesn't always mean selfish. See, even the devouring mother can be toxically generous, as in smothering. Perhaps there's a tit for tat. Think of the mother who is very giving to her children, but downplays or justifies the pain she causes her children because of how much she's given them. I give you a home so you could feel security and catharsis, and you let me hurt you so I could feel security and catharsis. Sorry. The devouring mother. Now let's finish off by investigating the reversed emperor. So after this point, it's going to be all ARG, mystery solving, puzzle solving, all that stuff. If you want to see if you have what it takes, which I believe you do, to face this gauntlet and solve the mystery on your own, which I believe, again, you do have that in you, click off this video, buy the game, and enjoy it. You could always come back to where you left off. We follow the lead that the Empress gave us. She gave us numbers 43033. Which is the building number for Father Lawrence's burnt apartment building.
Today is November 16th. My name is Wheeliam, and I have come to investigate the recent fire that happened here in an apartment complex nearby.
Keep in mind that this starts off as a flashback sequence, but we will take a diverting path as we, the Prince, explore. So the date that Wheeliam investigated the aftermath of the fire would take place on November 16th. Before Matt's party and after the fire. Ignore all this other stuff, I kind of messed up. Keep this investigation in mind. The fact that it's happening before he met Tanya, and the fact that it's happening after the calamity, which, don't look at spoilers. We'll get to that at the tower ending.
Excuse me, do you live here? We can't let in any non-tenants due to the investigation. Yes, I do. You smiled. This sounded genuine. I live on the 3rd floor, apartment 303. Alright, gotcha. It's strange though, I don't think I remember seeing you before. Wait, let me check the list I have. Immediately. Old lady. Oh, well, I have to go look at this. Please proceed to your room, sir.
We talk our way past a police officer who sectioned off the area for further investigation. We make our way inside the ruins of the fraternity.
I used to call this place my second home. What happened here? Now it smells like dust and ashes.
The first room we investigate bears no fruit, with a rotary telephone we can view but not interact with. Don't worry, there'll be more to this area toward the end of our exploration of this game. The second room has quite a bit to analyze.
Fireplace. A place of fire.
Perhaps this fireplace is the source of the fire that scorched this area. The computer is locked behind a pin that we don't have access to just yet. We then read up on some ritualistic practices that the fraternity took part in.
Some pages were untouched by the fire. For us, the most comfortable way to contact him was by using a special yantra. For beginners, an 1/8 tolai of teth mushrooms is often required. However, experienced members of the group may manage without them. Instruction. 1. Position the yantra so its center is at eye level and a comfortable distance away. Sit with your spine straight. Breathe in and out slowly until your breath flows naturally. Look at the center or dot, which represents the unity that underlies all the diversity of the physical world. Now allow your attention to expand, engulfing the outer square of the yantra. Do not move your eyes from the dot, however. Gradually span your attention across the sacred figure. As you reach the outer contour, you will already be unreadable. Oh, wait. That's unreadable, right?
A yantra is a sacred shape, a mystical machine of sorts, not to be confused by a mantra, something you say, or a mudra, a hand gesture. And those teth mushrooms, the ones we saw in the medicine cabinet, and was referenced by Officer Fisher, is referenced here in this book. We'll come to find out that these mushrooms play a key role in the sort of metaphysical exploration of these cultists. So we position ourselves on like a cult lazy boy and focus on the yantra. We're back at the mysterious forest again, but it's a bit different. The track playing is called Twisted Forest or Warped Forest.
This. You unlock the new palette, Lucid Dream.
We explore a bit to find a little figure of the Garage Heathen mascot. Now that I think about it, it's very fitting that we find this here. Unlocking the palette Lucid Dream. Also very fitting. Keep this concept of this forest realm being a form of dream realm in mind, specifically for when we explore another game by Garage Heathen called Schastye. We make our way down to the water and come face to face with the stranger.
A statue of sorts. It looks familiar. It looks so familiar. It may be made of wax. So lifelike it is. Does it talk? It looks so familiar. His face is like a mirror, isn't it? You cannot help but gaze at it. There were no words spoken. All happened in an instant. How amusing. A vessel for my kin has come on its own. What does this vessel want? With the first movement of your mind, the creature seems to have understood the whole of your desires. It is known. We will help you understand. Nothing is required in return. We do not need your compliance. You may seek help from my servitor, the daemon. You must acquire him separately. He was uploaded as an addition to this reality. I shall give you a link to his location. Listen carefully. The link is now copied to your clipboard. If you still want to hear from Lawrence, call him on the phone. The daemon will know the number once you let him see the phone rotor.
Is this the Emperor, the father of Lila? Again, the bold text signifies some sort of parental link. We'll get confirmation throughout our investigation that any sort of image of a monkey with a mushroom head or snake eyes is some sort of personification of Garage Heathen, the developer. So, it makes sense. The developer, the creator of this game, this world, would be personified in this game as the Emperor, as the god of this world. And in another one of Garage Heathen's creations, we have T-gotchi. She makes references to a daddy figure. So keep this concept of a less than stellar father figure in mind. Remember, this is the reversed Emperor ending, not the upright Emperor ending. Let's do a play-by-play of this scene because it's very important. We, the player, have Will sit down and stare at the yantra. We will come to find out that this would be one of the practices of the fraternity in entering this sort of spirit realm to commune with this emperor figure. According to the books Untouched by the Fire, in focusing on the yantra with the help of some consumed teth mushrooms, fraternity members will enter a dream state and commune with this archetype. What's interesting, the way we say don't need these anymore when interacting with the mushroom in William's medicine cabinet. Keep this in mind. Will would need these, but with the help of us, the player, Will doesn't. The book mentions that only the most experienced of the fraternity members can enter this state without the mushrooms, but Will, of course, isn't a seasoned cultist. He's more or less an underling. He would still need the mushrooms if he wanted to partake in this practice. So perhaps because we, the prince, are present, it's much easier for us to access the inner mind of Will. We have that ability as the player. We're back in this bodiless first-person perspective, which I believe means to signify we're now just playing as ourselves, the floating perspective of the perceiver. And we meet face-to-face with a waxy facsimile of Will. This is then revealed to be the stranger. When many of us came across the stranger in this game, we thought that the stranger was some sort of middle stage between the transformation between William and Lila, that there was this sort of Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. The biggest piece of evidence that would support this would be the androgynous look to the stranger, having some aspects of William and some feminine aspects we could only assume coming from Lila. I noticed, though, that there were some details in which the stranger had some strange link to the mother. And so I thought perhaps in some Norman Bates kind of way, the stranger was sort of the emergence of William's mother. All interpretations are basically valid. I want to jump the gun here a little bit and point out that as we get more into the themes of the unconscious, I think we'll have a better and more clear understanding of the stranger. So I'll mention this now. When we sit in the chair and we enter that dream world, we are entering what I believe to be the remnants of the unconscious of Wheeliam. So we are entering his psyche. So ask yourself this question. Why is it that we are meeting both the Emperor and the stranger in this dream world? And the hint is being, this dream world is the psyche of Wheeliam. The picture will become a lot clearer as we go on. Now here's something that completely went over my head in the previous forest ending. The forest is more or less a dream world. There are 2 times we enter this world in the game. In the Emperor ending, when we focus on the yantra and enter a deep state of meditation, remember this is typically done with mushrooms, psychedelics, or in the Hanged Man, High Priestess, and Fool endings, when we are about to hit the ground after being pushed off the roof of a 3-story building. Many have speculated about the experience of the brain right as it's about to die. That DMT, this sort of dream drug, spikes in the near death. So it's only fitting that we enter the same state right as we are about to die in the forest ending. That would make total freaking sense as to why Wheeliam is a martyr. Because because he consciously chooses to bait Michael into pushing him off of the 3-story building, perhaps to avoid Martha being killed. Right? Anyways, after being absolutely mogged by the stranger, we commune with the Emperor. I'm of the mind that the first-person nature of these 4 segments are explicitly us, the player, the perceiver in the game. So when the Emperor is calling us a vessel for its kin, it's talking about us, not Will. Who is the kin of the Emperor? You could say that Lila is the kin of the Emperor. We'll explore the themes of the Emperor being a representation of the developer, Garage Heathen. So just as how Lila is the creation of the Emperor, or I guess descendant of the Emperor, Who's Lila, the game, is descendant of the game developer Garage Heathen. And so us as a player are a vessel for this game. Keep that in mind, but let's discuss more about how we are to be a vessel for Lila specifically. So if we are to be a vessel for Lila, what would be the status of our vesselhood? You and I throughout this investigation haven't been possessed by Lila, haven't been talking to Lila, and yet our minds have been vessels for Lila. Yes, all this time we have been basically feeding Lila with the attention she so craves. We are a vessel for Lila. And you might be thinking, but no, she's not real. She's just a character in the game. How can we be a vessel for something that's not real? A meme doesn't have to be real. This hospital does not exist. There is no such thing as a pale, wrinkly-faced man who's telling you that you lost the game, which again, you just lost. I'm getting excited, ahead of myself even. But it's been staring us in the face this entire time, this theme. Remember, the newspaper was telling us about the mediums of the various eras of technology and information being permanently transformed with the introduction of the World Wide Web. That wasn't some sort of form of aimless world building. We were being front-loaded a key theme in framing this mystery of who's Lila, the nature of Lila, or the nature of who's Lila. The Emperor gives us the link to a free downloadable add-on to the game. In order for us to see what really happened to Will when he investigated the fire, we'll have to re-explore the apartments with this new add-on. The moment we sat down on the chair and stared at the yantra is when we diverted from the flashback. We will get the canonical flashback event when we explore the Hierophant ending. So now let us talk to Detective Yu about this ending, Reversed Emperor.
Who is the prince? No one. Whenever you say who, you're just pointing your finger at those stupid projector reels. The prince is not a who. If you want to see the projector light, you have to look beyond the film. Why do you yourself need a reel then? It's an anchor through which you humans can understand me. Lawrence's worms tried to make an instrument out of it. They made a reel artificially. Too bad it had my face on it. I couldn't help myself. I always come when someone calls. But I was here before all the reels, just like my father was.
It threw me for a loop. that after the Emperor ending, Detective U leads with the question, so who is the prince? But I think that's because that we, the player, the prince, are finally being personally referred to by the Emperor. We're essentially making our sort of debut in the game, our canonical debut in the game. So it is fitting that Detective U would ask the question of who is the prince in the discussion of the Emperor ending, when it's solidified that you, the player, are the perceiver, the prince, the vessel. Now, the tarot significance of the reversed Emperor kind of threw me for a loop. We meet a deity, and it offers its helper, this daemon DLC tool, free of charge, nothing in return. This is kind of benevolent. This is something a good leader would do, help you for nothing in return. So why is it that we have a reversed emperor, a tyrant or weak ruler? Perhaps there's an ulterior motive to this deity, that something about solving this mystery isn't exactly going to give us the catharsis or triumph that we think it's going to get us. There's something oddly self-aware about all of this. Not sure if I already mentioned it, but I'm certainly going to mention it later in this video. Throughout this video, I'm going to be operating on the idea that this emperor is a representation of Garage Heathen. In a cynical way, having you get hooked on this mystery bolsters the game development career of this creator of this realm. While it might seem benevolent that this game developer would give us a free DLC to help us solve the mystery, what will end up happening is we will be even further enthralled in the mystery. So perhaps this emperor isn't exactly benevolent. I mean, Garage Heathen is a great developer. I'm not saying that, he's a tyrant or a weak ruler, But I am obsessed. Lila says that the prince is no one. That when Detective U asks who is the prince, the who is just him pointing to the projector reels. If we want to see the light of the projector, we have to look beyond the film. The prince is not a reel, but the perceiver that lies beyond the projector light, that's not being projected from the projector, but being projected into it. Perhaps the light is coming from your computer screen. Okay, I'm getting jiggy with it, but it's pretty interesting, isn't it? Perhaps this world's creator and its sustainer are two different beings. Garage Heathen is the creator, but we, the player, the prince, sustain this game by playing it. We, the player, are the prince to the emperor. So long as there is a perceiver to perceive these reels, they never stop. The world never dies. And these reels keep spinning and spinning. So maybe this emperor isn't weak or tyrannical. They're just very laissez-faire. They create, and it's simply up to us, the prince, to sustain. What we do with the game is up to us. I think I'm pretty satisfied with this model of thinking regarding the prince and its relation to the emperor or Garage Heathen. Now, we'll still get some information regarding the emperor and his role in the grand scheme of this universe, as well as figuring out how the player, Detective U, and this fool, the avatar we play as, connect together.
What a beautiful meal. Muy exquisito. Did you know that in some parts of South America, exquisito doesn't mean exquisite, but means weird? Interesting. You are one person who goes by two different names, and exquisito is one word that goes by two different definitions. How'd you know about that? Never mind that. It's getting cold. Do you want to head out? Doesn't seem like you brought any layers. I have a scarf. I'll be fine. How about we order some coffee? ¿Quieres café? Surge guzes? I'm feeling less Dale Cooper and more Log Lady. Tea! Ooh, yes, I could use a good tea right now, yes. Wonder what they've got on their tea menu.
Come on, babe, quit being such a cocktease.
Did you just hear what that guy just said? I did. I didn't know this restaurant served cock teas. In a public restaurant. What? I like a hot Earl Grey cock tea. What the hell is a cock tea? It's chicken broth mixed with tea. It helps you get through the cold weather with all the antioxidants. Why the hell is it called cock tea and not chicken tea? Probably for the same reason we call it chicken broth and not cock broth.
While the daemon is downloading, let's dip our toes into some ARG. If you look on the itch.io page for Who's Lila, we can find a tarot card. It's the reversed Temperance card. And look, there's a hidden message on it. At the bottom we read, "Now, you are Wheeliam Clark, correct?" And at the top it's, "Sorry, it's hard to explain." These are quotes from Officer Hutchins and Wheeliam, respectively, from the interrogation sequence. The first quote is what Hutchins leads with, so that's easy to access. The second quote is accessed if we maintain confidence while not getting angry when our friends are mentioned. I only know that off the top of my head because I've explored the crap out of the investigation segment. However, if you're not a freak like me, you can get a hint by looking closer at the Temperance card. We get a hint as how to access this secret Temperance ending. Confidence signifies how to get to Wheeliam's quote, and disgust is the emotion we must show when prompted at these moments. This is the secret reverse Temperance ending. It's an ending signified by its achievement, but it isn't an in-game tarot card we can discuss with Detective View, which is interesting. This is what happens when we respond to Hutchins with a disgusted face.
Alright, now you are Wheeliam Clark, correct? You look disgusted. Yes, that is correct. However, that's not really my name. Excuse me? My name is Lila. Can you elaborate? Did you change your name? No. The name Lila was assigned to me by the worms of Lawrence, although I've been known by many names since the dawn of humanity. Could you elaborate? A child is born, and with him comes the shadowy figures. Each child has a roughly similar set of them. Some of the shadows are hazier, some take the form after some time. The children never see us, but we are always there, pulling the strings. And when a child invites me in, I can't resist it. So are you saying this is not Wheeliam I'm speaking to right now? It is not, but do not worry, you know who I am. After all, you were born with me as well. I am the one snatching children from their sleeping mothers. I am the nocturnal queen. The one known to cast both nightmares and dreams of lust. Excuse me, I'm not sure what happened just now. So you're claiming to be some kind of demon, or... You don't seem to understand. I want to talk to Detective Yu now. Look, bud, there's no detective here by that name, which is interesting because previously, the other detective, Fisher, said to save that crap for Detective Yu. Now let's go back to what we were discussing. Do you know this girl? Of course. She is the reason I'm here talking to you. And why is that exactly? Because she looks exactly like me, and because my little Wheeliam slaughtered her. Wheeliam being this boy's assigned name, Wheeliam Clark. He was the one to invite me in. I see, so you are saying that I am now talking to some being inhabiting the body of Wheeliam Clark? You know, Will, this is a very common thing guilty people do. They come up with those stories to clear their consciousness. But it was you who did it, wasn't it? Wheeliam did this, yes. But you are Wheeliam. I want to talk to Detective Yu. I already told you there isn't a detective by that name here, so backtracking a bit. Alright, if Will did this, how did he do it? I don't know everything. He was able to tire me out, to keep me hungry long enough, so I didn't look through his eyes anymore. But I remember him meeting this copycat girl. The spark of remembrance was nutritious enough for me to catch a glance of her. It all happened in a room full of people. There was music. Are you by any chance talking about Matt Hurley's party? Then I could catch glimpses more often. They talked about silly things, and then he must have started remembering. I saw clearly. She looked just like me. Not nearly as beautiful, but I see why Wheeliam would confuse us two. He thought I came back for him. He thought she was me. So that's why he slaughtered her. How did he do it? He strangled her, and then... It's hilarious. He cried like a little infant, the stupid guy. He couldn't take it in, the thing that was unraveling before his eyes. Delicious. So I had to step in. All in all, it was a happy coincidence. I had to clean up after him, though, cut the body to pieces. We have found a book about Tulpas in Wheeliam's drawer. Would you claim that you are his Tulpa? The worms like to call me that. They thought they had control, but they are no gods. You humans can't create anything new. So all you do is create artificial empty spaces in your head in hopes that someone like me comes and fills it up. And so I came. They believed it was a product of their thought. but I was there all along. I'm sorry, you'll have to stop with this nonsense. You'll be evaluated by the court doctors on more time after this interrogation ends. You do realize you'll go to jail regardless of what you claim you are. This body, if you will, is going to court. It does not matter. My affairs may be fulfilled from any place. You could be dead now, had I wanted it. Well, that's a bold claim. In any case, there's no reason to continue this interrogation. The motive and the crime seem to be clear. We'll ask you to lead us through the crime scene after this, so we'll get a more accurate picture. Sure thing, officer. Sure thing.
According to Lila in this moment, the archetype, goddess, original meme of Lila predates the Worms of Lawrence. It predates the name Lila, even. Lila is claiming to be Lilith, even almost evoking the name out of Officer Hutchins. I can't help but feel this dialogue is a bit too on the nose, and it's just in Lila's character to feed into the occult fears and fascinations, to toy with people, the player included. Otherwise, why else would she be announcing her nature in such a matter-of-fact way? She's toying with Hutchins and would rather speak to Detective Yu. Nonetheless, we can gather from the deception. She calls herself the Nocturnal Queen, further pointing to the owl imagery. She snatches babies from their mothers, much like how she engulfed William after he lost his mother. When talking about how Will and Tanya first met, she confirms that she re-emerged when William danced with Lila at Matt's party, calling Tanya the copycat girl. We'll come to find out it's a lot more likely that Lila derived from Tanya's likeness and not the other way around. Keep this in mind when appraising the trustworthiness of Lila's reveals. She also claims that it was William who killed Tanya. Specifically, he strangled her, just like how he ends up strangling Martha. Her reasoning is because since Tanya looked like Lila, William thought she was Lila, and so he killed her, thinking he was killing Lila. And then Lila claims that she only arrived to clean up the mess afterwards. This will turn out to be a dubious account, but keep this in mind for when we explore the lover's end. Lila claims that she isn't a Tulpa, that she wasn't created by the Worms of Lawrence. They created the space in their mind for Lila, and this already pre-existing being came to occupy that space, fooling them into thinking they created her with their thoughts. This is the hard-to-explain dialogue, if we say it with a disgusted face. Also, sorry for Hutchins' face being glitched in this footage.
I'm sorry, it sounds strange, but it felt wrong, like it wasn't really her I was kissing, but I don't know, an effigy of something I knew, or someone else I knew, or something. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, William. Sorry, it's hard to explain. You look disgusted. William. You keep calling me that. However, that is not really my name. Excuse me? My name is Lila. Can you elaborate? Did you change your name? No. The name Lila was assigned to me by the Worms of Lawrence. Who are the worms you are referring to? I'm talking about the pathetic wretches gathered by Lawrence. By Lawrence you mean Professor W.A. Lawrence. Yes, him. You were part of his group, correct? William was, indeed. That's how our collaboration started. That's when he saw me for the first time. What were the aims of that group? Well, that's easy. The Brethren may be stupid, but Lawrence has always suspected the satanic and deeply occult nature of our world's order. The streams of social will are, in fact, supported by this one thing. You see, there have always been works of art, music, poetry, and prose that would live on outside the will of their creator. These works were able to capture something so deeply suppressed, something shared so universally between people that they were able to live on without the author's control. With the introduction of the World Wide Web, such works have been digitized. Lawrence was simply seeking a way to birth such digital artifacts on a regular basis. I was supposed to be the generator of them, the animals. I'm sorry, you'll have to stop with this nonsense. You'll be evaluated by the court doctors on more time after this interrogation ends. You do realize that you'll go to jail regardless of what you...
In the second possible Temperance ending secret, she says her collaboration with Will started in the fraternity, not since birth. This is somewhat inconsistent with her comments in the earlier Temperance secret. He saw her for the first time while he was in the fraternity. She then explains the aims of Lawrence as wanting to harness the satanic powers of mimetic control. Again, leaning into the dramatic. the satanic panic, if you will. And if you notice, she's lifted her talking points on mediums and the World Wide Web, effect on those mediums, straight from the newspaper. Again, there's something insincere, derivative about all of this. But just like the High Priestess You discussion, I think there are bits of truth or value in her thinly veiled deception. We will come to find out that Father Lawrence is attempting to manufacture memes, for what reason we will soon find out, but the satanic occult edge is simply a front. Perhaps the worms buy into it, but Lawrence and other colleagues of his see this as a scientific experiment, playing with consciousness and phenomenology. She does mention animals before being cut off by Hutchins. That's right. I remember Will mentioning animals disappearing in his diary and showing concern for their well-being after the fire with Strupnev. This is the odd bit that undermines the idea that Lila is purely a mimetic man-made creation. We don't make sacrifice to Ugandan knuckles, but we do to deities, principalities, pantheons, and whatnot. And just when I thought the lines were starting to get clearer, they start to blur again. Well, let's press on and keep all of this in mind. It is interesting that this particular ending, which is signified by a respective achievement, doesn't get a Detective You discussion. It seems like even Lila is expecting a Detective You discussion, but she's sitting there stuck talking to Officer Hutchins. I'm going to be real with you, this particular symbology when it comes to the tarot, I'm kind of stumped. I kind of see like a gameplay aspect to the overlap. So let's see if we could figure something out here. In order to get the Temperance Reversed ending, the player has to discover one of two very specific routes of dialogue. In the Temperance Reversed ending, Lila just straight up reveals her nature to the officer. The upright Temperance card signifies a middle ground, cool-headedness, but a reverse Temperance signifies drastic measures, radicalism, leaning one side over the other side, imbalance in a way. Perhaps the overlap between the ending and the tarot is the fact that in all the interrogation endings, there's this sort of ambiguity. Strength is definitely leaning towards the side of Will, justice towards the side of Lila, but there's a little bit of blurriness there, and judgment is sort of the spectrum in between. However, Temperance is full-blown Lila. This is no doubt Lila emerging from within Will and demanding to talk to you. And it is kind of interesting. I mean, and you doesn't come about. I'm sure I'm missing something. I'm only really touching on this vague symbolic overlap. Nonetheless, let's move on. Let's get this Damon DLC sucker popped in and move on to the Tower ending.
And so we will start off with the Tower ending. But first of all, I want to confirm that there is no Temperance card for the Temperance ending. It's sort of an interesting little secret.
Last time I used the Damon tool was when I pirated Elder Scrolls Oblivion after installing my first ever graphics card. This is a different Damon tool. Using the Damon tool, this servitor sent by Toolshed Heretic, Garage Heathen, we will unlock some nifty secrets. Just as we start the game, already the Damon's eyes are glowing. And look, he's got snake eyes. But no 6 arms. The symbol in the upper corner I've been ignoring up until now is also an indicator that the Damon has something to say. We look around until we interact with the painting, and check this creepiness out. The Damon is robotically whispering in my ears. Anyways, what did he say? November 13th. Funnily enough, that's also when trading cards were enabled for this game on the Steam page. Will's injuries that he shows in the interrogation, if he beat up or avoided the fight with Michael, came from this calamity. But the fire happened the day before. The sequence we are about to see is this said calamity. So prepare yourselves, because we are about to get a big key to this timeline. I remember back in the day when I played this game called Insane Aquarium, I used to change my date forward whenever I wanted to reset the fish shop. That high-octane tech savviness finally comes into play. We must change the date of our computer to November 13th. Any year works. Once we do that, we are transported, taking us to the Tower ending. The
Please, don't go closer. Stay in the corner there, please. They're all dead, aren't they? The newsletter said so.
Oh, get the f*** out of here, CC Cleaner.
Even Father Lawrence. Ooh. And I have to say it now. Lila, I won't kill any more animals for you. That dog, Lila. Why did you tell me to stay home that day? I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. You have to leave. I don't know where. You must be just a piece of me. You are not more than I am. So why can't you just leave? Please.
Oh, geez, that's creepy. Lila waltzes towards us. She asks him to clear his mind, to make room for her, but our dear Wheeliam resists.
Please stop with this nonsense, Will. You know I can't leave you, but something has to change. Don't worry too much about it. It's important to just keep a clear mind. It will be just like a swap of lenses in a kaleidoscope or reels in a movie projector. Don't run from it. Just let me... No, don't touch me.
Lila made Will kill a dog? Oh, jeez. What if the grotesque image we saw when strangling Martha was this sort of dither-core Lynchian representation of a dog, a mutilated or dead dog? This dog, I think, represents in some way the defiled empathy of Wheeliam at the hands of his mother, at the hands of this cult, at the hands of Lila. This is why Wheeliam emerges through the most strong when we react sadly to the dead dog in the mirror. Lila wouldn't be sad about this. Lila is making Will do these things. That sadness we show in the mirror perhaps is Wheeliam's motif. The dead dog is the motif of Wheeliam's empathy.
It's interesting that this dead dog motif and reacting to it in an empathetic way causes the meme, if you will, of Wheeliam to emerge in this avatar, similarly to how the image of Tanya causes the meme of Lila to reemerge in Wheeliam's psyche.
There's this theme, bits of data, reminding you of something else that causes something else to reemerge. It's the concept of a meme hazard. A small reminder causes the meme to reawaken in your head. But I think this tells us something very key about Wheeliam, that Wheeliam does in fact have empathy. Detective Fisher, the hard-ass cop, saw something that we didn't see. He saw the empathy in Wheeliam. He sits him down, telling him, I know you have empathy, Wheeliam. We run down some stairs and we see the Vale again, flanked by pillars. This is another entrance to the forest, but instead of an ascension, we are descending. Passing the Vale triggers that odd noise again. We see a tower in the distance. Evading Lila, we pick up another pallet from an old column. Perhaps this is to signify the ancient nature of this realm, perhaps lending credence to Lila's possible ancient nature.
An old column. I can't tell how old.
The palette is called Lilac Mania. Removing the C makes it Lila Mania. If she catches up to us, we restart from a checkpoint. The image of Lila's jump scare looks like fractal shapes. Keep that in mind. Once we make it inside, we see a spiral staircase, similar to the one in the Wheel of Fortune ending. We bait Lila to chase us down the stairs. Once we make it down, we hop in the elevator, outsmarting her. Interesting. It took a downward spiral to give Wheeliam the momentum to rise above his predicament. We enter what looks like a theater. But this is a classic play-looking theater, not a movie theater. Despite this, we enter this backstage where all the reels go and where a projector is. I believe this to be specifically Wheeliam's projector. We examine junk reels and a pit, like the pit of one's soul, the dark recesses of one's psyche. I'm giving you a little bit of a hint here, so keep that in mind. We pick up the other reel, Lila's reel. We toss Lila's reel into the pit.
You got the other reel. It's useless now, Will. You think you've got the upper hand? You're just delaying the inevitable. It's no...
Transposed on this scene are quick shots of a rendition of Carl Jung's psychic model. On top of that, both have circular shapes. The reels have 6 arms, and the model has 6 sections. I've been calling these reels souls, using the word persona, but really would the best way to describe them be psyches, brace yourselves because we have just entered a new layer to this mystery. I want to say this, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a psychology major, okay? I'm a college dropout, all right? That being said, we have passed a threshold in this game into the unconscious. And it's very helpful that Garage Heathen has given us this very quick sort of motif of the psyche, the model of the psyche as according to Carl Jung. Now, not everybody goes by this model, and in fact, there's actually a more modernized version of this model that truncates the soul image and the mana personality and instead looks at the anima and animus. But anyways, I won't be so reliant on this model of the psyche, or at least my interpretations of this model, because there's always a chance that I'll get something wrong, and I don't want to have you sit here for God knows how many hours only for everything to just sort of fall apart because I got something mixed up. But this will be a beautifully wonderful, just a wonderful lens to look at the game through on your own as well. I'd love to see you guys in the comments or make your own videos trying to see, you know, place various motifs in the game on this model. And that's what we're going to be doing here. We will be going back to this model when analyzing Wheeliam's psyche, but right now we're kind of taking the motifs of who's Lila and putting him onto the psyche. There's going to be overlap, certainly, but right now we're just kind of looking at the characters and motifs and placing them onto this model. And for your convenience too, I've created my own kind of model. It's sort of like a side view of it, but they're both basically the same thing. There are 3 levels to the psyche. There is the conscience, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious. When we look at this model, we almost see a spectrum. At the very top, we see how we present to the world. And as we get closer to the middle, it's how we interpret the world, how we think within our inner world. And then as we get to the very bottom, it's where it all comes from. The persona, simply put, is the mask we wear. It's the mask we wear and what we show the outer world. For this reason, I would say the motif in this game that most fits the persona would be the morphable portrait on the right side of our screen in the game. The ego is what steers our interactions in this game. Think of almost, I didn't put this on this model because it would be very confusing with just the black marker, but imagine that there is this sort of stem that starts at the self, entering into the ego. There's a stem, so there's almost like a neck, a pivot, if you will. The way I interpret this is the ego is sort of the neck of the persona, the steering of the will. There is a little bit of a gradient, the self where the self and the ego kind of meet, but for the sake of this model, I would say that the player's cursor, sort of our interactions, our input into the game is the ego. So the player itself changes the face and all that stuff, but our final emotional answer to these various interactions, that is the persona. Now, the self, evidently I had the hardest time with this. The self, for me, is probably the hardest thing to define on this model. If you notice, it's sort of underneath all these other aspects. Underneath the persona, the ego, the shadow, the soul image, the mana personality, or the anima or animus, there is the self. It's this sort of foundational thing. It's who you are if all these things were stripped away. But that's not really a helpful way to define something by defining it by what it's not. This reminds me of what Lila asks Wheeliam in that Ascension segment when we, right when we enter the Vale and into the forest when she's on the window trying to ego death mind F Wheeliam. She asks him something around the lines of, who are you, or how would you define you? And Wheeliam says, well, I like lemon soda, I overthink sometimes, I broke my leg when I was a kid. And she stops him right there and says, so you're basically your memories and your thoughts? And to me, I can't help but think that that is what the self is. That when we strip everything away, there's still these imprints from the soul image, from the shadow, from the ego. There's these imprints. And so if we are playing as the fool will, if we are playing as this nameless husk will, it would make sense that there are still these sort of imprints left by the sucked out will. So for that reason, or that was the reason why I said in the self that would be the avatar or will the fool, but that's still very flimsy. And let's just move on. But this might help. Think of the psyche as almost a ship out at sea. The persona is the flag. You know, is it a pirate flag? Is it a friendly flag, a trader flag? The ego is sort of the mast that steers the sails. It's the navigational wheel. And the self is the hull itself. It's the vessel for this ship. And so I think that's why my brain really wants to make the self, or associate the self with the motif of, on the left side of the screen, the playable avatar that you move around. And this game becomes a lot more interesting when you really break this, piece apart these motifs. The avatar that you move around, the persona, the face that you morph. But didn't I say we're going to move on? Let's move on. Before getting into the shadow, let me talk a little bit about the soul image. Simply put, and this is a very layman reduction of it, the soul image is your perfect match, your perfect girl or perfect boy, or perfect everything in between. According to Jung, your soul image is a contrasexual or opposite sex perfect match for who you are. This is according to Jung, but if we modernize it a little bit, it's basically your perfect match, your soul mate, soul image. But there's a reason why it's called a soul image, though, and not a soul mate. Because the perfectness is not like a objectively good, perfect girl, perfect boy, whatever. It's sort of someone that complements everything about your psyche perfectly, even the insecurities. It's the same way that Lila is a perfect match for Wheeliam. Obviously, you and I know she's no good for him. And it's the same way that Mike is a perfect match for Tanya. You and I both know he's no good for her. The mana personality is kind of tricky. Now, this might not make sense to you right now. What is the prince's gift? Well, as the prince, the player of this game, our gift is the gaze. When we get... Why does that sound so funny? My gift to the world, the gaze. G-A-Z-E, gaze. Our gift to this game, to the characters in this game and all of its various motifs and characters and movers and shakers is our gaze, us looking at it, giving attention to it. We will explore this concept a lot more in depth in the Hierophant ending. So for that reason, though, I want to say the mana personality would be the prince's gift. But what is the mana personality? My apologies. In all of human cultures, and again, I'm ditching my outline here, so bear with me for a second. In all the various different cultures of humanity and all of the minds of human beings, we all have this idea of a sort of ruler, a creator. There's always a motif of a god king, an angel of God, a shaman, an emperor. And perhaps this mana, this gift from God, is this sort of consciousness, this ability of free will, or whatever, this hard-to-define thing, X factor, that separates us from the rest of the fauna on this world. So if we try to kind of convert my extremely imperfect view of what the mana personality is, and we try to sort of jury-rig it to fit who's Lila, I would say our attention, our playing the game, our obsessing over the game, the mystery and all that stuff of who's Lila, that is the mana personality. That is the thing that unites all these characters together and sort of the gift that we give to them. This will all make sense, if it doesn't already, towards the end of this video, what this gift and gaze and keeping everything sustained is. But that is essentially it. I know I'm missing stuff here. I know that there's a lot incorrect to this, but there's got to be a reason why Garage Heathen chose to use this model of the psyche and not the one that truncates mana and soul for anima animus. So whatever I'm missing here, I would love to hear what you guys think about this, especially those who are very qualified in Jungian psychology or phenomenology. But like I said, we're just looking at these various motifs through the lens of the psyche, but we will be doing an appraisal of Wheeliam's psyche towards the end of this video. And that would be a lot more solid than this. Regardless, now that we've finished the tower ending, let's talk to Detective Yu. If we enter Yu's office, the daemon says, "Still one of us." And Detective Yu senses it, asking, "What? Is somebody there with you?"
Is Detective Yu asking us, the player, if someone's there with you, as in us, or, completely ignorant to us, the player's existence, is Detective Yu suddenly getting a hint that there's someone there, as in that someone being us, with Lila? Not a big keep in mind, but nonetheless, I feel that this somewhat reinforces my final theory in this video.
Who is still one of us, and who even is us? Because we exclusively get this message from the daemon in Detective Yu's office, I think the Damon is referring to Detective Yu. Maybe the Damon is saying that despite Detective Yu thinking he's an outsider looking in, he is still very much a part of this game's world, a part of its sort of equation. Maybe he's overestimated his position as a detective, not realizing that he's much as a character in all this as the rest of these characters. Is the Damon telling us that he is not who we think he is? That he's somehow linked to this fool, even? The ending he seems to have such an affinity for? Keep this daemonic phrase in mind.
So the trickster gets tricked, eh? You could say so. It wasn't a fair play. Will would have benefited so much from giving up his reel. What are these reels? What's on them? Just garbage you humans collect throughout your life. Memories, habits, although sometimes you get something good. Are you referring to yourself? Well, obviously. You humans still need something to see me as, so you construct a projection of me. The same way you construct projections of other people you know. All your identities are just silly pieces of film illuminated by the prince. Aren't you the same? Oh, I'm much more, detective. Please, pick a card.
Lila shows contempt for the mundane nature of human psyches, calling them reels, collections of junk, but she has a very high opinion of herself, considering herself to be an improvement to the human condition, saying that Will could have benefited from giving up his wheel. She believes herself to be beyond this concept of the real, and that the only reason the real has been a representation of her is because humans need something to project her onto. She considers the reels as projections of other people as well. Perhaps the junk reels are the projections that Will had picked up on from the various people in his life. I think that's the most complete understanding of the reels. Not specifically like plug-in, plug-out software souls of people, but sort of imprinted memories and dispositions. We're kind of playing with the idea again that people don't exist inside your mind the way they do outside of it. You aren't experiencing a person purely for what they are, but simply how they affect your psyche. Ooh. We're gonna get into some stuff like this. And not that we need any more confirmation, but she says all these reels are silly pieces of film that are illuminated by the prince. I'm pointing to me, but you also. Their projection onto the projector requires the sustaining attention of us, the player, or the prince. Lila seems to be insistent that she is different from all these other reels, beyond these other people in this story. But this sounds like her egotistical nature peeking through, not any confirmation of her nature, specifically Lila's. The Tower Tarot signifies the status quo being shaken up, foundations being upheaved, and the calamity that follows afterwards. This sounds negative, but when applied to a vampiric and manipulative relationship like that of with Lila, this is a good thing. It could signify a revolt to an unjust system, the upheaval of a malicious, toxic coupling. And that's what we see. We see Will decoupling from Lila, Lila losing control over Will. Sadly, that's a very temporary affair, judging from the events of the game. But nonetheless, Will breaks up with the abusive and manipulative Lila. But based on the timeline of all this happening on the 13th of November, that means just 7 days later, Will meets Tanya for the first time, and all that progress is sort of reversed. And I don't have this written here or on my notes, but in case I forget to mention this or dwell on this, think of how Lila's reel is being thrown into this sort of dark abyss. She's not being permanently forgotten, because you can't permanently forget memes. You can only temporarily forget them until they're reawakened again from a reminder of a meme, a meminder. So what if the fact that her reel was thrown into this dark abyss, where perhaps Will threw all these other concepts that he wants to repress into, and perhaps that is where she meets his shadow. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. So let's move on to the lover's flashback ending. Oh, and I should mention too, the tower is obviously a flashback to November 13th. With the daemon, we load up the game again. We enter our kitchen. We take a look at the countertop where the diary is, and we see a key. That wasn't there before. The only place we know of that requires a key is Tanya's locker. You head to the school. And alas, the key opens the locker. We examine a sticky note.
Among other things, the old sticky note reads, "Oh, and Graves, don't forget to check out my Twitter. My name is @TanyaKennedy1899. The link is now copied to your clipboard."
So the ARG expands to Twitter. Shit. We'll check this out, but first let's take a look at her phone. Locked. That figures. Perhaps our key lies on that Twitter page.
Alright. Art student that likes cappuccinos with lots of milk and esoteric literature. And she's a Cancer. My heart is in shambles. On November 29th, we lost our Tanya. They found her in December. There's nothing that can bring her back now. Lord, we give you our littlest angel. I want this account to be a reminder of who Tanya was. Rest in peace, my baby girl. Ethan Kennedy.
November 29th is the estimated time that Tanya was murdered. And note, this tweet takes place on December 3rd. Remember, today is the day. Her body, no matter what happens in the game, the day the game takes place, Tanya's torso is found in Will's dumpster. December 3rd would have been the day that this game takes place, that her body is found a week ago, roughly a week ago. November 29th is when she would have been murdered. We see a picture of a cat with a pendant. The cat is in the same dithered style that this game is in. That pattern on the pendant must be the key to entering this phone. Also, remember that pendant we saw in one of the classrooms? It has the very same shape with that distinctive arrow. Here's a weird little bit of conjecture. I wonder if this symbol is Tanya's sigil. We see this symbol on the pendant of the cat. She says, "Isn't this the raddest pendant ever?" Every time she unlocks her phone, she set it up so that she swipes with her finger this sigil, literally casting a spell. And we see a pendant with this exact symbol next to the homework that we find regarding David Chalmers and Qualia and whatnot when we were exploring all the different classrooms. That's mainly the reason why I thought that was Tanya's homework. One of the pages she's following on Twitter is a fan page for Aleister Crowley. It's quite evident that she is a practitioner of the occult. When in life, when there is something that you want to achieve, there's something that you want to put your mind and your being towards, you essentially create this sort of focal point. People call this many things. They call it manifesting, they call it the secret, they call it chaos magic, but it's ultimately this unactualized goal that you steer your mind and soul towards. One of the ways you can help calibrate your mind, according to the occult, is creating a sigil. Many people like to create their own sigils, a sigil that they associate with themselves, as a way of working on themselves, focusing on themselves. One of the things you do is you take your name, you remove all vowels and repeating consonants. Let's say Tanya considers Y to be a vowel, so we have a T and an N. With these remaining consonants, create a symbol. We see right here a very definite T and a pretty definite N. And you could even consider that arrow to be sort of an upside downish Y. So perhaps Tanya created her own sigil for the sake of self-improvement. Hold on. Wheeliam, removing all the vowels, repeating consonants, we have a WLM. I don't know where I would have fit the L, but we have a W, an M. Let's move on. We should also pay attention to the dates that these were made, at least some of them. They may give us some interesting indication as to when certain events take place. She talks about the Dada Dog stickers being put on lockers to harass people, saying that they targeted Malcolm, Michael Graves' little brother. The next tweet talks about Chet Murray being murdered. We will come to find out that Chet Murray was the creator of this Dada Dog meme. Evidently, he didn't intend for the meme to get out of control like this. A conversation between Tanya and Garage Heathen takes place, And I just realized Tanya's profile picture is Lila, not Tanya. That's confusing. Perhaps on a separate level, this is the Emperor and the High Priestess conversating. I have an answer for why Lila looks like Tanya. I don't have an answer for why Tanya has Lila's profile picture as her Twitter. I mean, it's Twitter, who gives a shit? On April 21st, Tanya makes a tweet about Malcolm being found dead, strangled near the school. Evidently, this horrible event is what put Tanya and Michael in each other's lives. On April 21st, Tanya makes a tweet regarding Malcolm being found dead. Malcolm is the little brother of Michael Graves. This is little Malcolm Graves. This corroborates when Will or Lila taunts Michael on the rooftop in that rare bit of dialogue, saying, "You should be thankful that Malcolm was killed. Because after all, if he wasn't murdered, you and Tanya wouldn't be together." What's interesting is that Malcolm died from strangulation, the same MO of the death of Tanya and the death of Martha. So now I'm wondering, did Lila kill Malcolm? Did Will kill Malcolm? Tanya makes the assumption that this group of sort of radical racists that have, operate under the flag of this mimetic being of the Dada dog killed Malcolm simply for being black. Perhaps these racial terrorists were doing the bidding of this mimetic being of the Dada dog, and it just so happens that in this world of Who's Lila, mimetic beings that are malicious like to strangle people. I don't know. That's fat conjecture right there. But it is interesting also that William, or Lila through William, says something around the lines of, "Oh, Malcolm had such pretty eyes," or something like that, on that rooftop, that rare dialogue. I don't know. It's all effed up. Tanya mentions in another tweet about visiting the Sunshine Cafe, a place that feels welcoming but strangely somber. She gives an address. We'll explore that address soon enough. Mind you, at this point and onward with the tweets, this all takes place before she met Michael. Another tweet is a picture, again with the same dithering, of the poem Body's Beauty by Dante Gabriel Rossetti.
The House of Life, Sonnet LXXV111. Body's Beauty. Of Adam's first wife, Lilith, it is told, the which he loved before the gift of Eve, that ere the snakes her sweet tongue could deceive. And her enchanted hair was the first gold, and still she sits young while the earth is old, and subtly of herself contemplative, draws men to watch the bright web she can weave, till heart and body and life are in its hold. The rose and poppy are her flowers, for where is he not found, O Lilith, whom shed scent and soft shed kisses, and soft sleep shall snare? Lo, as that youth's eyes burned at thine, so went thy spell through him, and left his straight neck bent, and round his heart one strangling golden hair.
Lilith is a trickster and deceiver, much like Lila is. The hair being the first gold is something that will be relevant in the Hierophant ending, the final ending we'll be exploring. So keep this idea of the first bearer of gold in mind, this idea that a creation that is the first of its kind, the mother to many more treasures. Much like Lila, Lilith draws people in to witness the weaving of a web. Perhaps the webs of Lila are these vines we see in the beginning of the game. We're getting caught in the brambles of her forest. We'll soon see Tanya's mention of flowers and poppies in a dream she recollects. And we finish with a spell that leaves straight necks bent, much like the MO of Lila, strangulation. Now I'm really starting to wonder if there's some sort of overlap between Dada Dog's posse strangling Malcolm and Lila strangling Martha and Tanya. Another interesting thing is Dante Gabriel Rossetti is also one of the artists behind the painting Lady Lilith. This is the same painting that we see in our apartment, the one that leads us to the tower ending.
Maybe after William met Tanya, he browsed her Twitter looking for intel, and he discovered her affinity for Lilith and the artist Rossetti. So he purchases a print of Lady Lilith to perhaps impress her, fabricate something that they could have in common. Or maybe the purchasing of the Lilith painting is due to influencing from Lila or something else. In the event that William, through the calamity, forgets Lila, this painting will still be some sort of failsafe. Every time he wakes up in the morning, and he looks at this painting, there's always going to be that chance that Lila, L-I-L, will be recalled. Perhaps that's why we trigger the flashback ending of the tower by looking at this painting. Even without meeting Tanya, this painting would have been the big Achilles heel in Wheeliam's plan for freedom.
Tanya then posts in the form of a tweet the poem Antigonish, a poem written by William Hughes Mearns in 1899. That's the number in Tanya's Twitter handle. It will also be the hint to find a secret message at the end of our investigation. The namesake of the poem is After Antigonish, Nova Scotia. And honestly, I got nothing that would link these two together. Maybe Tanya is being hunted by something, having nightmares, perhaps visions of William before she ever met him. I thought at first this was maybe symbolic of the events surrounding her death, but I got nothing. I think at the bare minimum this shows Tanya's precocious creativity and is meant to further enforce the 1899 number's significance.
There's definitely something here. Given the fact that the author of this poem's name is William, just like William Clark, I can't help but wonder if the man who wasn't there, the man upon the stair, is that referencing William standing at the top of the stairs in the tower ending? There's definitely something here, and so I ask you, comment below what you think.
And finally, the very first tweet Tanya has ever made, a picture of Ekman's basic human emotion model. So, we've sifted through everything. Let's go put that code in. We check out Tanya's text first.
These are texts with William Clark. 1 week ago. William Clark, 2:30 a.m. Don't come, I changed my mind. Tanya, what the hell, dude? Now I'm totally coming. 3:02. Will? You alright? I'm not joking, I don't want to see you anymore. Please don't come. Dude, I can see something's wrong. I don't care. I know you're scared and trying to push me away again. I'll be waiting for you there. Don't come if you don't want to, but I'll be there.
Now that's interesting. They're texting at 3 a.m. It seems that they had plans to meet at that derelict house. Will probably had a very bad feeling, perhaps worried about seeing Tanya again, worried about evoking Lila. The 3 a.m. motif is very interesting too because that's the time mentioned in the Antigonish poem, perhaps linking the two events together. He tells her not to come back again, like the poet is telling the man atop the stairs. Being that these texts are happening in the early morning a week ago, when Tanya first went missing, it's likely that this final date Tanya and Will share happened after these texts, obviously.
Mike, 9:45 p.m. It's alright, you don't have to like them. Tanya, 9:45 p.m. I know it's alright, and I don't. Especially Danny. Mike, I gotcha. He's a jerk and a wanka boy. I don't get why you still let him F around with Martha's feelings. I'll talk to him. I don't care at this point. Come on, don't be like that now. 2 months ago. It's because I'm an effing failure, Mike. Stop saying that about yourself. Come on, Mike, face it. Can't you see it at least? I'm not blind, I see how you're suffering. From all the crap I'm doing to you. Look, I don't care about that. I know you love me and I love you. Isn't that what matters? Are you stupid? Mike, there's no way I deserve to be loved like that. By anyone. Out of all people. You don't need a burden like me. BS. I love you. We all do. Wanna call? I'm going to bed. 1 week ago, this is when Tanya went missing. Mike at 12:12 a.m. Where are you? Look, I know you don't want to talk, babe, but come on. You can't play with me like this. I'm going crazy here. Where the F are you? Tanya? Tanya? Tanya?
Aside from getting a view into Michael and Tanya's relationship and Tanya's deep insecurities, we don't really get too much new information. If the text that Tanya had with William happened at 3 a.m. a week ago, then the initial "Where are you?" texts were received by Michael while she was still alive. Perhaps she didn't want to text Graves back because she planned on cheating on him with Will. The text with Michael that happened at 3:30 and onward, I want to say is when Tanya was already dead. So it starts off as her ghosting him, but then at some point, tragically, she dies.
These are texts with Martha. You delete the chat without reading. And we can't click on it anymore.
I wonder what Lila has against Martha. I wonder what could have been on those texts. what Lila's trying to cover up. She knows we are watching, so whatever she deleted, she didn't want us, the player, seeing.
This is with Ellie Cooper, 1 week ago. Gorge, you there? Yeah, sorry. Just texted Martha about, yeah. So what was that dream you had?
Tanya's texts with Martha are something that she didn't feel comfortable texting about explicitly with Ellie. And in a way, we're lucky that it worked out that way, because Lila then would have instinctually deleted the text just like she did with Martha's. Because of this, we have a very interesting view into the life of Tanya in the form of this dream she recollects.
So what was that dream you had? You wanted to tell me? Remember? Yeah. It was a cool one. I was like this gorgeous woman, sitting among poppies and roses and a myriad of other flowers. We can also hear Tanya's motif playing at this moment, which I didn't know the name of. Completely nude. And there was this faint music playing in the air, and like, my hair was golden for some reason. Completely golden. I was combing them with a beautiful comb adorned with many little symbols. I think it was copper. Holy crap, that's a detailed dream. Did it end there? No. After a while, I've noticed something strange. It was like one of the poppies was different from the rest. Its bud was hanging lower than the others, and so I came closer to it. As I turned to look inside, it turned out there was I've seen my own face. I've seen my own face, perhaps. But, the eyes in the mirror were insane. They weren't mine. They were... You quickly delete the remaining messages.
So in her dream, she took the form of Lilith, or perhaps was perceiving in the point of view of Lilith. The description is very close to not only the Rossetti poem, but also the painting. Lilith peers inside one of the flowers to see a mirror reflecting the face of Tanya, but something was off about her eyes. Something about the eyes, something about the dream made Lila delete the text messages. Lila is hiding something, I know it. Something I believe she's insincere about, scared about being known. I want to say this now because I worry it'll slip my mind. But what if Lila is insecure about not being as ancient and primordial as she claims? What if she is just one flower of the many treasures in Lilith's garden? Not sure. Sadly, I don't think I end up re-exploring that in this video. It's an interesting thought. Anyways, let's press on.
And the last text message. You are in great danger, girl. Call me or visit my website at link blocked.
The final text is from a number, not from Tanya's contacts. Keep this number in mind, and while the website is blocked, we will be exploring it soon enough in the Hierophant ending. Now all that's left is to sift through her notes. This first one is a shopping list. Perhaps O is supposed to be OJ, one of the many words in this game that are misspelled. The second note is a note to herself. This is her new apartment, and the destination is of another flashback ending, the lover's ending. We go back to the bus stop and go to Tanya's new address.
But this is so wrong, isn't it? I guess so, yeah. Do you love me, Will? Yeah, I think I do. What's wrong? I'm sorry, I just feel weird to say that, for some reason. I mean, I get it. If I were you, I wouldn't trust myself either. No, it's not about that. You just remind me of someone I knew. Is that so? Honestly, I feel a bit offended, but after what I did to Mike, I don't really deserve anything better, do I? But aren't you Lila? Huh? What was that you said? Aren't you Lila? What? If this is a joke, I don't get it. Who's Lila? Some girl you like? No, it's... I don't remember who that is. I don't remember. Will? Will, are you alright? Will? Yeah, I'm alright. My face just doing its shenanigans again, I guess. Don't worry, dear. It's difficult for me to express emotions. I envy other people. They make faces naturally, but I have to make a conscious decision.
Something's wrong. Not now. What the hell's going on, Will? Tell her to be quiet. Will's not here anymore. Please be quiet. Everything's alright. What's gotten into you? What? If this is a prank, don't even bother calling me after this. What the F is this in your arms? I don't understand, William. This is too much. You don't look like him at all. Will, what's happened to you? See, Will? This is what you get for trying to get rid of me. Watch carefully. You can begin. Sure. There's no need to scream, Tanya.
You look very cute today. Don't scream.
Everything's...
Lila was evoked by the utterance of her name, from the mouth of Tanya. You can see when Will's demeanor changed, it's likely meant that Lila wrested control of his body. And what's interesting is we see Lila, the stranger, and Will all in the same room, indicating them as different entities or parts of the psyche. At the behest of Lila, the stranger kills Tanya, and this is all happening in Will's kitchen. They went from the place, being the derelict house, to Tanya's house, to Will's house. The strange inconsistency could just be a product of Will's reconstruction of that horrible experience. Now, it's morbidly fitting that Tanya is standing where the trash bag, saw, and Tanya's key were. Anyways, now all that's left is to talk about this ending with Detective U.
Poor William. He deserved it, you. After all, killing that bitch was his idea. I don't believe you. Why not, Detective? Will thought she was me. I guess he hated me that much. He thought I came back for him. I only helped him finish what he started. Will is not a killer. We seem to have exhausted the cards to talk about. We can go over them again if you'd like, but we don't have to.
Again, I'm going to treat Lila's words as deception dressed over the truth. As we saw, Will broke down and Lila took control. At that point onward, Will was no longer in control. I don't believe Lila when she says, oh, it was William that killed Tanya, and she only came in to clean up the mess. She was operating before the murder and in control. But I will believe that Will was desperate, that Will probably would have killed Tanya if he thought she was Lila, and that killing her would somehow stop her. Not out of malice for Tanya, but out of malice for Lila. The symbology is straightforward. We see William and Tanya having an affair. They're both lovers, and this is the lovers' tarot we're talking about. But here's the thing. The lovers' tarot signifies a sort of harmony in a relationship. And I wouldn't exactly consider William and Tanya having this sort of love triangle-y affair as harmonic. Perhaps in a strangely ironic way, Tanya's likeness and evoking of the phrase, who's Lila, bringing back Lila into William's body, ultimately reuniting Will and Lila together in this sort of ironic, cynical, twisted way, is a harmony in this toxic relationship. Perhaps the lovers in this case are not Will and Tanya, but Will and Lila. Tarot symbology speaking. But maybe it is describing Will and Tanya's relationship. Maybe there is a harmony that could have happened if it weren't for Lila's meddling. Aside from that, the lovers ending in tarot is quite simple, so let's move on to the sun ending. This one is straightforward. Just take the address to the cafe that Tanya mentions in her Twitter, 200 Grand Beaver Avenue. Once entering, we can interact with a cup of coffee, which unlocks the coffee beans palette.
A cup of freshly made coffee. You wonder who it's for.
The exterior beyond the window looks like the background of the main menu. We take our seat and a waitress approaches us.
Coffee as usual, Lila? She doesn't wait for you to answer. Thanks. Detective U's been here earlier today. Huh? Really? Yep, he didn't ask anything about you, though. Makes sense. He doesn't even need to, that sneaky jerk. Yeah. Is he still figuring out, who you are? Well, obviously. We wouldn't be here if he wasn't, would we? Well, yeah. Have you thought that maybe he's just giving us some more time out of pity? I mean, it could be that he already knows that you're, shh, shut up. Sorry, I'm just teasing. Oh, come on. You know, you's listening even now. Sure, otherwise I wouldn't be here talking to you. He must think he's really powerful, mustn't he? Guess so. He's clearly good at figuring things out. A nosy guy, I'd give him that. Well, at the end of the day, his curiosity is what's keeping us alive. That and his pain. Yeah, poor guy, actually. To think how much of the time he gives us is filled with suffering. What's he doing it for, then? He hopes for that slither of satisfaction our world is built so, gives him little pieces of info, so he feels as though he's getting somewhere. Doesn't he realize that 90% of his time consists of pain, and only like 10% is goodness? I don't know. Even so, he's a machine of pain, a suffering generator, as all human beings are. At least his attention is what keeps... Well, come on now, don't give out too much. Okay, hold on. They're like repeating themselves. Anyways. Well, come now, don't give out... That's so weird. It's so strange. I'm just realizing that now. Well, come now, don't give out too much. I know we haven't talked in a long time, but he is listening. Yes, he'll pester me about this for sure when I come back. Do you have to? It's up to him. It's up to you to decide. Well, thanks for coming today. I rarely see you these days. Yeah, I kinda missed all of this.
I honestly think we've been a few steps ahead in this investigation, at least in this video. And this is because I've gone through this game many times, and am packaging all my findings in one single video, one single go. But if this was your first time playing the game and discovering the sun ending, it's very likely at this point you still may not have noticed the fact that you in Detective U sounds a lot like Y-O-U, you. The way Detective U is searching for answers is in the same way that you are searching for answers. So this would be the sort of explicit reveal when Lila says it's up to you to decide. Detective U simply being you is just the first layer to all of this. Because in reality, Detective U is not you. Detective U is a character, perhaps a symbolic representation of your detective work, but he's much more than simply being referential to your desire to learn the truth. He is able to be in areas beyond the locus of our control, much like how the rest of these characters have an independent place in this story.
Detective U's been here earlier today.
The waitress isn't referring to us, the player. Even if this was your first time on a fresh save, she would still say the same thing. Now, I wasn't there earlier, but Detective U was. When Lila says, you know, you is listening even now, she doesn't say Detective U, she says just why you. Maybe this is meant to mean both Detective U and we the player, as in the prince. And although we and Detective U are both listening now, if it weren't for the player listening, they wouldn't be there talking to each other. Although both Detective U and you the player are good at figuring things out, it'll come to a point where our knowledge surpasses the knowledge of Detective U. And when we first start playing the game, Detective U knows things that we don't know. In fact, there is one thing that he will know that would be impossible for us to know, even after our investigation. When we realize these boundaries between us, the player, and Detective U, the lines start to blur a little less. And let me remind you, our curiosity, our attention is what keeps this world alive. I don't think Detective U has that same power. Lila believes that most of the time we give is filled with suffering, perhaps poking fun at the frustration of trying to figure everything out. In the beginning, the waitress and Lila talk about Detective U, who was there earlier. But the latter half of their conversation, they're talking about you, the player, at least primarily, who is listening even now, alongside Detective U. Now, let's move on to our discussion of the sun ending with Detective U.
What was that all about? Machine of pain? Me? You love it when it's all about you, don't you? What? I mean, I don't care. We can talk about something else if you'd like. What did she mean when she said that my curiosity keeps you alive? You are so close to finding out the truth. Do you realize that, detective? Just answer my question, Lila. Why are you saying that it's up to me? Come on, detective. You're almost there. I can't yet. Please, can't you just tell me?
Detective Yu knows that Lila feeds on attention, but he's confused as to what she means when she said that this curiosity keeps her alive. Not fed, alive. That's because he doesn't have the same power that you and I, the player, do. Lila says, "You are so close to finding the truth." Her face is nervous, almost defeated. I think she's both addressing us and the detective. She asks if the detective realizes that, and he doesn't pick up what she's getting at, despite her egging him on, saying, "Almost there, detective." But he says he can't. Not yet. Not, he can't figure it out, or, "Ooh, I'm stumped, but I can't solve it. Not yet." Some sort of mortality is seeping in. Detective Yu is almost afraid of the closure as Lila is. Once Detective Yu gives up, it looks almost like Lila is relieved. Both of them are equal benefactors of us, the prince, giving them attention. I think Detective Yu is a separate character from us. Perhaps he can see what we see, but he doesn't know what we know. He is a programmed character whose knowledge can't grow past his coding. Perhaps Detective Yu is a pretender, and that the real detective is us. We don't exactly know just yet, but I'm very confident in the player being the perceiver, the prince, the projector. We, the player, are a mover in this game, a character in this game, both separate from Detective Yu, but in some ways indiscernible. We'll get into that. Anyways, let's press on with the sun symbology. Perhaps we shouldn't let confusion and overthinking get in the way of enjoying the mystery. We should be happy that we're even able to put these puzzles together, solve these smaller mysteries in this more grand mystery. After all, the revelation that Detective Yu is somehow linked to you, the player, is an illuminating reveal. The sun, much like the Sunshine Cafe, is a place of illumination. Perhaps Garage Heathen's intention was for the player to end off on the note of the sun ending. But we have one more ending to go, and that is the Hierophant ending. In fact, I'm kind of worried that it was Garage Heathen's intention that we do the Hierophant ending when we did the Temperance ending. So we're kind of like, well, it could be any order, honestly. But I'm pretty certain that the sun is supposed to be the sort of final ending that most players would come across. In fact, I think that was the last ending I came across in my first playthrough. So, the tarot significance. In the sun ending, we are being hinted at in a coy way the nature of Lila, the nature of the mystery of who's Lila, the nature of Detective Yu and us, the player, and how we're linked together. Things are still blurry. After all, it wouldn't be a mystery if we were just straight up given the answer, but so much is illuminated and sort of reinforced that this is actually a very fulfilling and sort of illuminating ending. And so that's why perhaps it's the sun ending, and the cafe is called the Sunshine Cafe, because the sun signifies fulfillment, a coming joy, of course, illumination. Now, let's move on to, we're gonna get beefy again, ladies and gentlemen, the Hierophant ending. We go back to the Scorched Apartments, this time with the daemon assisting us. We enter the first room with the rotary telephone. The daemon gives us numbers to punch in. Once we do that, we see the face of Father Lawrence fade in.
Who is this? I must have dreamed it. Father Lawrence? Is that you? Lawrence. That was what they called the last vessel, wasn't it? Wheeliam, is that you, Wheeliam? Yes, it's me. It's me. Father Lawrence, where are you? What happened? I thought you died in that fire. Where are you? I'm at a strange place, my dear Wheeliam. But we deserve this. I should have never tricked you all.
My egoism has led to their death, and to your consequent suffering. A turn of the wheel.
What do you mean, Father Lawrence?
She mustn't continue what I started. I thought the Empress was the one to, seize her. But Lila seems to be way too clever to fall victim to such tricks. There's another way. Ripkin.
This was the name of your colleague, right?
Yes, I was too foolish and power-hungry, I suppose. But now it's all vain. You are the only one I wouldn't want to suffer from it. So here is the code you seek. It's from the desktop computer I used. You will find all the information there.
822.
When Father Lawrence refers to himself as the last vessel, it makes me wonder who is the current vessel. It's as if Will is the vessel for Lila at this moment of the flashback, and now as we play the game, we, the player, are the vessel. We speak to Father Lawrence in the same place we meet the Emperor. They both even fade in very similarly, and both talk about a vessel. Father Lawrence is the previous vessel, and so I think it's safe to say that we, the player, are the current one. He laments his egoism, fooling the fraternity members. We will see what he means by this in a moment. He then refers to hoping that the Empress would be the one to seize Lila, but Lila outsmarted her. Interesting. Keep this in mind. We will soon understand one of the possible identities for the Empress. But remember this. In the Reverse Empress Tarot discussion, Detective Yu asks Lila about her mother. Perhaps the Empress is Lila's mother. This colleague of Lawrence's, Ripkin, plays an insane role in this game's universe, so keep him in mind. In order to make things right and protect Wheeliam, Father Lawrence gives Wheeliam the code to the computer that we couldn't access in the Reversed Emperor ending. With Lawrence hanging up, we hear the same strange noise again. I'm starting to think that this is the noise that plays when a character ceases and reawakens, phasing in and out of the game's scape. The noise plays when Lila is seized by the Empress, but also it plays when Strutnev randomly appears behind us on that catwalk. That's the correlation, but what is the true symbolic meaning? Now that I think about it, it is kind of interesting how we call Lawrence just as data is called in programming, but now I'm just getting jiggy with it again. On the computer, we find a locked document and a link to a website. Following the website leads us to this Angel Fire looking ass website. It's a long screed titled The Words of Ripkin, Ripkin being the colleague of Father Lawrence. At the top of Ripkin's website, we see a censored phone number and what looks like an address. That phone number was the one that texted Tanya, saying that she was in danger. Perhaps that blocked link led to the Words of Ripkin website. If Ripkin was aware of Tanya, what else does he know? He starts his website with this point. Imagine if humans, rather than being the generators of consciousness, were in a sort of parasitic relationship with it. What if the consciousness was an underlying, inseparable factor of reality existing outside of and unconditioned by human brains? He says be human brains, but it's, I think, by human brains. In all caps, he says, we know animals don't possess consciousness. How did humans come about it, and why does Professor Ripkin find the word possess to be inaccurate in this context? Are you confused? Don't worry. Let's reel it in a bit with a good old-fashioned whiteboard segment. What if, instead of human beings possessing consciousness, it was consciousness that possessed humans? In other words, instead of human beings being a generator of consciousness, consciousness was this external entity, for lack of a better word, that entered our minds, and we generated consciousness from there, almost like we are a projector of consciousness. What makes human beings so special that we are conscious beings and animals aren't? And why is consciousness so immeasurable? Ripkin believes he has the answers to these questions. In order to understand Ripkin's answer as to why consciousness is immeasurable, we have to answer the question, how is it immeasurable? What do I mean when I say consciousness is immeasurable? Philosopher David Chalmers coined a term, hard problems of consciousness. Now, if you remember, David Chalmers is the philosopher that is mentioned in Tanya's homework when we were searching through the classrooms at school. In order to understand what a hard problem is, let's figure out what an easy problem is. An easy problem is a problem whose means of solving its answer is tenable, measurable, solvable. For example, I have a piece of raw beef and I need to make it safe to eat. And that's very simple. Simply introduce enough heat so that all the microbiology inside of the beef is killed, making it safe for a human being to consume. Now that's one example of an easy problem. But mind you, the word easy in easy problem doesn't mean ease of solving, but simply ease of understanding how to solve. Let me give you another example. Steven Pinker, a psychologist, joked about how another example of an easy problem is curing cancer or figuring out a way to live on Mars. Obviously, that's something that we haven't achieved yet, but over time, with money, material, manpower, these things can be logically solved. Let's go back to the steak for a second. If you notice, within the problem of making raw beef safe to eat, there are a bunch of different measurements. There's the temperature of which we cook the steak. There's the weight, the volume of the steak, the level of moisture. After the fact, when we eat it, its effect on our body. All of these things are measurable. And here's where things get a little bit tricky when it comes to talking about the hard problems of consciousness. If I asked you, what does the steak taste like? That would be easy enough, because even our language sort of understands the hard problem of consciousness. We're not asking you, measure the taste of steak. We're asking you, what does it taste like? It tastes salty. It tastes meaty. That's very helpful. It tastes umami. Well, what does umami taste like? Well, it's the taste of meat. So we're just entering a cycle of similes. But no, what is it? What is the taste of steak? We know the weight of the steak, we know the heat of the steak, we can measure the amount of protein and salt and blood in the steak, and that contributes to the taste, but how do we measure the taste? You put your fork into the piece of meat, you can do all sorts, if you had all the lab equipment in the world, you could answer so many different questions, but boom, the moment the meat touches your tongue and the sense goes from your tongue, your taste buds, into your brain, that is the biggest mystery to the human mind. Why is this? What is this? What is this phenomenon? Because unlike curing cancer and living on Mars, hard problems of consciousness cannot be solved with enough manpower, funding, and resources. That is because of something tricky and sticky. That something is qualia. I feel like I'm doing great right now. Again, qualia is something that is mentioned in Tanya's homework. I'm going to take Frank Jackson's definition of qualia and I'm going to try to put it through a layman reductive lens to make it easier to chew on. This is definitely going to be an imperfect definition, but for the sake of this video, for the sake of your foundational edification, I think it's going to be a helpful sort of a heuristic. Yeah, I dipped my toe into phenomenology for 1 second. All of a sudden I'm using words like heuristic. So here are some examples of qualia. The taste of steak, the pain of a stomachache, the sight of the color red. Those are examples. So qualia is a bodily sensation or a perspective experience, something you sense or something you see, whose measurement isn't contained in the world of physical information. So in this grand world of physical information, sights, sounds, measurements, heights, widths, we cannot find the information that could measure a bodily sensation or a perspective experience, making it a qualia. So that's the reverse. Now here's what's interesting. The color red is measurable. If we had the equipment, we could measure the light that's bouncing off of it and hitting your cornea. So certain lights are being absorbed and certain lights are being reflected. We can measure the kinds of materials that are being used to create this red marker, the plastics, the dyes, and all that stuff. However, the moment the color red hits my cornea and my eye transfers that information, the experience that I'm going through, my brain is going through from witnessing the redness of this color is immeasurable. To go even more reductive, think of that question. How do I know that my red is the same as your red? How do I know that the red that you see is my yellow and my yellow is your red? We can measure the acidity of the stomach. We can measure the food you ate, how much bioactivity is going on, if we had the equipment, which that does exist. But the experience of pain for any individual person is impossible to measure. So we know what qualia is. We know that it's a big part of what makes the horror problem of consciousness so hard. Going back to Rybkin. So, according to Rybkin, because our brains, this system of meat and fluid that sits in our cranium, is so incompatible with consciousness, it isn't unreasonable to posit that perhaps consciousness exists in a way that is totally unrelated to our brains, external, if you will, from our brains. This is where the prince comes in. As humans, our brains have evolved to mimic the inner workings of the prince or grand consciousness so well that when the prince sees us, they think they're looking in a mirror. So when the prince sees us dancing, they think it would be fun to dance along with us. What's odd is that Rybkin says this is when the pain and suffering of the prince starts. Or emerged, I should say. Keep that in mind. According to Rybkin, because human beings on their own are nothing, they benefit from having the grand consciousness in them to mimic, and this grand consciousness ultimately leads to the prevailing of the human race. And perhaps, in a mimetic way, the grand consciousness gains the benefit of mimetically reproducing among all the various humans whose brains have evolved to be so spongy to the grand consciousness, ultimately making us more smarter or conscious than the rest of the fauna in this biosphere. This is an interesting idea on its own. If we retooled it in some ways, you could probably find a discipline of phenomenology that already exists in our world. But remember this, Rybkin, as far as I know, lives in the world of Who's Lila. The humans he's referring to are not us, but the characters we see on the screen. The prince is us. We are the prince or princes. When we see these characters on the screen, we see ourselves. They've been programmed and coded in such a way that they mimic us perfectly. But these are just pixels on a screen, programmed and coded. And yet, they mimic us so well that we think it would be fun to play with them, or in other words, dance with them, in the form of the video game of Who's Lila, or really any game or movie or piece of media we've ever enjoyed. The reason why Rybkin says this is when the pain emerges for the prince is because we ultimately know that these characters are not real. Without us, the prince, they cease, becoming nothing. We feel, but they don't. They're just pixels on a screen, but yet they've imprinted on us in such a way that it affects us. Think of the pain of when you have, think of that connection you feel when you have a favorite comfort character on a TV show and you've grown attached to it. Maybe in a TV show they end up getting killed off or the series ends. These are feelingless characters on a screen, and yet, because we are seeing their existence extinguish, it hits straight at our empathy, and we discover an all newer fear, more than the fear of losing a loved one, more than a fear of dying, but a fear of utter existential obliteration. The characters on the screen aren't dead, they cease. And so we, the prince, are seeing a simulated obliteration of existence. And because of our empathy, it is extremely painful to experience. Yeah, I think that's the best I can do with this. Yep. I think we did good. There's this picture of a figure that's heavily obscured by pixels. In this world's pantheon, the prince is depicted in this way, in the style of what seems to be sort of Buddhist art. When I was talking about mudras earlier, I must have subconsciously, I think I did the exact same thing. That's interesting. Wow, we're getting Lynchian here. Rybkin talks about the fate of Chet Murray, the artist who created Dada Dog. Remember from Tanya's Twitter, she mourns him being murdered. Rybkin gets hard to follow at this point, so I'll do my best to translate. Because of the gift of the grand consciousness, human beings have naturally achieved this ability to create works of art that similarly mimic the nature of the prince, in that these works of art procreate mimetically. If human beings don't possess consciousness, but consciousness possesses humans, perhaps you Perhaps humans don't possess memes, but memes possess humans. Thus, the Dada Dog meme grew and mutated beyond the intention of its creator and somehow controlled a massive extremist to kill its creator, Chet Murray. This is a big keep in mind. Keep this concept of memes and the possible forces that inhabit these memes being entities that require our consciousness to not only stay alive, but do their bidding. Lastly, Rybkin discusses the existence of a control process for creating ultra-influencing works of any media, or UAMs. At first it was believed that these kinds of memes, or ultra-influencing works, could only be created intuitively, or in other words, as part of the natural, free-flowing art creation process. But it turns out there is a way to intentionally create them, that this redacted order had long figured it out, and suppressed the methods of its existence, and has used this method to create UAMs to control society for malicious purposes. Professor, or as we know him, Father Lawrence, also devised a way to create these UAMs and control them, but a special government agency shut him down. Shut him down? This must be the Fire, the one that destroyed everything to do with the fraternity. And the only other government agency characters we know about are Detective Yu from the FBI. Keep this in mind. We follow the link to Garage Heathen's itch.io page with a PDF to download. To unlock the download, we find the password in answers.txt located in the daemon game files. The password is parasites. We download classified.pdf and... shit. Seriously?
This is Detective York. I need you to patch me through to Captain O'Jobs.
I'll need the answer to your 3 security questions. What does the redacted do to the video, the astrologist to the star, the lover to their lover?
A B3OP.
What are French tips made out of?
Cyrillic.
Detective, what the hell is the update with tracking down Floppycock?
Alphabet.
Patching you through now.
Detective, what the hell is the update with tracking down Floppycock?
I wanted to tell you about a dream I had last night.
Well, spit it out!
I was laying in bed trying to sleep until I saw a face peering out of my closet. In hindsight, it should have scared the hell out of me, but for some reason the word Hermit kept repeating in my head. Without words, he indicated that he knew I wanted to find Flaw Peacock. Then I heard him speak. What once stood tall now used to walk, a shroud adorned with a peacock. What was once beneath our feet now rests above our head. You seek a clean slate made of cotton thread. And then suddenly it was morning. I woke up from my dream, but it was as if I never fell asleep. I woke up wearing a green apron and with a food handler's card in my pocket.
I think you know what you need to do now, Detective.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
The Tanya Twitter page, and then the Words of Rybkin website, and now this PDF. Okay. The introduction to the PDF indicates that this is an instruction manual written by Rybkin on proper UM creation, for Lawrence's eyes only. Anthropologist Marcel Griaul and his research on the Dogon tribe rituals are cited as sources. The Dogon tribe will be mentioned again later, and I'll briefly touch on them then. The document first seeks to define what a UM is through Part 1. Part 1 of the document talks about how, in the olden days, works of arts would surface from time to time that would prove very powerful, relatable, and popular. As these works propagated among masses of humans and human minds, its power would manifest by forming the zeitgeist or culture of the time, typically far beyond the intentions and expectations of the artwork's initial creator. With the introduction of the World Wide Web, the meme, as it's colloquially known, was created. Or maybe it emerged. I don't know if created is the right word. Compared to other influencing works, it has a significantly shorter lifespan, but its ability to spread is unprecedented. Memes come and go, but once in a while, a meme has the same power as artworks of old did, and thusly are capable of social engineering. These artworks and memes that have this level of power are also called UAMs, or ultra-influencing work of any media. They are traditionally created spontaneously and naturally, but they are always inherently occult. The document cites an article that exists only in the universe of Who's Lila, about vast cattle farms found near the Pentagon, indicating that even the government is partaking in this and is utilizing animal sacrifice. I'm reminded of the fraternity's animals, the one that Wheeliam helped tend to. Part 2 indicates that the goals of Rybkin and Lawrence are with benevolent intentions. Rybkin volunteers himself to transcend the human condition, but the purpose as well as the rest of Part 2 is classified. Part 3 indicates a methodology. First, Rybkin gives 2 reasons as to why it's imprudent to try and use already existing, naturally created UAMs. The first reason is unpredictability. It's impossible to indicate if a work of art was just fleetingly popular or truly was a ultra-influencing work. The common quality of all UAMs, however, is that they all have some aspect of patronage to a new sphere dweller. Let me explain. You and I live in a biosphere, planet Earth, our ecosystem. Whereas mimetic beings, thought forms, deities, principalities, live in the psychosphere, the brain sphere, or in this case, called a noosphere. So in order for a UAM to be powerful, it needs a, for lack of a better term, god at its helm. Now this obviously presents risks. The second reason against using pre-existing UAMs and noosphere dwellers is that the UAM will be used at the whim of this noosphere dweller. And since attempts to control and contact these gods is out of the question for some reason, at least according to Rybkin, then it makes it impossible for us to have any influence on the use of the UAM. Imagine a dog with 2 leashes attached to him. You're holding one of the leashes, but the other leash could be held by anybody. It could be held by the Archangel Michael, it could be held by Ahura Mazda, or it could be held by Satan. Are you really going to take that risk? Rybkin also mentions that some artists do indeed use certain redacted to contact noosphere dwellers, or again, gods. But the use of this redacted substance doesn't increase the controllability of the UAM or noosphere dwellers, and typically leads to the absolute annihilation of the artist. I believe that this redaction is supposed to be drugs or psychedelics, like the Teth mushrooms. That makes sense. Artists have used Teth mushrooms or psychedelics in the past, but they don't guarantee any sort of increased control over a UAM or a noosphere dweller. That kind of makes sense. It will make even more sense when we explore the game Schastye. So if contacting a pre-existing god is out of the question, then the only answer is to create a new god, or create an artificial noosphere dweller. The process that Rybkin develops for creating artificial noosphere dwellers is a modified version of the Dogon tribe's traditional rituals. In the Who's Lila universe, the Dogon tribes had figured out a way to contact a more amiable and higher tier noosphere dweller. Rybkin refers to this god as, wait for it, Snake Eyes. So the Dogon tribe figured out how to contact the Emperor. And in case I haven't fully established this idea, the Emperor, Garage Heathen, its logo, Snake Eyes, and maybe even the daemon itself are all representations of the developer in our world, but in this world, a major god of that universe, its creator. The process for creating the artificial noosphere dweller goes like this. To reinforce the psychic base of this dweller's existence, so a constant foundation of attention, worship, and sacrifice, the Fraternity of Lawrence was established. Each member was told to create a Tulpa with a predetermined appearance. Over time, as more mind power went towards reinforcing this noosphere dweller, it changed on its own and became lively. In the document, the creature is referred to as L, so this dweller they're creating is Lila. Remember, Strupnev and Will both know her as Lila by name, so it's safe to assume this was the name that the entire fraternity was using, and they all called this dweller by Lila. I only say that because I wasted a lot of time and brain power trying to figure out, oh, what if L means Lilith? What if L means something else? But let's not forget the obvious. Rybkin states that they were sure to not accidentally invite any existing deity into the process, as it would produce uncontrollable consequences. He also cautions from using archetypes from Redacted because they historically produced calamities. I think the redaction is supposed to be tarot, or tarot arcana, since it is kind of a long redaction, like the actual censor bar. Based on the tarot theming of this game, the calamity, and of course the uncontrollable consequences, it's safe to say that somewhere in their process the fraternity effed up. But let's ignore that for a moment and read on. They created the Dweller to have vampiric qualities, requiring some sort of input from humans to exist. So, in order for Elle to exist, she needs some level of sacrifice. But instead of human sacrifices, they opted for a more quantitative, easily farmed but less powerful animal sacrifice. This would explain Strukneb's dog motif and the cattle that Will noted in his diary. Now here's the kicker. The contingency plan in place for if control is lost over Elle, or Lila, the protocol for regaining control can be found on a locked document on the main computer. The computer in the scorched apartment. The password is first gold, as in the hair of Lilith being first gold. So much for not invoking other New Sphere dwellers. The last page of this PDF goes over some examples of UMs, possibly from the supposed Lila pipeline. But first, we now have what we need to answer the question. So why does Tanya look like Lila? Because Lawrence messed up. Instead of creating a new artificial New Sphere dweller, he invoked Lilith, or the New Sphere dweller that once inhabited the UM of Lilith, the ancient UM of Lilith. Think about the hubris it takes to think that you could actually create a New Sphere dweller that isn't derivative whatsoever, literally creating a brand new deity. It's impossible. Riepkin and Lawrence didn't account for the collective unconsciousness, and so this whole process was basically tainted from the start by an already pre-existing New Sphere dweller. For the sake of simplicity, we're going to refer to her as Lilith. First of all, they named this New Sphere dweller Lila, L-I-L, sharing the first three letters of Lilith. They made this facade, the image of this New Sphere dweller, a beautiful woman. The dipshits made the password for the contingency protocol first gold, a reference to the poem that is a poem to Lilith. Either the collective unconsciousness served the Lawrence fraternity a really bad hand, or the sheer moment that Lilith was invoked, she was influencing all of that. She made it so that, let's make it a beautiful woman, let's make the contingency protocol first gold. That's probably the more likely scenario. Just the moment. L-I-L, boom, derivative, done. So what must have happened was Lilith was unintentionally reawoken and evoked by the Lawrence fraternity. The fraternity successfully creates Lila, but Lila is not a New Sphere dweller, but a highly complex UM. Like all other UMs, Lila is inhabited by Lilith, unbeknownst to the Lawrence fraternity. Now, Tanya had shown some past affinity for Lilith, even putting on her Twitter the poem that refers to her hair being first gold. So, she has a dream of Lilith sitting among the flowers, where she then sees either Tanya or Lila's face in a mirror reflecting off of one of the flowers. And so who knows what kind of meddling Lilith did to get Tanya and Wheeliam and the Lawrence fraternity all in the same vicinity. Or perhaps it was just a coincidence, but nonetheless, she sees in the mirror Tanya's visage. Then, I believe that over time, as the Lawrence fraternity is enforcing the image of Lila, Lilith is subconsciously, subliminally, influencing them to think of Tanya. And so over time, Elle, or Lila, slowly began to look like Tanya. This is why they both look very similar, but not exact. Because in the end, there's imperfections, in people's brains. Kind of going back to the hard problem of consciousness. My Lila is not the same thing as your Lila, just as my red might not be the same as your red. And so anyways, Lila is effectively changed. And so anyways, Lila ends up looking like Tanya, setting up this chain of events, suffering, intrigue, mystery, pain, all feeding Lilith. And so, at least this particular story is a story of hubris. trying to create God, trying to create a power of creation, a deity. Ooh. We see a lot of reversals like this in this story, actually, huh? But I'm getting ahead of myself. But this is ultimately, when we remember Tanya, this is ultimately, I think, one of the tragedies of Tanya's fate is, her precocious young woman who was into the occult. Fine, big deal. But then the hubris of Lawrence and Rybkin, everything together, it's a pity. But let's move on before I get emotional. Oh, who am I kidding? With a whiteboard like this? Oh no, I gotta give my whiteboard erasing homies what they want. We're eating good tonight. All right. Let's move on. The final page confirms that the fraternity was able to establish some sort of pipeline. The list gives 4 examples. One is nearly fully redacted, with the only information being shown is that it was cancelled and its lifespan was 98 hours. The second example's picture is redacted, but its name was Of Leg Bones, or OF Leg Bones. Based on the description and 8-month standard lifespan, this seems to be just a standard or perhaps just even a standard non-ultra influencing meme. The third example is of Dada Dog, a still active and is noted to not be L's child. The fourth example is interesting. Known as T, this is the first successful child of L. So does this mean that this is the first successful created from this artificial pipeline? Or is this a special that is supposed to be the child of Lila or Lilith? Depending on the screen you are viewing this PDF on, you can see a very faint image of the character from T-gotchi. She goes by different names like Tomei, Tomiho, Sarina, but at the end of the day, all these names have T. T-gotchi, your amazing T-gotchi. The game itself is interesting, but for the sake of organization, let's save analyzing peripheral games towards the end. This TUM will be better understood in the game Your Amazing T-gotchi, and Rybkin's story and methodology will be better understood in the game Schastye. We are getting closer to a more substantial understanding of Lila's possible origin. Based on the faded out image of the T-gotchi girl, I think it's safe to say that T is the T-gotchi girl. It is interesting. This document says that T-gotchi is an offspring of L, which I think is safe to say is Lila. And if you think, what other character's name starts with the letter T? We have Tanya. Now, Tanya isn't a as far as I know, but she does have veneration to Lilith. So it is kind of interesting in a sort of abstract way. This T-girl is a daughter of, L, Lila, and this T-girl is a daughter of veneration of Lilith. Now, I just can't help but wonder if there's a link between Tanya and T-gotchi girl. I don't know. So, let's finally do it. This is the model I think best delineates the boundaries between Lilith and Lila. It is my hope that we can have a better understanding of who's Lila, not Lila, who's Lila's nature through this model. Lilith herself is a sort of the symbol of the moon and cross, the mythos of being the first wife of Adam. Like a all these aspects have been pasted on her, transforming her over time, and depending on who you ask, she's either this wicked nocturnal temptress or a defiant, benevolent high priestess. We're not talking about the of Lilith, we're talking about the new sphere dweller, the deity that occupied that So, the new sphere dweller, known as Lilith, occupies the of Lila. But Lila is a complex She has her own desires, her own goals. In a way, Lawrence did somewhat succeed in creating this sort of artificial dweller, because we do see it clash with Lilith, wanting her own source of attention, and yet still having to show some level of deference, as we see in the reversed Empress ending, if you consider the boiler lady to be Lilith. And of course, Lila dwells within Wheeliam. This is the model of understanding Lila, the character in the game. But the Lila that Wheeliam tussles with, I believe isn't the same Lila that we tussle with. Not entirely. We don't tussle with Lila, we tussle with who's Lila. So the mystery of who's Lila. So we have this sort of software, right, baked in. We have Lilith, Wheeliam that's in the grasp of Lila, which is in the grasp of Lilith. All of that is contained in this game of who's Lila. The game, which contains imprints of Wheeliam, which contain imprints of Lila, which contain imprints of Lilith, all occupies the mind of the prince. The ultimate source of food and attention. The very thing that keeps this universe alive. But here's the thing. When the game is turned off, Lilith, Lila, Wheeliam, Detective Yu, Michael, Tanya, all cease. But who's Lila doesn't. The mystery of who's Lila stays with us after the computer is turned off, after we leave, get our breakfast, do whatever the heck. Who's Lila stays with us. But there is an extra layer to this diabolical, parasitic, vampiric relationship. You see, a part of who's Lila rests within us, and there may be a chance that a part of us rests within the mystery of who's Lila. But that won't be understood until the very end of this video. This is just a model, an organization of all the information we've been picking up throughout the game. Really, in the end, we've known this from the beginning. We just didn't have the language to put it together. So keep this model in mind. We have the hows of Lila, the hows of who's Lila, but the why and and just so many other different things. Just you wait, because this is some interesting stuff. This conclusion, this model, is the most up-to-date thing on my outline. I have some more things that I will be mentioning regarding Lila after this point. Because in the end, this is just a model. We still have things to appraise when it comes to Lila and the mystery of who's Lila. But consider this really the big flagship of my theory towards the end. So don't worry, we will eventually erase this board and it will be satisfying, but not just yet. So with all that behind us, let's punch in the code. First gold into the locked document.
It's the remainder of the document you read before. Emergency handling. In an unlikely case of L going out of control, it's useless trying to regain control. Kill her. Yes, you read correctly, my dear Wheeliam.
That M, is that supposed to be mom? I don't know. I'm tempted to say that it is because it's the bold text.
Lila needs to be no more. The one way to stop her existence is by getting rid of all of her hosts. Anybody who has ever come into contact with her is a potential host. After all, if nobody knows about her, she can feed off their energy. But without human hosts, she can't do anything. She is a construct of thought, unable to live independently of people's knowledge of her. Remember that, Will.
Is Wheeliam hearing the voice of his mother, implying that he needs to kill Lila or kill all vessels that hold Lila? Based on the timeline of this is all happening before he met Tanya. So this advice that he's been given, that the only way to stop Lila is possibly what caused Will to murder Tanya when he ultimately ends up meeting her. Perhaps this is the Empress, and the Empress is Lilith. Then, in a twisted and devouring manner, she's using the of Lila and perhaps the shadow cast by Wheeliam's mother to manipulate Will into killing Tanya, giving her more power in the form of human sacrifice. It's kind of confusing. A lot of moving parts in the pantheon of this world. Before leaving, if we try and sit in the chair that would take us to the realm of the Emperor, or the realm we meet the Emperor, Wheeliam says, I shouldn't go back there again. Keep this in mind.
Howdy. I'm Special Agent Arnold Hill. William Clark, correct? Please come with us, would you?
We get stopped by an Arnold Hill, a special agent, perhaps with the FBI, and thus ends the Hierophant ending. Putting aside the relentless info dumping we just underwent, the Hierophant ending is kind of interesting in that it is the canonical resolution of Will's investigation of the fire. You see, the Emperor ending, the reverse Emperor ending, starts off as a flashback, but once the player diverts from that flashback, it becomes sort of a current investigation. Remember, in the Emperor ending, the actual Emperor himself refers to us, the player, as this new vessel. We aren't playing as Wheeliam in that case. However, in the Hierophant ending, from start to finish, we are seeing the flashback of Wheeliam. What's interesting too is that in the reversed Emperor ending, one of the key things you have to do to actually achieve it is to sit in that chair and meditate on the yantra. Whereas in the Hierophant ending, right after you talk to Father Lawrence, you stay playing as Wheeliam. Or I should say, seeing the events pan out as Wheeliam. Because if you try to interact with the chair, Wheeliam refuses. He doesn't want to go back to that forest. So Wheeliam does not want to sit down and do the yantra, but we as the player, when we're playing in the Emperor ending, we want to do that. We want to explore. Perhaps Wheeliam wants to leave all this behind him, or he's scared of facing the Emperor in that twisted forest. But us, the player, we're like a detective. We're not afraid of any of that stuff. We just want answers. Full disclosure, this script and outline has undergone so many revisions. With each time I play the game, I discover something new. Certain things are recontextualized. So this might be the first or 15th time I'm mentioning this, but there is a reason why in Wheeliam's flashbacks we see Wheeliam's name in the dialogue box, but in all other endings and paths, with the exception of times that Lila is speaking, actually no. There's a reason why in all of the flashback endings we see Wheeliam's name in the dialogue box, but in all the other endings that take place on that current day, or today is the day, the dialogue box remains empty. I believe this is because we are not playing as Will, obviously, but we're not playing as Lila disguised as Will either. We are playing as a husk of Will. I'm going to go a step further in my theory and say that this is the Will that's a result of the Fool ending. We are playing as the Fool Will. The true Will, the Will that has his name in the dialogue boxes, the Hanged Man Will, exists purely in these memories, in these recollections of events that take place before that today is the day. But perhaps he's also buried somewhere deep within this game. We will discover that as we dig more deeper into this game. Before moving on to our discussion with Detective Yu, because we got some more beefiness to go over, let's go over the tarot symbology. This one's kind of tough. I don't know if it's because of just the sheer fatigue that I'm experiencing with this particular ending, but I am having trouble deciphering an overlap between the ending and the tarot. We have Wheeliam talking to Father Lawrence, a priestly, fatherly figure. Wheeliam becomes privy to the process and instruction of the creation of Lila and also the destruction of Lila. And so it makes sense that this is the Hierophant ending, not only because we're talking to a priestly figure, Father Lawrence, but we're also being instructed by this priest as to how to make right the things that were wronged.
So, a Hierophant. Will has come a long way to learn the truth behind the fraternity, didn't he? Yeah, right. A lot of hoop jumping just to learn what I could have already told him myself. By the way, you, that fire was your men's job, wasn't it? Yes, it was us. Obviously, Lawrence was aware of the FBI knowing about the UAM. Moreover, we have been utilizing them proactively for the last 10 or 15 years. We were a bit late with the fire, though. Now Lawrence is in a place where there is no time at all. So it was you lot who stole all my food.
It's revealed that it was the FBI that started the fire. Well, that would explain the special agent snooping around after the fact, bumping into Will. Because they were late with the fire, Lawrence escaped into a realm where time doesn't exist. Here's something that's key. All this time, Detective Yu was aware of the FBI's meddling. They're starting the fire. We just learned this. It's interesting how Lila is mad that the FBI destroyed all her food. She's likely not only referring to the animals, but also the humans.
He called Lawrence when I was asleep. I know. What did they talk about? Did he read what was in the secret file? Come on, detective, you know I'm curious. What was written here? I'm not sure if you are playing with me here, Lila. You are a haze composed of many human minds intersecting. a construct of thoughts of many hosts. Wait, how'd you... As long as there are humans who know about you, as long as you have hosts, you can't be killed. So, are you going to just... There doesn't seem to be a different way to do it. I'm so sorry,
Detective Yu is baited into drawing his firearm. We have two choices: shoot or close the game with Alt F4. This is what happens when you shoot Will.
So we're gonna go ahead and load use office after shooting Will. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Will. It's never that simple, is it, Detective? You tricked me, Lila. Your sorrow is exquisite, Detective. I haven't had such a feast in a while. If I knew just how rich your pain was, I'd never even bothered to inhabit Wheeliam. You are horrible, Lila. Well, that's a harsh thing to say. At least I'm not the one to kill an innocent boy, Detective. You need to leave. I need a moment.
We reload the game, and we get our confirmation that the body before us was Will's body this entire time, just being steered by Lila. Maybe the body we were playing as in the main game was an avatar, a different thing. Something manufactured for a purpose, for those Twin Peaks fans. And William's true body was absconded into Yu's office this entire time. Regardless, Detective Yu kills Will's body, and so the combination of this human sacrifice and Detective Yu's sorrow is enough to allow Lila to fully manifest without the need of a fleshy vessel. At this point, Will's portrait on the right in Detective Yu's discussions is replaced by Lila's avatar. And I don't think you can reverse this ending by simply uninstalling and reinstalling the game. Kind of like with Undertale's save data. You know, if you do the bad ending, the really bad ending, it remembers that. You have to really dig into the computer's guts and swap some files around to kind of undo the damage. Of course, we are too clever for these tricks. Remember, Lila even says in the Death Tarot discussion that if you shoot her with a gun, she won't die. Remember that hint?
Not bad, Detective. You are much smarter than you look. No nourishment for me today, I guess. Well, I'm sorry, but you won't trick me that easily, Lila. Let's proceed with our conversation. Warning, missing header at end part 2.
So, the Hierophant card, that was our last card to discuss. We have completed and discussed all the endings with Detective Yu, and so we entered the conclusion of this game automatically. We get a debug message informing us that there is a file or header missing, and thanks to data miners, this information is easy to access with some internet searching. That being said, I want to point out that this next segment plays right after you discuss the last ending. That means any ending. We happen to end on the Hierophant ending discussion with Detective Yu, but this could easily happen after any other ending discussion, so long as it's the last one you discuss. Notice how the missing segment is labeled End Part 2. I wonder if that means that all of these endings are possible candidates for Part 1. But I believe there is one ending tarot discussion that's most appropriately placed before this segment, the Sun tarot discussion. Let's revisit that for a clean sequence, pretending that we save that one for last.
What was that all about? Machine of pain? Me? You love it when it's all about you, don't you? What? I don't care. We can talk about something else if you'd like. What did she mean when she said that my curiosity keeps you alive? You are so close to finding out the truth. Do you realize that, Detective? Just answer my question, Lila. Why are you saying that it's up to me? Come on, Detective. You're almost there. I can't yet. Please, can't you just tell me?
And so the missing dialogue continues. My nature is exactly this. I'm all this. I'm not a Tulpa, not the mother of a UM, not even Lilith or an archetype. And yet, I am all those things. I'm the mystery of not knowing who Lila is. As long as the one playing this game doesn't understand what I am, I will remain alive in their mind. I am the mystery itself. itself. I was designed in a way that makes me just about explainable, but at the end of the day, I'm no more than a simple question. Who is Lila? And so the conversation picks up here.
What? If it's easier to understand that way, an identity is like a piece of semi-transparent film. It lies in a ray of light. The light thinks it's that piece of film. Doesn't the light itself want to know what it is? I know I want to know what light is. Neither the film nor the light want things, it's just written on the film. I want to know what light is. I don't get it. It's like when reading a book. On their own, the characters are just a bunch of symbols, but your attention makes them kind of alive. It's as if they borrow your mind as a simulation space to play out their consciousness. It's like a wind power walking machine. Your attention makes it move and act like a living thing, but when it's still, it loses its meaning. Wait, so you, on the other hand, you are composed by an intersection of many rays of attention, aren't you? Very good, yes, but even if I were to get rid of all of them, you wouldn't disappear. Why? Well, I guess I could just straight up tell you. No! Fuck, no! Sometimes a piece of film is designed in such a way that when catching the light of attention once, it tries to do every little thing to keep it to itself. It creates mazes and unbelievable fractals of mystery. You see, the beauty of it is, its structure is not random. There's always an underlying logic, and a single correct interpretation of its narrative. But is it even obtainable at this point? I don't know. This piece is always designed to be just about explainable, but small contradictions and unspoken details usually prevent the full picture from being fully formed. So what? Was it all to... Yes. So this must be the most vile and last trick of them all.
This is a subconsciously overwhelming ending. It's very easy to overlook and just want to move past things that Lila is mentioning. A few concepts are brought up in this short scene that are important, so let's piece them apart, translating Lila's words into something easier to swallow. This is an explanation of the missing header dialogue. So based on this missing dialogue from this you end to header, Lila describes herself as the mystery of not knowing who Lila is. She says, I am all these things. Throughout this mystery, all of the bits of data that have pointed to her being a Tulpa, an experiment, a metaphor for abuse, a part of Will's psyche, the daughter of Lilith, the mother of a or just simply put, a Jungian archetype. All of these bits of data are somehow true, valid, but she is not any one of these things. Going by the themes of memes and consciousness that we've gone through throughout this entire mystery, we can find a through line that goes through all of these various bits of data that unite together. Tulpas, Lilith, archetypes, these are all mimetic in nature, all having to do with the mind, feeding on the mind, manipulating the mind. And in the realm of who's Lila, these are basically cognito hazards, meme hazards, in the truest form, like bodily hazard. Not in the same way that like loss and the game is a meme hazard to us. Lilith isn't a hazard in our world, but in the universe of who's Lila, Tanya's affinity for Lilith might have been the very thing that sealed her fate, putting her on Lilith's menu. And thus, the mere question itself is such a powerful hazard that it even affects us, the prince. Lila mocks us for being a machine of pain, that our lives are filled with such suffering because we obsess over this very question. And while because of the mimetic nature of who's Lila, that same nature that's shared with Lost.jpg and the game, you cannot defeat her, we can at least cease her. We have to combine two aspects, resilience and serenity. Resilience through the struggles of piecing together all these various aspects that have to fit. They just have to fit. But being serene and knowing that if we don't solve the mystery today, if you don't solve it tomorrow or ever, we could be at peace knowing that we had fun doing it. And Lila cannot take that away from us. After this video is uploaded, after you finish playing Who's Lila, okay, fine. Lila's in your brain, you can't get her out now. Okay, big freaking deal. Over time, you'll forget about the game. And once in a while, you'll see a lily or the color lilac. And you'll be reminded of the game Who's Lila. Big whoop. She's not ceased anymore. She's back in my brain again. Simply look back at this time with fondness. The time when you were piecing together the mysteries. How naive you were when you first opened up the game. Your preconceptions and presuppositions of how the story would go being absolutely shattered and stumbling upon the vast mystery that a phenomenal game developer like Garage Heathen has created for us. Yes, Who's Lila is a part of our mind now, but we're not trapped in there with her. She's trapped in there with us. After the missing header, Lila begins to talk about identity.
Identity is like a piece of film, or as she also previously stated to Will, a colored bit of glass. The light passes through it, and the light sees the image and thinks itself to be the film, when it's just light. Think of the self in Jung's model. Notice that the self underlies all these parts of the psyche. This is why some describe the self as who you are when all other parts of your psyche are stripped away. The self exists, and yet can only be defined by what it's not, much like the light, the perceiver. In a way, the self is the light, passing through all these workings, both conscious and unconscious, and escape out to the outer world through the persona. And so it's easy for the self to think it's the persona. It looks into the mirror and sees the persona, nothing underneath. But it isn't. It's just the self, refracted and filtered through the film or colored glass that is the rest of the psyche. Again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm operating within this game's setting and symbolic framework. If I happen to get something right that works in our world, that's just a coincidence.
Lila then pivots into the idea of memes being sustained by consciousness. Look at these three strings of characters. You might classify string 1 as just nonsensical characters, string 2 as randomly placed characters, and string 3 to be a coherent sentence. But at their cores, they are equally nonsensical characters. It's just the way our brains work, perhaps according to Ripken because of the prince, and how our language works, we are able to identify a pattern in this random nonsensical string of letters. Because of your consciousness, the plane of your consciousness, you have given this character, the he, his eyes, the tears that welled in his eyes that belong to him. You've given it a place in the plane of your existence. You've given this man a life. These nonsensical scribblings, equally nonsensical to number 1 and number 2, reside in your mind. Memes, or UMs, act in this similar way. Our consciousness sustains their life, and they never die. They only cease when we stop thinking about them, only to be reawakened or keep moving again once we think about them again, feeding them or giving them that plane of our consciousness once again. So this is what Lila means when she says, it's like a wind-powered walking machine. When the wind stops, the machine doesn't die, it doesn't break, it simply ceases until the next gust of wind, until the next moment of consciousness. Detective Yu asks if she's built on the many rays of consciousness that give her attention, all of you watching this video and everybody playing this game, why is it that getting rid of all these sources of attention won't cause Lila to disappear? What this means is, if we were to delete the game, theoretically, from every single computer, from the internet, anything, you just, bam, done, it's gone. It's impossible. The Garage Heathen's flash drive, destroyed. He's implying that still, she wouldn't die. Lila says she can now straight up tell him and whisper something into his ear, and he is deeply distressed. What she says after seems to be a continuation of what she whispered to him, saying that sometimes this film, meme, game, mystery is designed so that after gaining the attention of a perceiver or catching the light of their attention, even once, it tries to do everything to keep the light, the attention, to itself, burrowing itself in mazes and unbelievable fractals of mystery. In other words, like a meme, like a cognito hazard, the moment it's absorbed into your mind, there's no leaving. Even if we delete every single lost.jpg picture on the internet, we see the lines, we're reminded of it. That's all it takes. And so Lila, who's Lila, works in a very similar way. Lila says that the structure to all of this is not random, that there is an underlying logic, a correct interpretation. Detective Yu asks if the correct interpretation is attainable, and even Lila says, I don't know. She could be being honest or saying that to keep the mystery alive. Not sure. Detective Yu asks, was this all too? And Lila cuts him off, saying, yes. So that's two secrets we're robbed of. Why Lila doesn't disappear, even when all the sources of attention are removed, is whispered. And the purpose of all of this, the entire mystery, is interrupted by Lila. The game ends with Detective Yu saying, this must be the most vile trick of them all. Floppy. Viewer. Listen, I'm just gonna come out and ask it. Where's William? You shouldn't be here. I've been racking my head about this, and you're the only possible lead I have. Now you're asking the right questions, Detective.
Psych! I uploaded a test of this, and apparently YouTube accounts for cover songs, and so even parody. I guess you have to share the revenue. And while I'm more than happy to share any sort of revenue that's directed to my little cover, I'm not going to share the revenue for this entire video because of this 3-minute segment. So just pretend you just listened to the most cringiest, dumbest thing ever, and we'll just pretend that the music ends now.
David Lynch is known for making highly interpretive art. It can range from abstract and sanguine to otherworldly and non-Euclidean, or just simple and easy to follow, but always highly interpretive. So there's this Lynchian approach to appreciating highly interpretive art. This idea that all people are investigators, detectives, puzzle solvers, and that all interpretations are valid. So the very first layer, the surface layer of this approach, it's all interpretations are valid. But the next layer down is there exists a correct interpretation. People typically get into their heads that because all interpretations are valid, there's no point in talking about any of it. But there is a mystery to solve, a puzzle to solve. So there is a correct interpretation. This is where most people stop. But in this game, I've discovered the final layer. The final layer is realizing that the correct interpretation, the true source of intention and inspiration, is so elusive that not even the original author or writer or artist is even truly aware of it. That is because the truest intention, the truest interpretation comes not from the artist's consciousness, but from the collective unconsciousness. As Lila said, the beauty of it is its structure is not random. There is always an underlying logic. That underlying logic is or comes from the collective unconscious. And so we must find peace in knowing that although we may not be truly conscious of the answer, at least we are unconscious of it. Before I came up with this model, I already had a conclusion, a sort of basic understanding of Lila already written down. So let me just go ahead and show it to you. It might seem redundant now that I've given you my final model of sort of the nature of Lila and who's Lila, but still, let's discuss one final time in the most basic way what Lila is. Who's Lila is a mimetic being that requires the consciousness and attention of the prince in order to stay alive. One of the ways she achieves this is by confusing us, giving us bits of data that contradict each other, or seemingly contradict each other, making this mystery so sprawling that it somehow even made its way onto the internet that the prince uses, in the form of the Words of Rybkin website and the Steam page codes and stuff like that. Lila is not the mystery, it's a mystery, one of many mysteries of the grand mystery that is who Lila who Lila? Who's Lila? If this were a standard video essay, this is where tonally the video would end. Closure must be followed with a closing. But we don't do typical video essays here. We're not rigid. That's why we're called Flaw Peacock. Because we are proud of the flaws, like a peacock is proud of its feathers. What else did you think it meant? There are 2 more small games made by Garage Heathen that we are going to explore, and 2 secret areas in the game of Who's Lila that we're going to explore. For those of you who played the game, we're going to be exploring the corrupt save area and the Schastye bedroom. But first, let's tie a nice bow around the various motifs and the grand sort of timeline of this story. And then I'll go over all the things that I missed. Things that people who are far more talented than I in the realm of coding, trivia and whatnot figured out on their own. And finally finish off with what I believe to be the fate of Wheeliam, the true nature of Detective U, and my final theory as to why and what and how this game, Who's Lila, this UAM, exists. Let's move on. So let's first clean up the peripheral motifs and the character tree. First of all, I want to apologize. From the beginning of this whiteboard, the specific whiteboard, I already had stuff charted out, and I hope it didn't lead to any sort of confusion or spoiling of anything. I kept it vague enough, but I kept the arrows and stuff like that. Mainly this was to preserve my sanity. Let's start off with the auditory motifs. I think it's safe to say that the owl is a motif for Lilith or Lila. We hear and see the owl when Tanya and Wheeliam are dancing and their faces are very close to one another. It gives Wheeliam a chance to analyze her face, see and study her face, and all of a sudden he's reminded of Lila and she emerges mimetically. So it's only fitting. And after all, also the owl is a nocturnal creature and Lilith is seen as a nocturnal queen of sorts. The muffled screaming. One instance we hear the muffled screaming motif would be when we're attacking Martha. Wheeliam is being forced to do something he doesn't truly want to do. He doesn't want to kill Martha. And after he's finished strangling her, her face transforms into a dog. We're going to get into that. The other time we hear the muffled screaming is when Lila is speaking to the boiler lady, the lady inside the boiler. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this muffled screaming is some sort of symbol for the abuse that Wheeliam's mother put him through. As we dig into this story, we will see how these sort of bad faith actors in Wheeliam's life manipulate him and mess his head up to the point where he's doing things he wouldn't otherwise want to do. That being said, though, if the lady in the boiler is Lilith, and Lilith is the mother of Lila in a way, or perhaps the inhabitor of Lila, perhaps this screaming is a sort of signifier of human sacrifice. We see Martha being killed. She's sort of this human sacrifice for Lilith, and we see Strupnev, one of the members of the fraternity, getting sucked up and eaten by the Empress. So perhaps the muffled screaming is also a signification for human sacrifice. I'm not sure. The dead dog, I think, is my favorite motif because I think it is emblematic of Wheeliam's empathy. That thing that we're told from the very beginning Wheeliam doesn't have. In a peripheral way, it also signifies the abuse and manipulation Lila and the cult put Wheeliam through, sacrificing animals, killing dogs. We see this reminder of this horrible thing Wheeliam has done to Martha when her face transforms into that of a dog. We also see the Dada dog, a dog with closed eyes, which is, you could say its eyes are closed because it's dead. I wonder how that plays a role in all of this. But I think for the most part, I think the dead dog is Wheeliam's constantly preyed upon empathy. I don't want to give Wheeliam too much levity. In the end, a perfectly valid interpretation of the story is that Wheeliam is still doing these horrible things on his own accord. But my interpretation of the story would be one where Wheeliam has been absconded from his body. And all these murders and crappy things happening are machinations from bad faith acting Noosphere dwellers. And my favorite of the auditory motifs, the strange film reel noise. I've looked online to see if I could find some other noise that is very similar to this. film reel noises I couldn't find. I even looked for, I think I even found a sound of a film reel being expended. That didn't exactly sound like it. Sounds of electricity, sounds of a rotary phone, nothing. And yet, rotary phone, film reel, we have this cyclical sort of symbology there. So I think the strange film reel noise signifies the completion of a cycle, the revolution of a cycle, the turn of a wheel, the completion of a playthrough. I have a list right over here. We hear it at the end of the Reversed Emperor ending, the Reversed Empress ending, right when Struknev appears behind us at the catwalk in the Reversed Empress ending, when Will hangs up with Father Lawrence in the Hierophant ending. We even hear it during the Wheeliam theme, the Martyr theme, in the Corrupted Save. Did we get to that part yet? Well, I don't know if we even got to that part yet, sorry. We hear it in many places, but one strange variant of this sound we hear at the end of the final dialogue between Detective Yu and Lila. It sounds like the ending, like the full completion. It just sounds different. It sounds like whatever this rotation is happening, it's stopped. Moving on, we have the bold text, which I think is a motif or a symbol for something parental or paternal. We see links between the mother and the Empress. If I'm not mistaken, both of them use the phrase naughty girl or dirty girl. Both are devouring mothers. Both of these devouring mothers operate similarly in that Lilith devours through Lila and William's mother devours through him. Obviously, she's dead at that point, but the trauma and effect that she's had on him, the imprint she's made on his shadow, operate from within him. And in a mimetic way, she's forever alive through his shadow. Speaking of mothers, we can move on to father figures. Although William doesn't have a father, saying that he ditched out on the family when he was very young, Father Lawrence is a sort of father figure, and the Emperor, I guess, is a father to Lila, father to this whole universe, the developer, the game creator, the creator. And so it's only fitting that Father Lawrence and the Emperor have mirror image endings. Perhaps the Emperor is a sort of godlike figure, and Father Lawrence the Hierophant, a clergy, is perhaps a priest dedicated to the patronage of this Emperor, this snake god. His associates Rybkin and this character Ivan, who we'll meet in Schastye, who is an associate of Rybkin, all have links to this snake-eyed god, the Emperor. And of course, we have the many Wills. We have Will the Stranger, Will the sort of blank slate fool that the player can manipulate his face. And we have this strange link between us, the player, and Detective Yu we still have yet to fully explore. It's been staring us in the face all this time, but by the end of this video, I think I will have a very good and solid theory that clears up the Yu-player connection, unblurs the line between Lila, Lilith, and the game itself, who's Lila. But before we do that, let's clean up a little bit further and go over the timeline. The earliest event that we're aware of would probably be the death of William's mother, but we don't have an exact date for that as far as I'm aware. But we do have a date. The earliest date would be April 21st, the death of Malcolm. Remember, this is little Malcolm Graves, the little brother of Big Michael Graves, who died of strangulation at the hands of the Dada Dog cult. June 11th is when William joins the fraternity of Lawrence. Throughout his tutelage, in July 13th, he notes that they're collecting animals, the purpose of which he doesn't know just yet. July 14th, he notes in his diary that he is being introduced to the process of enforcing Lila, that she is taken to him very well compared to his other compatriots in this fraternity. September 12th is around the time he starts to question this Tulpa narrative. How can Lila be a Tulpa if she's appearing to every single one of us, when a Tulpa is supposed to be a very personal thing? September 15th is when Lila starts to try ego-deathing, mind-effing William. She almost succeeds, but if anything, it scares him even further. He writes in his diary, "Lila, when you read this, don't ever do that to me again." November 12th is when the fire takes place, and remember, this fire was started by the FBI, evidently an attempt to try and get rid of this manufactured UM made by the cult of Lawrence. Now, William stays home for this fire, Perhaps this could be the influence of Lila. Perhaps she knew that this fire was going to take place and she wanted to hold on to that last person who knew of her so that any knowledge of her wouldn't get completely vanquished. Or it could have been just a horrible coincidence. Well, not horrible, because then that means Will would have died if he was at the fire. But, you know, it could just be a coincidence that Will stayed in. He did say, what, migraine? Anyways, a day after the fire, we have the calamity. These are the events of the tower. What's interesting is that when recalling the calamity in the interrogation, we're recalling it based on scars we had. And I can't help but wonder if at some point in the calamity, Lila harmed Wheeliam, or I guess tried getting Wheeliam to harm himself. He does mention something about hurting animals. Obviously, animals would bite back and fight back. But that's one mystery I'm not entirely sure of. What were these scars from, if not from, since they're not from the fire and from the calamity? Anyways, on November 13th, Wheeliam successfully outsmarts Lila, decoupling himself from her. He throws her reel into the dark recesses of his psyche. But take note of the fact that he cannot remove her from his mind. He can only repress her, bury her deep, deep, deep in the psyche. At this point, after having forgotten about Lila, he goes and investigates the fire on November 16th. The events of this would have been the Hierophant ending, not the Emperor ending. He talks to Father Lawrence on this burnt phone, and Father Lawrence is communicating to him from this realm beyond. Father Lawrence gives Wheeliam the password to the main computer. On this computer, we eventually find a PDF that gives us instruction on how to kill Lila. However, this could be the Emperor mimicking Father Lawrence, trying to get Wheeliam to either destroy Lila or reawaken Lila for his own ulterior motives. Remember, Lawrence and the Emperor both kind of emerge into this view from this blackness in a very similar way, and they are both first and only featured in their sort of sister endings, the Hierophant and the Emperor. Here's what's interesting. Meeting Tanya is what causes Lila to reemerge, but why isn't it that reading the PDF on how to destroy Lila on the computer didn't cause Lila to reemerge? But regardless, Lila does fully reemerge when Wheeliam finally meets Tanya on November 20th at Matt's party. In his diary, he writes something around the lines of, "She had her face. I thought I had forgotten about her." Reading Lila's name in the PDF, seeing a person who has the same likeness to Lila, that wasn't enough for Lila to fully reemerge. I didn't put this here. I sort of ran out of space and forgot. But that day that Wheeliam and Tanya have their affair, Tanya says, "Who's Lila?" Fully awakening Lila. And Lila becomes sort of the sole controller of Wheeliam's body. Remember, Wheeliam is freaking out, like, "Aren't you Lila? But aren't you Lila?" Tanya, "Who's Lila?" Boom! Some point after that, with the help of the stranger, which Lila must have met somewhere deep in Wheeliam's psyche, both Lila and the stranger murder Tanya. A week later, we see in the diary written, "Today is the day. Today is the day." We see the symbol of Lilith. And since this happened after the murder of Tanya, that means Wheeliam is out of the picture. This is being written by Lila. Today is the day with the symbol of Lilith. The day that the prince plays the game, plays Who's Lila, is heavily anticipated by Lila. I am excited to tell you guys my theory. But anyways, let's move on. This is the full picture, but we're missing some small details. We'll get into that when we analyze Wheeliam and really when we fully wrap up this entire mystery.
Now let's explore Garage Heathen's Schastye. Keep in mind Rybkin, the colleague of Father Lawrence, the Teth mushrooms and Father Lawrence's methodology in his cult of Lila. Schastye is a game that takes place in April, I'm assuming the same year as the events of Who's Lila. It's about a man named Ivan writing his memoir. The entire game consists of the player typing on their keyboard to simulate Ivan writing his memoir. There's a radio next to us that can play a Russian podcast, but sadly I haven't figured out how to translate it. There are kids playing outside, and man, I gotta tell you, there's memories in those sounds. Simpler times. Ivan talks about how after losing his marriage, children, job, and apartment, he moved in with his mom. He would start his days off drinking vodka in front of his building, and soon others would join. One of these friends in this motley crew was Rybkin, a meek, bald man who would transform into a charmer with grand ideas when under the influence.
This is the same Rybkin that associated with Father Lawrence.
One day while Rybkin was silently watching two other friends being loud and bombastic, Ivan drunk himself into a stupor, slumping into a dream. His dream was of him in a forest surrounded by white sycamore trees. The scape was adorned by a noise of crackling, a somber, inhuman tune emitted from these trees. He kept walking until he reached the edge of this dreamscape. Taking a step forward, he falls, and above he can see the world revealing itself as he descended. Above him was a creature in an insect-like pose. It looked like a monkey with snake eyes and had a mushroom for a head. The creature looked down at him and smiled with yellow teeth through blue lips.
It's pretty obvious that Ivan has stumbled upon this forest realm, but is it the same forest realm that we stumble upon in Who's Lila? You see, I posited that Lila was sort of the ruler of the forest realm in Who's Lila, because the entrance to the forest was flanked by the pillars of Boaz and Jashin. These pillars are seen in the High Priestess tarot, and Lila is the High Priestess. However, the ruler of this forest realm in Ivan's consciousness, I'm jumping the gun there by calling it his consciousness, is this mushroom-headed emperor figure. That same figure that we see in the reversed emperor ending.
He wakes up from this dream in Rybkin's bedroom. Based on the description he gives, the game Schastye takes place in that very room. The room we are typing our memoir in is Rybkin's room. He walks out of this room and stumbles upon a statuette of a small figure with a snake-shaped penis and mushroom head sitting in the corner of the library/living room of Rybkin's flat. So judging from this information, it seems that since then, the statuette has been moved from this living room into the bedroom that we're currently sitting in.
We will come to find out that this statuette is a representative of the same thing that the Emperor is essentially representative of. However, in the Schastye game itself, the statuette is quite literally the logo, the sort of mascot of Garage Heathen. We're getting an exact one-to-one representation at this point. Again, we're playing with the idea that these characters, these beings are created in this world. The god of that creation is the game developer, Garage Heathen. So it's only fitting that the icon of which...
He then finds Rybkin frying eggs in his kitchen and uses his bathroom, ruminating on the high strangeness of the situation. For the next year, Ivan got closer to Rybkin, finding out that they had a lot in common. One day, Rybkin is giving Ivan a detailed tour of his library, but one author sticks out to him, Marcel Griaul, the anthropologist who did a lot of groundbreaking research on the Dogon tribes.
The Dogon tribe was the same tribe whose traditions were copied and modified in Rybkin's breakdown of how to create a new sphere dweller. I'm referring to that classified PDF in the Hierophant ending. I won't get into too much specifics, but the Dogon tribe is real in our world, and it actually is a beautiful example of how an advanced civilization and a tribalistic civilization are not mutually exclusive qualities. If you're someone who likes the mystical aspect of human history and you haven't heard of the Dogon tribe, I definitely would look into them.
However, in the Garage Heathen cinematic universe, the Dogon tribe had achieved their advanced knowledge through the use of Teth mushrooms. These mushrooms don't exist in our world as far as I'm aware. Among its celestial properties, it was also believed to be the physical manifestation of the nameless god. It turns out Rybkin had a couple of these mushrooms stowed away in a drawer, so naturally, Ivan and Rybkin tripped balls that day. Ever since that day, Ivan turned his life around, stopped drinking, got a new job, spending his money on taking care of his mother. Whatever money he had left over, he used in experiments he had conducted with Rybkin. At some point, Rybkin had informed Ivan on how to contact this nameless god, and that the strange figurine in his house was an icon of that nameless god.
Not that we needed the confirmation, but now we have it in writing that this nameless god is this statuette and is also that being inside this dream consciousness world. Actually, unconsciousness world. All of these motifs, this statuette, the Garage Heathen logo, Snake Eyes, the Nameless God, the Emperor, this representation in Ivan's dream, and the representation in the unconscious of Will in the reversed Emperor ending. These are all representative of the same thing. I'm going to posit Garage Heathen. But in the realm of Who's Lila, Schastye, and T-gotchi, the god of that realm is what all these are representative of.
The first phase of these experiments consisted of intense and long meditations where Ivan and Rybkin would clear their minds of quarrels and mental flotsam. Ivan described this process like untying the knots of a ribbon, the mind being the ribbon. Eventually, after many phases of visualization, Rybkin and Ivan visualized and manifested all the various parts of a car in their meditation, almost like they were assembling it in their dreams together. Once they finished, mind you, they are in this dream world, likely tripping balls, Rybkin entered the driver's seat, Ivan the passengers, and they went on looking for the forest so they can commune with the nameless god. They passed through a land of towers connected by lilac bridges. The scape gesticulated into a grand expanse of fractals and strange geometries.
This sounds like they're passing through the realm of the tower, that same realm that we go through in the tower ending. We've got these towers, there's this lilac bridge motif in Schastye. In Who's Lila, we have Lilac Mania, the palette that we can pick up, and these fractals that are being described are also seen in the tower ending. If we allow Lila to catch up to us, we see these fractal-like images flash on the screen.
Soon they were in that very forest and met face to face with the nameless god. Rybkin went to his knees, and Ivan went to do the same. However, he realized he had no knees, no body for that matter.
So, Ivan is just a floating bit of perspective. He's got no body, no knees, no hands and arms. I'm representing him by a floating head, but he doesn't even have that. He's just a floating bit of perspective. Does that sound familiar to any of you? It's what we were experiencing when we went through the forest realm. But to be more meta about it, this phenomenon he's experiencing is the same phenomenon we experience when we play first-person video games. We're just this sort of floating bit of perspective. Some games go the extra mile, and when you look down, you see your body, but you have an invisible head. Or some games have a floating arm and weapon. I'm spending too much time talking about this, but you get the gist.
Rybkin's face transformed to look like, and I quote, the sound of a blue car horn. His body twisted and compressed into a spring shape, as if it was building up energy to spring up into the air. Meanwhile, the god's gaze gathered around Rybkin's head, compressing into an impossibly bright halo, and in one moment a loud snap, and Rybkin disappeared.
The nature of which Rybkin sort of gets, obliterated by the nameless god reminds me a lot of how Strupnev got obliterated by the Empress.
Ivan can't put the conversation he had with the nameless god into words. In fact, it wasn't even much of a conversation, but a passing of awareness. Much like our encounter in the Reverse Emperor ending, no words were spoken. Ivan was now aware that everything around him, this nameless god, this forest, even the absence of things, are mere disturbances, blemishes on the ribbon that is his mind.
What this tells me is that everything Ivan experienced when he was in the forest, when he was in the tower realm, when he was communing with the nameless god, with Rybkin, was all happening in his mind. Rybkin was off tripping balls in his own dream. Ivan simply borrowed Rybkin's likeness to accompany him in this trek into the forest realm, in a way creating this thought-formed doppelganger. So is the tower realm and the forest realm this sort of magical realm you can teleport to in the realm of Who's Lila in the Garage Heathen Extended Cinematic Universe? Not exactly. The reason why Ivan and Wheeliam share similar archetypes in their unconsciousness is because of this Jungian phenomenon of the collective unconsciousness.
This would have been the moment that I would have first explained the collective unconsciousness, this late into the video. So stupid on my part. But in my defense, we have been dabbling in so many different
concepts in this video. That one happened to fall through the cracks, and that's why I needed to whip together that quick, crappy phone video explaining the collective unconsciousness, because otherwise I would have explained it like already like too late. Yeah, so thank you for your patience. This collective unconsciousness is why Yvonne and Wheeliam are able to have similar, if not identical, motifs and archetypes show up in their dreams. The Tarot Arcana is built on this idea that archetypes are derived from this collective unconsciousness. Yvonne's mother is an example of an empress, this relationship with his mother, and William's relationship with his mother is indicative of this reversed, upside-down empress. I could go on, but oh geez, we're writing a memoir, aren't we? Let me read the rest to you. Fun fact, if you leave the game and load back in at this point, the forest theme starts to play behind the door. My following dialogue with the nameless god is almost impossible to describe with words. It wasn't exactly a dialogue either, for it turned out that the nameless god, as well as I, as well as the forest around and the absence of Fyodor Stefanovich Rybkin in it, are no more than mere disturbances on the surface of the ribbon comprising our minds. Nothing existed but that ribbon, so it was only natural that the ribbon itself did not exist either. There was but one wish keeping me from forever diluting in the absolute knowledge of the world's essence. All I strive for now was to share this incredible godly blessedness with every one human being in this universe. Then, employing the voice of Fyodor Stefanovich Rybkin, the nameless god told me about the prophecy. The prophecy is a combination of words, the general semantic sense of which would lead any reader, no matter the age, sex, or nationality, to get a complete and instant grasp of the essence of existence. The understanding does not come directly. All the prophecy does is activate neural chains in a specific order. As a result, the path into nothingness built in the reader's subconsciousness. Any person who read the text would inevitably revert to their original form. To put it simply, the reader would forever disappear from this world, severing and unwinding the vines of their existence. As I came to my senses in the living room, I saw Fyodor Stefanovich lying near me, unconscious. His nose was bleeding. My head was killing me, but without losing time, I went to the room with the computer. John Lennon was still there, looking at me from the poster. After swallowing another 2 of the pale mushrooms, I opened Word and started typing in the prophecy. As you have probably guessed, you are reading it right now. The nameless god has dictated me the words of the prophecy, and I will remember them forever. When I type the last word, my existence will stop, as will stop the existence of any person who read it. Farewell, Andreyusha and Misha. Farewell, Fyodor Stefanovich. Where we are going, there will be no sadness. There will only be... Oh, Jesus Christ. There will be no sadness. There will only be Schastye, or happiness in Russian. I highly recommend getting this game. It's only $1, and my brief synopsis does not do it justice. The idea I get from this game is that when you read this prophecy, you cease to exist. And you might think, well, I just read it and I'm still here. Fair warning, these what-ifs I'm going to posit is purely to explore the theme of cognitohazards in Garage Heathen's work. You are fine. You're still here. The prophecy had no effect on you. It's literally just a piece of coding. It's a $1 typing simulator. You're fine. But how exactly do you know that the you who is here is actually here? What if you are a copy? What if all the memories you are experiencing now are simply imprinted onto you, copied and pasted from the you that was obliterated from reading this prophecy? The prophecy in Schastye is the sort of prototype that Garage Heathen had been working on. This sort of cognitohazard-like thought experiment that was prototyped in Schastye, but mastered in Who's Lila. Something I haven't touched on in a while is the misspellings that we see in Who's Lila. And based on this beautiful writing in Schastye, I think it's safe to say that Garage Heathen is no grammatical slouch. He's more than capable of spelling things correctly. But there is one character I associate with misspellings, and that is Rybkin. If you remember on the Words of Rybkin website, that whole website is littered with grammatical errors. And while Who's Lila isn't absolutely littered with grammatical errors, there's just enough to where you can't help but think that there's something intentional to it. So my question is Rybkin a sort of bad faith actor, someone who is trying to spread these various cognito hazards into our world? Now I'm starting to kind of lose the plot here. Keep in mind for my final summation, my final theory of this whole game and its purpose, the concept of mimetic hazards, cognito hazards, perfecting the art of creating cognito hazards.
Remember that Ulica Lenina address that we found on the Words of Rybkin website? If we punch in that address in the bus stop, it will take us to the room in Schastye, Rybkin's bedroom. The John Lennon poster unlocks the Schastye palette, so it seems that we are just walking in just as Ivan has completely disappeared. The computer is out of power, which is an odd phrase. That must mean that the entire room is out of power, which makes sense now that I think about it. There's a light switch in Schastye that doesn't do anything, at least that I'm aware of. So it's interesting to think that the power was shut off in the room and Ivan was just tripping balls so hard that he was just typing into a shut-off computer. Now that I think about it, the player can type absolute nonsense, and yet the memoir appears on the screen. I can't help but feel that this is a similar experience Ivan had when tripping on Teth mushrooms, button mashing aimlessly as his masterful prophecy laid out before his eyes. Before I move on, let's talk about Garage Heathen's Your Amazing T-gotchi. Briefly, T-gotchi is a simulated Tamagotchi toy. Every time you press play, it generates a new T-gotchi girl with a random name that always starts with the letter T. You can wash her, feed her, and compliment her, but no outcome is ever positive. All endings are gruesome and depressing. Every ending is punctuated with the daemon giving you a tip as to how to achieve another ending. Throughout the game, she refers to her daddy. I'm of the mind daddy means a creator, a father, possibly the same entity that the nameless god and the emperor represent. There's also a chance that she's referring to Father Lawrence. If you get all the endings, you get this cutscene. Welcome back, Matthew, or Chris, or player, as a certain relative of mine likes to refer to you as. First of all, I'd like to ask you, why have you come here again? I'm sure you've noticed how with each attempt of yours, the girl in a green shirt meets an ever more gruesome end. Are you trying to make things better? Is it the natural urge to outplay the game? Maybe it's a sense of completionism. You don't have to answer, of course. Whatever the reason is, it's not really who's responsible for my suffering. Of course, you could have just stopped playing. But personally, I don't blame you for the pain caused. You see, from the start, there hasn't been anyone to cause pain to. The word I is used out of convenience. It isn't connected to any kind of entity. No one is talking to you right now, so don't worry too much. Your emotions, whatever they are directed literally at nobody. In case you've completed the game now. Or in any case, you've completed the game now. There's no more content this game has to offer you. So congratulations, player. I hope this was an interesting experience. Farewell now. It's one of the more sober and self-aware endings of the Garage Heathen universe. In one of the endings, if you starve her, don't wash her, and don't talk to her, you get the martyr ending. Its symbol is an eye. So, are you going to do that from now on? Wait, what's going on? Is this finally it? Oh hey, it's a new day, but no one here, just like Daddy said. Oh please, I don't want to go yet. There's no point in asking for food now, is there? Is it really happening? He told me the days would come, the lonesome days. I heard them loud and clear this night. There can be no mistake here. The crackles,
like electricity or wind in the dry trees, blue flashes like flares. I could catch glimpses of the sycamore forest in the darkness below. It still smells like ozone. I just need to wait. I spoke with him today. Listen, I live in a house full of people. I'm just gonna say Father, okay? Father came and told me he's going to take me back. He came at night, just like the old days. His voice was so kind and sweet. He said, I won't have to wait for too long. I can't believe this journey's coming to an end. He's waiting for me. He's waiting. Father. I'm coming, Father. Oh, wait a second. That was a very distinctive noise. That was like a crackling shut. Evidently, she ends up back in the forest. And if she's a daughter of Lila, as is hinted in the classified PDF, then she's returned home to the forest of the High Priestess. However, the area we see in the martyr ending of T-gotchi hints at a different location she ends. And that reminds me, there's one thing we still need to explore. If we go into our save files, we can edit them with a notepad. Deleting a bunch of text will corrupt the save. If we go back into the game and try to load the corrupted save, this happens. It's hard to describe what this area is. I guess the best description would be to call this nowhere, sort of a back rooms, a place that is not supposed to be a place. We will soon meet a character that describes this place as where consciousness deconstructs. Perhaps the places where one goes when one experiences obliteration, or perhaps this is where the reals go when they cease, when we don't play the game. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's explore a bit. Following the daemon's coordinates gets us to Wheeliam. Is that Wheeliam? What happened to his head? This character is known by the community as Wheeliam. The track of this area, which is a modified version of the forest theme, is called Wheeliam, parenthetically Martyr. Wait, Martyr?
Wait a second. Wheel. Bingo. Wheeliam, Martyr, Hanged Man, the Wheel. It all... So that means Wheeliam is Will, and he's trapped here. He's a martyr. Well, that sucks.
If this character is Wheeliam, then this is a truly sad sight. In my opinion, this means that all the T-gotchi girls who get the martyr ending come here. They receive a most painful fate. And so in a Christ-like hanged man martyr fashion, they are rewarded with reuniting with the father, the emperor, the daddy. Well, that's if this realm was ruled by an upright emperor. But no, it's ruled by a reversed emperor. They only get further obliteration, if this is where they end up. Again, this could just be a non-canonical debug area, however. Remember that machine with the wheel in Wheel of Fortune? Perhaps the voice of Will was not coming from the machine, but the wheel, much like an image is not coming from a projection, but coming from the real. We can ask Wheeliam several questions. Asking a valid question will cause Wheeliam to disappear from our game, and won't come back unless you dig into your registry files. Many of the valid questions are hidden in the background of the Who's Lila itch.io page, and you can find them all with their answers on various forums. I found them in the Steam discussion boards. I'll organize these questions based on their answers, from easiest to understand to hardest. If we ask, "Where am I?" Wheeliam answers,
This is not supposed to be a place. This is the state of which the construction of thought fall down.
This description reminds me of when Yvonne falls out of bounds beneath the forest, but I think the safest translation of William's answer is that this isn't a place or location, but a state of ceasing. We will explore a bit more and find the various portraits of characters, reels that have ceased until they are loaded up again. If we ask, who's Lila, Wheeliam answers,
Lila is the mystery of not knowing who Lila is.
This is the same answer we get from the Morse code in the forest, and we get a similar gist from the missing U header. We've already gone over this thoroughly, but it's to be expected that many come to this point still not having a clue who Lila is. If we ask, what for? Wheeliam answers,
Indeed, why even bother, if she isn't more than the question itself? Was all you found in vain? I don't think so. As the flowers are born to wither, so is the imaginary machine that's being built, only to completely obliterate itself. Fleeting beauty.
And that's a very good point. I've researched the ever-loving crap out of this, so I've personally reached a zen with it. In a way, I'm going to miss the days when I first loaded up this game. The preconceptions, the assumptions, the process from ignorance to false eurekas, to edification, to at last, serenity. It's a process I'll likely never experience again in a game, at least not like this, and so we should appreciate the fleeting beauty that was this mystery. If we ask, are you the machine? Wheeliam answers,
Yes, the machine and I are one and the same.
The simplistic way to look at this is the machine is Will. If the machine is one and the same as Wheeliam, then Wheeliam is Will. The parenthetical title of Wheeliam's theme is Martyr as well, which perfectly aligns to the Hanged Man theming of Will's forest ending. I'm sure you can point out other possible identities for Wheeliam. After all, this character wouldn't have its enigmatic relationship if it was easy to figure out. This is a mystery character, a Maik the Liar, a W.D. Gaster. In Will's final whiteboard, I'll do my best to give my understanding of Wheeliam, however. But in the Lynchian approach, all answers are valid. If we ask, who are you? Wheeliam answers,
I am. I'm a reel that's not used anymore. As long as you give me attention, I exist. Can't stop being afraid.
Interesting. I am. I am. Wheeliam. His nature is no different from the nature of other reels or characters in this story, requiring our attention to exist. His reel, perhaps, being a bit of data that isn't used anymore. It could be that he was the will used in the demo of this game. What floors me is when he says he can't stop being afraid. There's something hauntingly sad about that, but also confusing. Perhaps, if this is Will, it's a bit of him that survived the obliteration of identity that doesn't remember much, except anxiety or depression. Remember, so much of the emotional choices we make, where Wheeliam peeks through the most, are scared and sad emotions. If we ask, who is Detective You? Wheeliam responds,
Your mind is the detective in ways.
Like I've said, if this was your first playthrough and exploration of the game, the idea of Detective You being you is a novel idea. But I'm so over it. We'll get into it in the final whiteboards. But no, Detective You is not simply you or your mind. Well, I should say, Detective You is not you, the player, but he may very well be a different kind of you. We touched on some of these themes in the Fool ending discussion with Detective You, so keep all this in mind. Before getting into the more complicated questions, let me show you this one. If we ask 1899, which is the number at the end of Tanya's Twitter handle, and the year that the Man Above the Stair Antigonish poem was written, Wheeliam answers,
This is not a time, but a place, rather. Both of them inverted. Don't forget that.
Traveling to the x-axis -18 and y-axis -99 brings us to a pole, much like the pole that gave us the Morse code. The hidden message in this one, however, is a spectrograph message saying, you is you. This isn't anything we're not already aware of, but it's good to be told it pretty explicitly. Hold on, if we look a little to the left of the pole, it shows Wheeliam's portrait. The fact that this persona, the Fool Will portrait that we can contort as the prince being so close to this reveal of you being you, might have some linking. On the topic of finding hidden things in this odd scape, we can find the portraits of Regina Holmes, Michael, Martha, and Officer Hutchins in one group, and Strupnev, Detective Yu, Tanya, and Detective Fisher in another one. You can also come across some trees in this area. Perhaps this area is somehow connected to the forest. What's interesting is that if we pass by the position in the x-axis that Will's portrait is on, we can see our avatar passing by it, so this must be where the game pulls its portraits during conversations. If we ask Wheeliam, "Daddy?" Wheeliam answers,
"Shame on you! The Emperor is but a trickster in disguise. His truths serve one purpose, to lead you on the wrong path. The same goes for all of them."
This is interesting. I had an inkling that the Emperor is a more cynical representation of the developer. Obviously, I love Garage Heathen's work, but in the position of the artist, there is a sort of allure to making yourself a bad guy in your own work, an evil character of a world trapped in code or pages of a book. The Emperor creates a compelling enough mystery so that he ropes in as many princes as possible, feeding the entity of who's Lila and enriching the career of the Emperor. It's a genius mix of magic and game theory. Perhaps we shouldn't believe what we are told, but what we are shown. This is why when the game flat out tells you things like "you is you" or "Lila is the mystery of not knowing who Lila is," our answer should be yes, but I'm sure there's more to it. A lie is easy to debunk, but a shallow truth, however, can cause us to linger indefinitely in ignorance, especially when it's hidden behind a puzzle that's easy enough to solve, but hard enough to come across to give the illusion of the player discovering something they shouldn't have. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe everybody taking the given answers at face value leads to closure for most, but not me. Also, I wonder if "the same goes for all of them" is referring to the emperors of other games, like the daddy in T-gotchi, the nameless god in Schastye, or that monkey shroom in the upcoming dystopian debugger. If we ask, "Who is the stranger?" Wheeliam answers,
"You, sir, should unmask. Indeed, it's time. We have all laid aside disguise but you. I wear no mask. No mask. No mask."
This is the prologue scene from The Mask, the short story in the book King in Yellow by Robert Chambers, who's considered by some to be the grandfather of Lovecraftian horror, one of the centerpiece inspirations for the problematic kitty cat enthusiasts we all know and love. This video is already jam-packed, and like I said in the beginning of the video, I have the reading habit of a peanut. I'm sure there are some very juicy things in The King in Yellow, but I'm just tired at this point. The prologue scene plays out like a short horror story. 3 people wear disguises, 2 of them take off their masks, and the third, a stranger, doesn't because he wears no mask. Perhaps Wheeliam is telling us that the stranger in Who's Lila wears no mask. Perhaps meaning this is not Wheeliam with something added like makeup or done-up hair, but something removed, a mask, a persona. The stranger is Wheeliam without a mask, simply put, the shadow of Wheeliam's psyche, the part of him that Wheeliam has no wish to become, and yet exists deep in his unconscious. Now, the shadow concept isn't saying that your darkest impulses are who you truly are. The shadow is just a part of you that you didn't account for, your blind spot, and thus you never put the time in to amend or mask that part of your psyche. So in simplistic terms, the shadow or stranger of Will wears no mask of Will. There are some other interesting parallels between the Mask short story and Who's Lila. In Who's Lila, the projector is taking in the light rather than emitting it, and in the Mask, there's this golden ray of light that behaves similarly. Both tussle with technology, leading to upheavals in artistic mediums. Perhaps I'll save the King in Yellow series for another video. If we ask, "Where is the body?" Wheeliam answers,
"His body is beneath. His hands are gripping the underbelly of the forest."
Maybe he's talking about Ivan, or maybe the body of Wheeliam, but this answer is truly mysterious. I can't help but feel that the scene of Ivan falling off the edge of the forest and seeing the nameless god is somehow connected to this. Would that mean that the Ivan that fell stayed there, and that the Ivan that woke up was a different Ivan? This one has me stumped. And sadly, if I wanted to take the literalistic approach to this, maybe modifying the Unity engine to allow me to freely no-clip through the forest or corrupted floor, I wouldn't know how to do it. But luckily, other people do. Before we get into the things I missed, relying on the help of those online in the forums and legwork that they have done on their own, let's finally clean up my final whiteboards for Wheeliam and Detective U.
In order to appraise Wheeliam as a character, I'm going to need more room. So I'm going to go ahead and erase all this stuff. We will be appraising Wheeliam's psyche using the same model of the Jungian sort of that we used in sort of appraising the psyche motifs in this game. So we'll be giving our sort of layman's evaluation of Wheeliam's psyche. But we'll also go over kind of a brief, not a full-blown timeline, but a sequence of events that is my best attempt at explaining how Wheeliam would have gotten to the Wheeliam fate. I want to remind everybody, I'm not a psychologist. I never went to school and became a psychology major. I am simply using my layman's understanding of the model, the psyche model of Jung, which not everybody agrees on, by the way, based on information I was able to pick up from the internet, the APA, was it the APA? Yes, the APA, and various YouTube video essays regarding the subject of the psyche, according to Jung. Do not use what I discuss here as a means of diagnosing yourself. However, by all means, if it makes you want to dig into the subject even further, I mean, that's good. Unlike our previous use of the Jungian model, this time we will be doing a more legit appraisal of Wheeliam's psyche. One thing I forgot to mention was these symbols C and A, meaning complexes and archetypes. A complex is a group of behaviors that purely exists in the personal unconscious. For example, somebody whose unconscious was formed throughout their life by being made to feel small or insignificant may develop a Napoleon complex, as some people like to refer to it as. Archetypes are patterns that exist in the collective unconsciousness. In a way, you could argue that the shadow and the soul image and mana personality are all archetypes. They're just very, very ubiquitous archetypes. Or in other words, very common archetypes that are found in most people. After a lot of scouring, I am tempted to appraise Wheeliam's complex as a martyr complex. We see this martyr complex emerge a lot in the interrogation scene, but I can't really recall anywhere else, so I'm probably just grasping for straws. However, one complex I'm fairly certain on is that Wheeliam is a victim of his mother's Jocasta complex, which is the opposite of the Oedipal complex. We glossed over the kind of trauma and abuse Wheeliam likely went over, so I'm not going to define what the Jocasta complex is, out of respect for people who might have sensitivities regarding the subject. As I scoured the internet, I discovered a handful of archetypes that emerge typically in those who suffer from childhood trauma. And I believe the one that applies the most to Wheeliam is the aimless wanderer archetype. He doesn't go to school. His life seems to be off the rails, and not in a crazy sort of chaotic way, but more in an aimless, transient way. Like a piece of cloth in the wind, all it takes is some sort of highly influential force like a cult or an abusive mother to catch it and direct him in whatever way they want him to be directed. From a literary point of view, I think my interpretation is sound, but obviously from a psychological point of view, I'm sure I'm missing a lot of things. The persona, being the external face that we show the outer world, is very interesting in Wheeliam's case. You see, he has trouble showing emotions, making strange faces. There must be some sort of disconnect. The feelings that he is feeling, the empathy that he is feeling, traveling up to his face, and something disconnects, something doesn't add up, and he makes these strange faces. I'm tempted to wonder if Wheeliam is struggling from some sort of emotional neuroticism, but the only reason I even mention that is because then it ties very well into the concept of the ego being very weak. Again, based on my scouring of the internet, I've found that there is a high correlation between weak egos and emotional neuroticism and imbalance. Again, purely in this Jungian framework. If we consider Lila as an extension of William's psyche, then I think we do kind of have a home run with the emotional neuroticism. We have Wheeliam, who presents as depressed, sad, anxious, and then we have Lila, who presents as sadistic, angry, moroseful. There's this imbalance in emotional control that's going on. And like I said, one possible reason for this emotional imbalance could be his very weak ego. Now, mind you, I'm not saying fragile ego, I'm saying weak ego. When we refer to someone having a fragile ego, we typically mean they have a big ego that's very easy to pop and, hurt. Whereas a weak ego is a very small ego, almost non-existent, calcified, if you will. He has a very low standard for his quality of life. He kind of lives in squalor. He doesn't seek education, a higher calling. And we see some interesting mirroring in Tanya. I think it's safe to say that his very weak ego comes from the abuse he suffered through as a child, not believing he deserves better in life. Now, moving on to the Shadow. I have been excited to talk to you about the Shadow, or in other words, the stranger. In the Jungian school of thought, the Shadow is typically depicted as a same-sex reflection of the person whose psyche we're talking about. Think of a version of yourself in your dreams constantly rebuking you, pointing out your inconsistencies and insecurities. But what's interesting in William's case is his shadow is not same-sex. His is androgynous. It's an androgynous archetype. I believe this is because his shadow is heavily derived from the maternal abuse that he experienced. Let me reiterate, the shadow is everything that you do not want to become. It's the thing that you constantly sweep away, the parts of you that you want to forget about, that you want to never think about. It's deeply ingrained in the unconscious. And yet at the same time, it's smack dab in the middle of your psyche. I wouldn't blame Wheeliam for repressing all these memories that he has of his mother. And so naturally, all these things that he's forgotten about, he's repressed, he's swept under the rug, has mostly to do with his mother. It's affected his shadow to the point where it's almost transformed halfway through into his mother, explaining the androgynous nature of this archetype. This is why we see in certain moments when William's shadow emerges, not only with the stranger, but just how he is with when he's about to kill Martha. We see these motifs of a naughty girl, a dirty girl, the bold text even at points. Because of his anxiety, his fear, he allowed his shadow to fester, and most of what festered were things that had directly to do with his mother. The shadow exists in the part of you that is just in complete darkness. The part you pay no mind to, the part that you ignore, the part you wish to forget about. And what did Wheeliam do with Lila's reel? He threw it into that same abyss, into the place that he wants to forget about. He wants to forget about Lila so she never reemerges again. And so I believe this is why Lila so masterfully wields his shadow after reemerging. And now, speaking of Lila, we go on to the soul image, or the anima of Wheeliam. The soul image, or perfect girl for Wheeliam, is personified in Lila, a contrasexual, vampiric, manipulative archetype, inducing despair from endless philosophizing, this sort of sophist mirror to Wheeliam's simple-mindedness. What's interesting is, again, according to this Jungian sort of archetype, we sometimes see a correlation of young men with these kinds of soul images, derived from this unhealthy understanding of women, of course, in Wheeliam's case, deriving from the abuse he suffered from his mother. We typically see some level of misogyny kind of emerge through. We don't see anything too apparent with Wheeliam. However, we do kind of see a little bit of a Madonna whore kind of complex thing going on, especially when we see how he treats Martha, again, calling her a dirty girl and all that stuff, again, derived from his mother's influence on his shadow. Unfortunately, I have nothing for the mana personality. That part simply eludes me. Perhaps the mana personality is just the emperor, or perhaps it's just the concept of computer games and coding. That's sort of the mana personality that courses through all these characters in all of their collective unconsciousness. But moving on, we have the self. It's all the parts of Will that are not all these other parts. If you were to strip it all away, what would you have left? The part of Will that likes lemon soda, overthinks a lot, is young and has memories of breaking his leg when he was a kid. Or, as Lila puts it, his personality and memories. If I'm correct in thinking that we're playing as a sort of stripped down blank slate of Will, stripped down to just sort of this base, this foundation of the self, it would make sense that these memories and personality traits and emotions, sort of these imprints of all this other stuff, peeks through in our gameplay. So that's my appraisal of William's psyche throughout this game. Now, what truly happened to William? I think the best way to go over William's fate is to go through the succession of events. I'll give you the spark note. Out of all the flashback scenes, flashback memories that we have access to in this game, the earliest one we have access to is the ascension sequence, right before the forest ending, where we're climbing up those stairs. It's the first time Lila ever even evokes this concept of the prince, almost causing us to emerge into the gameplay. Lila attempts to mind F ego death William, partaking in all sorts of levels of sophistry just to get him to second guess himself and get scared and run away from his own vessel. Her hope is that she can cause William to spiral and obliterate his psyche, allowing her to occupy his remains. This doesn't work, so the day of the calamity, William tosses Lila's reel deep into his psyche, leaving only his reel in his projector. Notice how the tower projector is different from the forest projector. I believe that tower projector is William's projector. There are two reels inside of William's projector, and so he removes Lila's and tosses it into the abyss. He cannot destroy the reel, only do his best to bury it in the darkness. And that's the problem with memes, even speaking in a broadly sense, that you cannot forget them. You can either hide them or face them. And sadly, William chose to hide them. She festers deep in his unconsciousness. Perhaps that's where she meets his shadow. Lila is reawoken from Tanya and William meeting and dancing so close to each other, face to face. But the day of their affair, when Tanya asks the question, "Who's Lila?" invoking Lila, Lila fully emerges. And not only that, I believe that this is the key moment in which the entire game is built out of. The moment Tanya utters the words, "Who's Lila?" the game, this unique UAM, is born. It could be, at this point, that's when William is absconded from his own body, and eventually he becomes Wheeliam. However, if we keep going with this chain of events, the prince finally fully emerges into the Who's Lila UAM, or game. The prince retrieves the wheel, being heavily guarded by the Empress, and places it in the forest projector. You could then argue William is then brought back into the fold, but only in this forest realm, stuck in this sort of limbo of the game's coding. It's almost as if William was only to exist as a memory in this game, however he was brought into this game, and is stuck as Wheeliam. There's a lot missing. Perhaps William absconds on his own accord because he was scared of what he was about to witness when Lila and his shadow murdered Tanya. Or maybe Lila, in all her power, simply forced him away, took full control. And for the entire game, William was just stuck in that corrupted save limbo as Wheeliam. And I guess that essentially is what makes William a martyr. Much of what he suffers through, and much of what others suffer through because of him or his actions, can all be traced back to the abuse and pain he suffered through as a child at the hands of his mother. And how fitting is that? The mother is a sort of mirror image to Lilith, the reversed empress, the upside down mother in the Tarot Arcana. And so how fitting is it that all of this suffering comes from the actions of one mother, and in a strange cyclical way, it comes all the way back to feed Lilith, the twisted devouring mother of the outer world, feeding the twisted devouring mother of the inner world. How screwed up. And so despite William having problems, he did kill people, he killed Tanya at the very least, I can understand why he's seen as a martyr. Well, listen, I'm a hawk when it comes to these things. You hurt people, done. But in this case, I get it. I get why he's kind of a martyr in this case. Not to take away from the martyrdom that Tanya goes through, that Martha goes through. It just so happens that this is the story that we experience in the UM of Who's Lila. Anyways, let us move on. I really like the idea of us, the player, being a character in this game, a part of its mythos. In most other games we play, we aren't a character, we simply control the character. You, the player, aren't the Dragonborn in Skyrim, you simply control the Dragonborn. You, the player, aren't Frisk in Undertale, you simply control Frisk. This idea of the player being this perceiver, this prince, this projector, is so alluring to me. Just think about the title, the prince. If we are the prince and Garage Heathen is the emperor, there is this sort of hierarchical symbiosis between the two of us. Although we are below the emperor, like an angel to God or a prince to an emperor, we are sort of an extension of his will by sustaining this part of his realm. After such an edifying realization, you could understand my bitterness towards the sort of dead-end final answer of, Detective You is you, 'cause you sounds like you. Because frankly, just like the Tulpa talk with Jay and Mandy, while this might not be a red herring, it's just a noob trap to make us think that the mystery doesn't go any deeper than simply you is you. Yes, Detective You has a link to us, but it's far more interesting than just simply being referential. We are not Detective You. Detective You is not us. We sustain the life of the characters in this game. Detective You does not. We have unique metagaming abilities, like the ability to change our save file, save and load, uninstall and install the game. Detective You does not. On the flip side, there's a lot to Detective You that does not apply to us. At the beginning of the game, he knows the truth about the fire. We don't. Towards the end of the game, he knows what Lila whispered into his ear. We will never know that, as far as I know. Detective You is in the FBI. I'm explaining to you the boundaries between Detective You and the player. I'm telling you what Detective You isn't, what the player isn't, but now it's about time I tell you who Detective You is. It's about time I explain to you what this whiteboard signifies. Consider this a sort of, three-way Venn diagram. Detective You, player, and the fool being poles of this Venn diagram. Up top, we have all bits of data and information that I believe are exclusively Detective You. Over here, we have all bits of data and information that's exclusively the players, and over here, likewise with the fool. In between, we have the overlaps, or theories I have that causes or indicates some level of overlap. After analyzing all of this, I will give my final theory as to how all these things mix together. It's not as simple as an amalgamation, a shoving together. There is a sort of chain, a transfiguration, where all of these bits of data meet together. Let's establish what I believe to be the prime vessel that we, the prince, play as, or play through. The fool looks like Will. The fool looks like Will, and perhaps was once occupied or inhabited by Will. The consequence of the fool ending is a husk, an empty Will. The fool signifies a blank slate, not only in the tarot, but in the game itself. Unlike Detective You and the player, the fool has his own tarot-themed ending. And depending on how we play out the final dialogue with Detective You, the fool, the vessel of Will, can be killed by Detective You. If the Will that's sitting in Detective You's office is the fool Will, the vessel Will. Actually, what's interesting is, think about this for a second. I must have already mentioned this before, but let's reiterate. Will's reel is not actually a reel, but a wheel. And just how Detective You sounds like you, the wheel kind of sounds like Will. We could even apply that to the noun will, like the will that we hear in willpower or goodwill. Will is the ability to use thoughts and actions to achieve a goal. So, Will without his will is simply a husk, unable to achieve a goal because it has no thoughts, no ability to commit actions. It requires someone to steer him. It's just a vessel, and that's where we come in as the player. While I'm not entirely sure if the forest projector itself is a one-to-one representation of us, the player, I am very certain that us, the player, we are the prince of this world. Like I said before, we have unique metagaming abilities, editing our saves, saving and loading the game, installing and uninstalling the game. Another thing to note is that we have no body in the first-person segments of the forest. But now that I think about it, there is one other instance where we do have a first-person perspective. And that is when Detective Yu is holding the gun to the fool Will. But we see his hand, the gun, the arm, and yet we still maintain our ability as the player to not only see what Detective Yu is seeing, we have the perspective now where we've gone from a third-person or second-person perspective in Detective Yu's office and now a first-person of Detective Yu, but we can also control what he does by either clicking the mouse button to shoot William or Alt F4ing to close the game and reopen it. Much like how the prince emerges in from the fool Will to control and make decisions, somehow we're able to emerge from within Detective Yu. Up until that point, the only character we control is ourself and the fool. So what makes Detective Yu so special that his brain has evolved to let the prince... Oh man, I'm going Ripken mode out here. What the hell? Something makes Detective Yu special, that he is the other character that we can control. And of course, we've already talked about this. Another thing that establishes exclusivity between us, the player, and Detective Yu is that we know things that he doesn't, he knows things that we don't. For example, the Emperor personally talks to us in the Reversed Emperor ending, and Lila personally whispers to Detective Yu so that we, the player, don't hear it in the final dialogue of Who's Lila. Another interesting thing is a pre-existing knowledge of Detective Yu by Martha, Lila, and Fisher. If we go to the interrogation ending as our first playthrough, us the player theoretically not knowing about anything of the game, Martha mentions Detective Yu, Fisher mentions Detective Yu, keep that crap from Detective Yu, and if you happen to stumble upon the Temperance, Reverse Temperance ending, Lila will say, I want to talk to Detective Yu. These characters have a pre-existing knowledge of Detective Yu, meaning that he is a character in this game. Baked into it. We've established the exclusivities between these three poles of this Venn diagram. It's not even a Venn diagram. Look at this! Look! It's a square, but it's 1, 2, 3. It's if you simply turned it, it's like the wheel. Man. It's a square-shaped wheel. Anyways. The link between Detective Yu and us, the player, is the most front-loaded of the theories. We are phonetically linked to one another when Lila says, it's up to you to decide. In the spectrogram, it's straight up spelled out to us that you is you. And of course, both are detectives. Even Wheeliam himself says, your mind is a detective in ways. Keep this in mind. I know it sounds silly, we're already this late in the video and we're still keeping things in mind. The link between the player and the fool is less of a link and more of a symbiotic relationship, or a symbiotic harmony.
What you got to say, baby bird?
Now that's a deep cut. Good song, but a deep cut. That's another one of my catchphrases now, huh? No name being in the dialogue box implies a namelessness to our avatar, a blank slate. And yet, the avatar is moving, talking, making decisions. So that implies someone is steering the blank slate. It wouldn't be a blank slate if it wasn't, if it was moving and talking. And so I believe the player or prince occupies or controls the blank slate or the fool will. And finally, the link between Detective Yu and the fool will. It's sparse, but in this sparse, barren field, there is one morsel of data, one morsel of information that just seems so out of nowhere. And that is the fact that the fool is Detective Yu's favorite tarot ending. Lila responds to that being his favorite ending that Just because this stupid piece of glass or ending isn't any more special because you think it's yours. But Detective Yu said it was his favorite tarot, and she's saying it's your ending. Like, he didn't say that, but she extrapolated that from what he said. And the daemon says, still one of us. The daemon is mocking him. The daemon is mocking Detective Yu, because Detective Yu is a mimicker of the prince, a mimicker, an imposter, if you will. And this ties in perfectly with my final theory, but I'll give you the framework for that final theory.
And of course, when Lila first meets Detective Yu, she says, "You are not like those other fools." He is a fool, just not like the other fools. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, here's the framework.
We, the prince, have stumbled upon this game, making us the vessel of Who's Lila. But in order for us to explore and navigate the world of Who's Lila, we must navigate through the vessel, the fool. Now, there is this theme that all of these non-flashback endings are all canon. In a way, they're all happening at the same time, despite them contradicting one another. There is this atemporal sense to this game. So, what if, in the same way everything happens at once, a process of transfiguration, of this amalgamation, happens all at once? What if, over time, this amalgamation became Detective Yu? The fool that requires us, the prince, to walk and talk, over time learned to walk and talk on its own as we, a detective player, imprinted upon it. You might think a process like this would need to take time, but again, if everything is happening all at once, if this game, it's a bit of data, the press of a button, bam, pew, all the data's out, then it would make sense that this all happens the moment we click wake up, we play the game. Detective Yu is obsessed with the story of Who's Lila. He is a detective, much like us. And his favorite of the endings of the tarot cards, which Lila implies is his ending, is the Fool. There is a piece missing in this theory. There's something that doesn't make sense. This transference, this transfiguration, the why, the how. If you're feeling unsatisfied with this theory, this framework, don't worry. I felt the exact same way. One of the big reasons for the delay of this video is I always felt that I was missing something, that there was some sort of X factor, this final thing that I needed to figure out, even if it wasn't true, to tie everything together. So as unsatisfying as my you fool theoretical framework is, it's going to come into play in my final theory. So keep in mind the framework I introduced in the final whiteboard of Who's Lila with the concentric circles and whatnot, and keep this framework in mind because they will merge together. We're gonna have I would recommend you probably shouldn't even finish this video because it's like anyways, let's press on.
This was the part I planned on thoroughly going over all the stuff I missed, but at this point it would be frivolous to do so. However, I do want to point out this cool little thing that this person found, no clipping through one of the levels. You can actually find the Emperor or Nameless God when you no clip beneath one of the forest levels. So Wheeliam was referring to the body of the Emperor. Oh! And hold on, that actually kind of works. That works hella with the very first sentence of my final theory. Okay, cool. I'm glad we went over that. But let's move on to my final theory structured around the 8 clues to solving the mystery of Who's Lila.
And finally, there are the 8 clues to solving the mystery of Who's Lila. Apparently, this image was pieced together with fragments that you would have found on Garage Heathen's Twitter around the time of Who's Lila's release. And honestly, this reminds me a lot of David Lynch's, I think it's 10 clues to solving Mulholland Drive, or the Log Lady intros during the Twin Peaks reruns. So number 1, who is Detective Yu? Simply put, Detective U is an FBI agent, a detective, who has the power to enter deeper layers of this game, deeper layers of this mystery. But simply put, Detective U is you. Lila's mystery has 3 layers. What are they? Well, that's kind of interesting, right? Because I did mention those 3 layers, right? All interpretations are valid, but there exists one correct interpretation, but it comes not from the mind of the artist, but from the unconscious mind of all humans. The logic comes not from Garage Heathen, but from his unconscious. But perhaps the 3 layers of this mystery are, what happened to Tanya, who's Lila, and where is Wheeliam? Or perhaps it's the game world, the real world, and the world of the human unconscious? Honestly, not sure. Sometimes when you speak, there is a name. Sometimes there isn't. What does this mean? At first I thought that the blank name was just to hide the fact that we've been playing as Lila this entire time. But I think at this point you and I would agree it's to signify that we're playing as a nameless husk. Nameless husk, nameless god, that's kind of interesting. Anyways, we're playing as this husk, this vessel that looks like Will. Maybe we're playing as Will's body, but Will isn't present. Lila may come through as a primary character at points, but the sustainer is us, the player. This is why Lila's portrait is called Lila in Wheeliam's memories. Wheeliam is called Wheeliam in his memories, but throughout the today is the day, the current gameplay of who's Lila, it's always blank. Maybe this Will, this portrait, the one without a name in this dialogue is a blank slate. A blank slate Will that came about after the Fool ending. So would this contradict any linking between Detective U and the Fool? Not quite. Stay tuned. Who is Chet Murray? I don't think I spent enough time talking about this. Perhaps this is the one, this is probably going to go against my final grade. Chet Murray is a reference to the real world artist Matt Fury. Chet Murray created Dada Dog, which was co-opted by a group of radicals. Matt Fury created Pepe the Frog, Dada Dog, Pepe Frog, and there was a big scandal surrounding a bunch of radicals using the Pepe the Frog. But here is where things split apart. Matt Fury made the executive decision to kill off Pepe the Frog, perhaps to spite the radicals who had co-opted it. But in Who's Lila, the radicals co-opt Dada Dog and kill Chet Murray. There is a theme, a reversal, a mirror image. Number 5, what are the trees in the forest? Have you seen them somewhere else? Well, we see them in that warped forest where we talk to the Emperor. They're mentioned in Schastye, so perhaps...
And cue the copyrighted music, the source of my many headaches. Oh, crying out loud. Twin Peaks, that's right. Sycamore trees. The sycamore trees signified the entrance to the Black Lodge.
Whereas Deputy Hawk says, you will meet your shadow self. Well, that's ironic, a peacock quoting a hawk. Does this clue want to point us to the trees? Or maybe it's pointing us to Twin Peaks and one of the many other references to Twin Peaks that are made in this story. Perhaps this one in particular. If you haven't seen Twin Peaks, you don't know what I'm talking about. Resist the urge to look up anything regarding whispering in a detective's ear, okay? But for the sake of thoroughness, I'm going to mention this.
Don't worry, what I mean is I'm not going to spoil anything, but for a moment you might not know what the heck I'm talking about if you haven't seen Twin Peaks, so just be patient and we'll get right into the theory.
We don't know what Lila whispers into Detective U's ear, but if we apply what was whispered into Detective Cooper's ear on episode 1 of Twin Peaks, well, that'd be kind of confusing. That'd be very confusing. Or maybe it was referencing the whisper that's in season 3 of Twin Peaks. That one we still don't know for sure to this day. Maybe... I'm not going to talk about Lila. In fact, none of us are going to talk about Lila at all. Is that the reference, Garage Heathen? What is the importance of projector reels? What's special about the one in the forest? Projectors are vessels for reels. Each reel signifies perhaps the psyche, the soul, or just memories, data that mimetically reflects information about a specific character. But on to the projectors. I would argue that the tower projector is a recollection of Wheeliam's own projector, but the projector that we, the player, play around with in the forest is our projector. What's so special about this forest projector is the fact that it is not projecting, but receiving the image. It's receiving the light of the image. Something is emerging, a very simple theme, a very simple pattern, but let's keep going. Who is the stranger? Simply put, Wheeliam's shadow, his dark reflection, if you will. Can Detective Yu know something that we don't? Do we know something that he doesn't? What have I been saying this entire time? Yes, and yes, we've already gone over it. So, these questions are clues, but the answers to their questions are also clues in of themselves. The answer we get, the clue that we get from number 1 is you is you. Lila's mystery has 3 layers. What are they? This is a tough one. I'm going to interpret the clue in this way. Number 2's clue is consider the game world, the real world, and the unconscious world. Number 3, sometimes when you speak there is a name, sometimes there isn't. What does this mean? The clue I've interpreted from this is, simply put, the dialogue box being empty is significant. But I'm biased in my theory that the dialogue box being empty means that we are playing as a blank slate, a nameless husk. The fool will. Number 4, who's Chet Murray? My interpretation of this clue would be, the theme of a meme killing its creator is significant. And here I want to point out the theme of a reversal, a mirror image to our reality. Number 5, what are the trees in the forest? Have you seen them somewhere else? I'm going to go out on a limb and interpret this clue as the references to Twin Peaks are significant. Specifically this one. Number 6, what is the importance of projector reels? What's special about the forest projector? I'm going to be very simple with this one and say that the specific detail we want to be paying attention in that one is the projector receiving its image is significant. And here again, we have another mirror, another theme of a reversal. Instead of, in our world, the projector's projecting images, the images are projected into the projector. Number 7, who is the stranger? Simply put, the shadow. The clue I interpret from that is the shadow of the psyche is significant. And what is the shadow? A dark, twisted reflection, a reversal, a mirror image. And the final thing. Can Detective Yu know something we don't? Do we know something he doesn't? Simply put, you is not you. We have the beginning. The beginning, you is you, but at the end, you is not you. A reversal, a reflection, a mirror image going backwards, upside down. If we apply every single reversal to the what I think is the significant Twin Peaks reference, what is being whispered into Detective Yu's ear is the launching point for my final theory of this video. Of this game, who's Lila? This dastardly reversed emperor, Garage Heathen, has been working on something that many have thought to be impossible to create. We have enough, but even if you haven't seen Twin Peaks, I think we have enough evidence to support my final theory, because I do not want you being spoiled. Lila, or more accurately, who's Lila, killed Garage Heathen. Perhaps killed the Emperor, defeated the Emperor, compartmentalize the Emperor in the same way Lila compartmentalized Wheeliam. Or just simply put, Whose Lila inhabited Garage Heathen and used him to create this game. We, the player, play her game. We, the prince, imprints onto Whose Lila, and imprint our desire to solve the mystery of Whose Lila onto this blank slate fool will, this empty vessel. Being that all non-flashback endings are canon in an atemporal sense, we can apply this same logic. The player is present while Detective You, a facsimile of the prince, a facsimile of the player, or the fool inhabited by the player, is also present in this game. And so, the moment you turn the game on, click Wake Up, unlock your first discussion with Detective You, a copy of you is placed into the game, trapping a part of you inside of it. Over time, like I said, in that aforementioned atemporal sense, it's grown on its own, learned to walk and talk as if it's its own walking, talking being as Detective You, ultimately trapping a part of you inside the game. And in return, the part of you that's missing has been replaced by the UAM of Whose Lila. With that, I'm tired, and I'm just glad to put this behind me now. Every artist has their motifs, their style, and I think Garage Heathen is attempting to master the art of creating a legit cognito hazard. Well, at least with Whose Lila. We saw the prototype in Schastye. We saw certain themes of pseudo-self-aware characters in your amazing T-gotchi, and so everything comes together in Whose Lila. I hyped it up. I think I hyped up my final theory. And at this point, with the 6th hour of this video rendering as we speak, I'm a bit humbled. And so, please, don't interpret this excitement as me thinking that my theory is the only correct one. Because like I said, the only correct interpretation lies in the unreachable realm of the collective consciousness. That I actually think is pretty legit. I could toss everything about Carl Jung aside, and that's probably the one thing I find very fascinating is this concept of the collective unconsciousness. I am rambling! Let's just move on. I want to take this time to thank Garage Heathen. Thank him for making such a phenomenal video game. Throughout the video, I don't know if you noticed, I didn't lean too much into the David Lynch interpretation throughout the majority of this video, because in my opinion, and I ain't trying to brown nose you, Garage Heathen, I think your work transcends the Lynchian kind of style. I look forward to the release of Dystopian Debugger, along with Airdorf now. Garage Heathen is one of my favorite indie developers in video games. And of course, thank you all of you viewers, all of you detectives, and all of you detective viewers for being so patient. This video, give or take, would have been uploaded maybe a month ago if it weren't for certain events that took place literally the night, or I should say like the very early morning after Jennifer's body was uploaded. It was a rough month, and while a month of recovering seems like a long time, it would have been a lot longer if it weren't for you beautiful people for putting the wind in my sails. The next video is gonna be Suspiria. I've been putting it off for so long, but everything happens for a reason. The things I've learned in Whose Lila, the things I even learned in the Jennifer's Body video will be perfectly applied to Suspiria. Regardless, thank you all for your patience. I have a bunch of stuff written down. Thank you for the people who've been emailing me. Of course, Gav comes to mind, but a few other people come to mind. I don't want to, name people, directly. I've been playing the games many of you have been recommending. I've been looking into the movies that you've been recommending. Thank you all for the emails. Thank you specifically to the Friday Night Funkin' community for making all this cool stuff. All of you put the wind in my sails. The reason why this is uploaded this month and not 3, 4, 5 months from now is because of all of you. Without a doubt. So anyways, I'll be keeping all of you in mind. Ma'asalama, sudesutun, hasta luego. I'll see you soon.